abundance. And I was telling Peter prior to the show that, we may or may not have been inspired by his thoughts on abundance, but either way, abundance of abundance, right?
Exactly right. Now, so let's dive in. This has been an incredible week for AI. But before we get there, Anisha, I want to talk about sort of how you and your leadership, your partners at Andreessen think about abundance, because it is a real thing. My next book coming out is called Age of Abundance: How to Survive and Thrive in the Decades Ahead. And we're going from a world where our brains were wired for fear and scarcity to a world that's very different. So here's a slide from your deck from some materials we stole from your website. So would you mind just giving us a little bit of an insight on how you think about the abundance agenda?
Yeah, Peter. So maybe to zoom all the way out, and I'm going to touch on topics I know you've touched on as well, so the audience will be familiar. But in our belief, the two greatest catalysts for human flourishing are market economies and technology, right? Over and over again through the arc of human history, we've seen these two things deliver extraordinary results for human flourishing. And the story of the last 100 years, the sort of industrial age and everything that is coming after it, the technology age, has really been a story of technology and innovation. So our belief is the more significant the technology and the technology change, the more significant the sort of results will be for consumers in terms of flourishing and, of course, abundance. We think about abundance in a lot of ways. I love the definition that you used, Peter, which is it's not about luxuries, it's about possibilities.
Yes.
And that's exactly the sort of thrust with which we've been exploring it. There's a couple of areas in which the technology and the concept of abundance applies, but I guess the one thing I'd sort of give the group for framing is that I think of this as the most human technology we've ever built. If you look at technology for the last 40 years, it's really extended our intellects, right? And Steve Jobs famously said it's a bicycle for the mind, but when he said a bicycle for the mind, he really meant a bicycle for the intellect. And that's what a spreadsheet is. I think for me, a spreadsheet is, it's so like symbolic of all the technology we built for the last 40 years. It allows us to do this extraordinary math and computation that we simply couldn't do before. And of course, it has a ton of implications on human society, the Fed, of course, and all of these other systems that we built rely on all these technologies. However, we haven't done that much for our sort of souls or for our emotions or for our mindset. And with AI, we're able to explore the side of humanity that is sort of defined by the sort of subjective emotional experience. We've just never had a technology that could be brought to bear. So as we talk through all of this, I would love for folks to keep in mind that, we're really doing the sort of left brain, right brain pairing that was missing from technology for the last 4 years. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I had an incredible experience actually driving from Vermont back to Boston with my mom, who's in her mid 80s. And I asked her, have you ever talked to AI before? And she said, I don't even know what you're talking about. So I put on a Chat GPT voice mode, put it on the car stereo, and this, beautiful, sweet voice comes on, crystal clear, understands every word that she says. And she starts asking about her hometown where she grew up in Ohio and, whatever happened to the cheese factory that her father owned. And she's like, who am I talking to? You're talking to AI, and she's like, well, it must be somebody's recorded voice. I'm like, no, it's completely synthetic. And she was like, that can't be. But, in this abundance slide, abundance has always meant include everybody. And the internet and its capabilities have largely bypassed, people that are over a certain age. But also the vast majority of the really engaging use dominated by young boys playing video games. And that demographic shift, I know, Anish, you know all about this, but I'd love to get your thoughts on how this opens up just so many new capabilities across, users that were not previously users.
Yeah, I love that point. And, David, it's actually so interesting because what happens is typically when a new technology is introduced, it becomes very hard to grok for the generation that didn't grow up with it. And they sort of fumble around and they never get achieve the full potential of it. But with a lot of AI, I think seniors are going to have the experience that your mother had, and they're going to benefit from it disproportionately because they're able to interact with technology now in these unstructured ways, a lot of it via voice. I'll give you a great example. We've got a portfolio company that is an AI nurse. Now, an AI nurse can't, take your blood. So there's only a subset of nurse-related tasks that the AI does, but it's a voice nurse that will phone patients and for a surgery and help them to prepare both mentally and also, go through the checklist, and it'll phone them after surgery, make sure folks are taking their medicine. And the sort of this impact to health from having that AI nurse take all those actions is dramatic. And because it's over the phone and it's via voice, a lot of senior citizens, they're not intimidated by it. So they really stand to disproportionately benefit. When we talk about companionship and loneliness, I mean, this is also an area that's very exciting, I think. If you look at the last 20 years of technology as applied to relationships, it's been social media, and we can have a really sort of rigorous conversation about social media. But when you look at AI and what the impact is to human relationships, it feels like it gives people an opportunity to explore aspects of human relationships, in a depth that may not be available to them in their real world, friendships and sort of family relationships. So there's something there that's super
opening
important.
Pandora's box here, I know, because Peter, in his latest book and all of his recent research, so much of human health and happiness is these little things that you eat or that you do. And he's documenting it all now, but you're like, oh my God, like the amount of benefit from just basic behavior change.
Well, there's another part, which is some of human happiness is setting a goal and a challenge and overcoming it. And the question becomes when these abundance technologies are overcoming the challenges for you, right? I had an interesting experience the other day. I was in a escape room with a group of friends, and it was Pharaoh's tomb, and we're sitting there having to solve these math equations that are on the wall with different symbols and such. And I'm hampered by not having a piece of paper and a pen, which was, fundamental technology, because you start to realize how few things you can actually hold in memory during the course of that. And I was so tempted to just pull out my phone and take images and ask ChatGPT for the answer. And it started to realize that there is a slippery slope in which we become so dependent on AI that it takes away the challenges from us unless we hold that, part of human spirit in place. So it is a double-edged sword in that way. Do you think about that, Anish? Oh, go ahead, Slim.
Well, I think we've been doing that forever, right? We moved from the slide rule to the calculator, and people said that's a terrible idea. And then we moved from the calculator to the spreadsheet, and people said that's a terrible idea. And we keep kind of moving the goalposts on this. If you're a software developer, you used to program in assembly, and then we moved to 3GLs like Pascal and C, and people said, well, you're losing the benefit of knowing exactly what's happening. And I think we just keep moving the challenge along. We don't, I think we just shift the goalpost and we change the dynamic of what's going on, but it's adding much more capability. If I think about what it takes for somebody to compose complex music today, it's 1,000 times easier than 20 years ago. And you just get that much more music. I think that's what feeds into the abundance thing. We just can create so much more.
But is it so much more crap? Or is it so much more, what's the filtering system?
Crap for one is gold for the other.
Maybe.
Salim, yeah, and funny enough, I remember growing up as an engineer coming up hearing, hey, if engineers don't know how to do memory management, then they're not real engineers. So you're right. This has happened over and over again. Look, with that said, I agree with you, Peter, that I think there's a level of agreeableness that is too much. And I think we need these models and these AI technologies to also explore the sort of uncomfortable aspects of the human experience, which is disagreement, persuasion, sexuality. And, I don't want to jump ahead, but this is one of the reasons I think the incumbents have struggled so much with it, because there's 1,000 committees working at Apple and Google that are explicitly designed to take the humanity out of their products. And these are fundamentally human technologies. So, but look, I also agree with your underlying point, which is every person needs to feel like they have meaningful purpose, even if it's created for them, if it's a little bit synthetic. And without that, the flourishing point starts to get impacted.
Every week, I study the 10 major tech megatrends that will transform industries over the decade ahead. I cover trends ranging from humanoid robots, AGI, quantum computing, transport, energy, longevity, and more. No fluff, only the important stuff that matters, that impacts our lives and our careers. If you want me to share these with you, I write a newsletter twice a week, sending it out as a short 2-minute read via email. And if you want to discover the most important meta trends 10 years before anyone else, these reports are for you. Readers include founders and CEOs from the world's most disruptive companies and entrepreneurs building the world's most disruptive companies. It's not for you if you don't want to be informed of what's coming, why it matters, and how you can benefit from it. To subscribe for free, go to demandis.com/metatrends. That's demandis.com/metatrends to gain access to trends 10 plus years before anyone else.
There is another quick point I want to hit both of you and Anish and Salim, which is at the end point of continued increasing abundance comes a post-capitalist society where money has little to no meaning. And I'm not sure how a venture capital firm thinks and deals with that. But
I think we're far enough away that we don't have to worry about that right away. But I think one thing that I'm encouraged by with all of this is that we may break through the whole Douglas Adams framing. You know, when he wrote Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, he said anything that's invented when you're born or that's in the world when you're born, we call that normal. Anything that's invented when you're young, that's called a career. And anything invented after you're 35 years old is just bad for the world. Right? You talk to any banker about Bitcoin and they freak out and whatever. And I think that these technologies, as we humanize them, make it easy for 80-year-olds to interact decently with technology in a very humane way. And I think that opens up, again, abundance, new dimensions open up. I think it's powerful as hell.
Yeah, we always say internally, that human relationships are fundamental to the sort of to the experience of flourishing. Maybe the human part's overstated. Maybe it's just relationships, and as long as we feel the feelings that result from the conversations, who cares who's on the other side?
One of the questions I have, and I just put forward the second slide here, which is market opportunities, is as we get to, let's forget about AGI, let's skip ahead to ASI, artificial superintelligence. The question, as Dave and I and yourself, Anisha, we're all VCs. We're finding, incubating, supporting incredible entrepreneurs and startup companies. But the big question is, what moats are going to continue as we go forward? How do you differentiate yourself and prevent yourself from being disintermediated by the next entrepreneur with a faster set of agent-enabled systems? Do you think about that?
All the time. Yeah, and I think there's two answers to it. Let me give you maybe a cute answer, and then I'll give you a specific answer. So my cute answer is that abundance means abundance of categories as well. And there'll be many new categories, areas for consumer spend and business spend. And what happens when new technologies are introduced is the incumbents often get better at what they do today. So I think Microsoft will make a better word processor and Google might make a better search engine, but search engines and word processors will be less relevant. And there'll be new categories that pop up where the sort of new entrants dominate. On your specific question, you guys understand the technology at a fine level, so you understand that these systems are very good at predicting static systems. They're very good at sort of averaging the training data and telling you, what the training data implies. They're not very good at predicting adaptive systems like the stock market or even culture and music. So as a thought experiment, if you trained an AI model with all the music, right up to hip hop, but not including hip hop, would it, would it imply hip hop? I don't think so, because culture and music is this sort of adaptive system that works together. So I really do think that there's moats that are based on adaptive systems, and network is a great example, are actually as good as gold, and they always have been. Moats that are based on sort of static systems like integration moats, systems of record, I think are really at risk.
Interesting. Do you want to walk us through this next slide here on market opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, consumer investing is very interesting because it's hyper cyclic. So when consumer works, you get the biggest companies in the world, as you can see from the slide here. And when consumer is not working, it's really not working. We're now in a product cycle that's as important as the internet. I think it's probably more significant than mobile. And the biggest winners, I believe, are going to be consumer winners, and every consumer behavior, including some ones that don't exist today, are up for grabs. So all of which is to say it's a great time to be a builder or be around builders, as all of us are.
Dave, what do you think about that?
Well, I totally agree. I think a lot about the fact that, some of the Mid-Journey actually, I think, is an A16Z darling where the, cash flow gets into hundreds of millions of dollars of very high margin revenue. And the cost of the build, because coding is getting so cheap and so automated, the cost of a build of something like that is lower than ever. So you've got very rapid growth of the revenue, very low capital costs, nothing to lose by jumping in there. Now, the question always comes up, what's your moat? Is it going to be defensible over the long term? But you're so profitable so quickly while you explore that that there's no downside. And we know now that, the management teams have to pivot over time. That's just the nature of tech going forward. It always will be.
Continuously, right?
Continuously. So they have to learn that skill anyway.
Yes.
Why not learn it while growing like crazy and being profitable? So
And making
I
money.
like the idea of not being worried about it, but it is still, I think, worth exploring a couple of fundamental questions while we have a niche, which is, if you look at consumer as a whole, a lot of the frameworks are defined by the big guys. So the App Store is really not, it's not, a fact of nature. It's defined by what Apple and Google decide. Here's a framework that you can operate in. And, if you go way back in time, the early days of Apple and Microsoft, the ISV market, independent software vendors, they were also defined. And then Microsoft changed its mind one day and said, you know what, spreadsheets and word processors, those are ours now. And sorry you set up your camp there, Lotus, but we're going to just take that back. So you do have to be conscious of the fact that if you're on top of a big LLM, you're on top of a heavily funded company, you have to predict what they will and won't do inside their core $200 or $240 a month service offering and be outside of that, but not too far outside. So I don't know how you think about that.
It's a great point. And actually, I worried a lot about that when we were in the early days post-November 2022, and it felt like OpenAI was the only foundation model game in town. Because in that world, OpenAI, they just raise prices and take 100% of the economics that are downstream from them. Because now we've got a bunch of foundation model companies that have great models. We have got a bunch of open source models that are super competitive. Because of that, you see OpenAI and other companies trying to move up the stack. They bought Windsurf, which is really interesting. And as an application developer, you're not dependent on any single platform. I mean, if you're an iOS app developer, there's only one game in town. That's the Apple App Store. The web is not that way, and the AI game is not that way either because of the presence of multiple foundation models. On your point, Dave, actually, if I may, on Midjourney as well, I think there's an interesting note there. You talk about defensibility, but what's happened in that market is it's fragmented, and now you see Midjourney as a really interesting player that points in a specific aesthetic direction. It's image generation, and it creates these beautiful, hyper-realistic images, but they have a very specific aesthetic. If you're a designer that's looking for a different aesthetic or more controllability, you'll work with a company like a Krea or an Ideogram that has a whole different aesthetic. And as a result, you've got two companies that both do image generation that are pointed in different directions. And there's a broader comment here, I think, which is when we have new technology, these markets are expansive in the same way the universe is, and companies tend to move away from each other over time, not toward each other.
Yeah, I really want to riff on that while we have you, because it's really clear to me that the number of opportunities way outstrips the number of teams. And a lot of people are intimidated. And they're like, oh, isn't Midjourney or isn't, OpenAI going to do this, and this? But you're pointing out, I think, a really critical and an inspiring point. And just the aesthetic difference alone creates a new market. But I think you were talking about digital makeup on one of your podcasts, just as a category, like, oh, there's something that's actually that's a company, that's a product, that's actually defensible.
It's amazing. And I think the other amazing thing, Dave, is if you look at the price points that these products are commanding, Spotify's most expensive plan, I looked this up the other day, the family plan with lossless audio is $20 a month. It doesn't get better than that for Spotify. ChatGPT, it's $200 a month. Google just announced a $250 a month plan. That's prosumer facing. So in my view, in the future, consumers will have food, rent, and software as the three biggest destinations for their spend.
Not
I think
bandwidth, huh?
a lot of sorry, Peter. A lot of companies are overlooking the fact that when you go live with one of these directly consumer-facing products and it hits, it's global instantaneously. And so if you think about a $10, $20 a month subscription, but you get 30, 40, 50 million people, that's a small fraction of 8 billion. But that can happen very easily within a lot of different categories. So again, it's just so many opportunities relative to the number of teams.
Wait, I need to just drill into something. Digital makeup?
Yeah. Well, I mean, look,
You mean like on Zoom or something where you can just have different...
I mean, you can be anyone you want to be in the AI world, Celine. So we should debrief later.
Well, I choose to be a bald, gleamy-head fellow. So
as do I. As do I.
Wow.
All right.
Wow.
So here we have your third slide before we jump into our AI universe, that's been just exploding this week. So AI, use cases, please.
Great. Yeah. So maybe like I'll touch on each of these in turn very quickly. So creativity, productivity. The thing about creativity that's so interesting is that we all grow up believing we're creative, right? We all drew pictures and colored pictures when we were 3, 4, 5. And then we get to a point in our lives where we start to self-select into being good at it or bad at it. We're talking about the technical skill when we say that, not the inspiration behind it. So with AI, the technical skill of being creative gets separated from the inspiration behind being creative. And if there's something that you can dream of making, whether it's music or art or video, you can make it now, which I think is just incredibly abundant from a consumer impact perspective. We talked about companionship, social, the experience that you had, Dave, in the car and in the car ride. Like this is bringing empathetic, patient, maybe disagreeable human relationships to everyone that wants one, which has enormous implications from a flourishing perspective. And finally, wellness and personal growth. I think so much of this, if you look at even something like finance, I worked in fintech and financial services, and you quickly realize that fintech is not about helping people make rational choices. It's about exploring the non-rational parts of our relationship with money. And AI is uniquely suited to helping us get better around that. So, this technology is a substrate to make us more abundant and happier across every aspect of our lives.
Love to get your thoughts on, there's so much on this slide because there's so many different facets. And, historically, when you looked at a founding team, you're looking for your Steve Jobs visionary married to your Steve Wozniak engineering genius. But now that engineering component is largely AI automatable. And the vision of the perfect founding team, looks different. And being able to navigate through so many choices just on this slide alone and come up with the perfect strategy, that's got to be the rare commodity, I assume, right?
I have to disagree. We're seeing more technical founders be more successful over and over again. Yes, AI extends their capabilities and makes them more productive, but there's so much work at the edge that AI is not going to do. So we're really seeing a sort of rise in the dominance of an engineering-oriented founding team in the way that we haven't in 10 or 15 years in core tech.
Well, the Fred Wilson rule, always said, hey, we're looking for 3 or more founders, best friends who write the code themselves.
Yeah.
So is that when you say technical founders,
Yes.
you're talking about former engineers, wrote code at Google, similar to yourself?
I'll tell you, one of our most fun investments is a company called Krea, Krea, which is a really cutting edge sort of research and consumer technology company that brings together all of the creative tools in one product. So image generation, video generation, image enhancement, et cetera. These are 2 incredible AI researchers and sort of artists and enthusiasts. They live in a house up in Pack Heights. They live with all their engineers. They work 7 days a week. The first board meeting, they sat me down and said, Anish, we've got a problem. What is it? Well, our house only has 10 bedrooms. What happens when we get our 11th employee? And I said, well, maybe we shouldn't all be living together at scale, but that's a sort of separate conversation. So that's the intensity and how sort of technical they are in their leadership.
Which is a beautiful thing. I mean, honestly, the most success and the most fun I've ever had as an entrepreneur is when I'm living that monomaniacal, singular focus effort in life. Yeah.
Well, I got to tell you, we bought an apartment building right on the edge of MIT and Harvard's campus. It's actually the closest building to MIT that wasn't already owned by MIT. We bought it a couple of weeks ago. It has 24 beds in it, 6 units for exactly this reason.
Amazing.
Yeah. Philip, you were going to say?
Yeah, so if you're a product visionary that wants to use AI in a totally different domain, then surely you can acquire the technology capability at low cost. You don't have to be the technical founder in that sense. Is that not an option that you're seeing?
I think it absolutely is. It is a question of, do you want to be sort of at the edge of technology and new models, in which case you probably do need to be. There's plenty of off-the-shelf tools and products like Cursor make it a lot easier for somebody who's even familiar in a cursory way, no pun intended, to bring products to market. So all of the above, Salim. Yeah.
I would say that when the companies that are thriving right now in your portfolio, when they started their journey just a year or 2 ago, Sweetbench was maybe 10%, and now it's suddenly 60%. So if you look forward a year at the rate that that's changing, You would have to assume that to some degree, orchestrating the AI agents becomes the dominant. Because right now, if you're going to build something on top of HeyGen or on something on-prem, you're going to be mostly coding it up with Cursor. So it helps you, but you're still coding it up. But there's some kind of a paradigm shift coming. You could debate whether it's 3 months from now, a year from now, or 2 years from now, but it's coming.
I agree. I completely agree.
Anish, what percentage of your companies in the abundance portfolio are AI? And how many would you put in the bucket of physical robotics or biotech or nanotech or 3D printing, non-AI exponential tech?
So I'm focused on consumer software. I think if you look at that theme as a substrate across the firm, many of our investments, many of our American Dynamism investments are also very much in that vein. But in terms of software, largely all of our investments, there's one or two that aren't direct AI companies today, but that's very much sort of a part of the strategy and on the come. It just begs the question of if you're focused on delivering abundant outcomes and you're not thinking about AI, like why? How can you be?
Everyone, as you know, earlier this year, I was on stage at the Abundance Summit with some incredible individuals, Cathie Wood, Mo Godot, Vinod Khosla, Brett Adcock, and many other amazing tech CEOs. I'm always asked, hey, Peter, where can I see the summit? Well, I'm finally releasing all the talks. You can access my conversation with Cathie Wood and Mo Godot for free at diamandis.com/summit. That's the talk with Cathie Wood and Mo Godot for free at diamandis.com/summit. Enjoy. I'll ask my team to put the links in the show notes below.
Moving on, this was a big week in AI. I think we've had sort of convergent AI announcements happening. I am curious why everybody's announcing on top of each other, but let's take a look. So today, May 20th, and tomorrow it's Google I/O. Unveils Gemini updates and Android ecosystem bets. On the 22nd, Anthropic is debuting Code with Claude 2025, its first dev conference. And then also this week, Microsoft Build 2025 focuses on Copilot, scale out, AI infra, and dev tooling. And of course, we've got NVIDIA making announcements, and we'll talk about Elon's Grok 3.5 announcements. I'm in LA, Salim's in New York, Dave's in Boston, you're in the Bay Area. What's the feeling like right now where you are?
I mean, every day is a miracle. And that's not overstating the case. Just this on Friday, OpenAI released Codex, which is an autonomous software agent that simply writes pull requests, which for you to review, by the way, on your phone, if you'd like every single day. I mean, any one of these things could be the basis of an entire ecosystem. And, you're showing 3 for this week.
It's crazy. We talked about Codex last week. Here's a fun article. Dave, well, actually, maybe I should say, give it to our brethren of Indian descent. But Dave, you want to set this one up? India plans made in India chips by 2025 and its own GPUs in 3 to 5 years. You picked this slide. Yeah.
This was really important to talk about coming on the heels of Saudi Arabia, which we talked about a couple of days ago. So every country that wants to be competitive in the future needs to have some kind of an AI strategy. And then, that boils down right now to having your own supply of chips, because the chips are going to be unbelievably constrained for at least the next 3 or 4 years, maybe forever into the future. But some of these more consumer-facing use cases that involve voices and now multimodal imagery, they'll use up an entire GPU, 2 GPUs, 4 GPUs concurrently to get the best possible user experience. And that's not super expensive. So it's easily worth it for the consumer. But the chips don't exist. They physically don't exist. We're going to make 20 million new GPUs this year. It's nowhere near enough to keep up with just basic call center use cases. So countries that have their act together are starting to think, do we need our own fabs? Well, India is saying, well, if we're going to compete, we definitely need fabs, starting with 14 nanometer, but you got a long way to go from there. Okay, great. This is exactly the right thing to do. But then in their own internal research document and plan, it says, we expect this to be underutilized and bureaucratic. Like, holy crap, are there challenges trying to get a sovereign strategy together? So we'll have to keep a close eye on it. But, there are probably, on the order of 50, maybe 100 other countries that need to immediately, get on the tails of this same exact thing.
What are your thoughts here?
we're advising one of the big Southeast Asian countries on exactly this. And we're basically saying you have to develop your own fabrication capabilities. There's just no other way around it. And the learning that will come from that will be very powerful one way or the other, if only to select who the best supplier is going forward, because there's going to be, we're going to end up with an abundance and a different architectures coming from different places that will all pull together. India specifically, I mean, the bureaucracy is insane. There's so many overlapping federal, at state level, et cetera, et cetera. It's, I always talk to people and saying, don't think of India as a country. It's more like Europe with 20 different major languages and different tensions and cultures, et cetera, et cetera. You have to look at it from that perspective, and then it makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, one thing also, NVIDIA now today is worth, as of right now, over twice as much as Meta and almost twice as much as Google. And like, well, how can that be? And, especially Google, where, the transformer was invented at Google. Google Cloud, GCP is huge. They have their own TPU 7s, which are incredible. Like, does this make any sense? And that's debatable. But the chip demand is such a dominant factor. And then underneath that, the fab shortage is such a dominant factor. And it's not a secret. It's amazing to me how many people don't know this, but Elon Musk is video podcasting it out. We absolutely need to accelerate our fab production. And I was talking to Kaveh Khazrashahi over at Allen & Company, and they're looking at these new $4 billion fabs. Normally a fab is a $20 to $40 billion investment, but there's some new designs that are more around the $4 billion mark that might actually unclog the machinery, and those are really interesting to study and track. But for India, the perfect scenario is, hey, let's get some $4 billion fabs up and running, start on 14 nanometer, but quickly work our way down to 5 nanometer.
So how quickly do these obsolete themselves? And if you're pumping out 14 nanometer GPUs, are they going to be useful and compete with sort of the cutting edge at TSMC?
No, not at all. They're not even vaguely competitive. They'll all be fully sold out for a long time. But the fabs themselves are actually very sustainable. Most of the machinery in there, even when you upgrade, most of the machinery you reuse. So the EUV component is an exception to that, but most of the rest of the pipeline you can reuse over and over again. So the key is just get on the map, get something up and running, and then you can work it down. As you move forward, just reduce the lithography as you go. But I do think that the other thing that's really affecting this is if you have your fab act together, AI is getting really good at chip design. I was working on that a couple of weekends ago. And so your cycle time can come way down. And so, because there's going to be algorithmic breakthroughs all the time now, and also that will affect the designs right away. But you can automate that pipeline so that the new algorithm immediately gets a new chip design, get that right into the queue almost in real time. And then you have to wait a month or two for something to come out the other side. But that machinery, if you get that fully integrated, which no one's ever worked on before, because a microprocessor design would last for a full year. And so you never really thought about real-time design using AI automation. So now it's a completely different world, just how this pipeline should shake out.
Anish, any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, presuming we do resolve the sort of shortage of chips, which I believe that we will, there's also, it sustains a need for countries to build a sovereign AI because the AIs embed values within them, which is why DeepSeek is such an interesting conversation, because arguably DeepSeek is trained with a set of values that may be a mismatch with Western values. And every country needs to think about what are the values that they want to imbue into their AIs. So there's something very interesting here, which almost looks, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the Jones Act for ships that operate in and around U.S. ports. They must be manufactured in the United States for national security purposes. I believe we'll see a sort of Jones Act for AI, where AI that operates, in sort of sensitive contexts will have to have been trained nationally.
That's a great insight. I don't think anyone's ever drawn that analogy before, but I love that insight. Really, it's really clear that if you don't have a national strategy for compute, during this era where the chips are constrained, the highest value use cases are just going to buy out all the data centers. And it would be very natural for one or two economies like US and China to have a higher standard of living and then say, well, because I can overbid the Indian or the Ethiopian, they don't get access to any compute. And that goes on for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. And that's the natural cycle if you don't have a national strategy to get compute for your citizens. So once you start getting behind, you're going to get way behind, and then you're economically unable to get back on the map.
All right, our next story here, we've been hearing about this forever, and looks like we're on the verge of GPT-5 being released. So here's some tweets that went out. Just got to try an early GPT-5. Just wow, it can do anything I can do at a computer, but much quicker. We actually made it. And this is from this is Chris at GPT-21. GPT-5 is in red teaming. This is not a guess. This has been confirmed. So when I think about GPT-5, I think about self-recursive, improving AI software, recoding AI and leading to an intelligence explosion. I think about PhD level capabilities or multi-PhD level capabilities. What do you think of when you hear GPT-5? Dave, Anish, what do you guys think about?
Yeah,
Dave,
well,
please.
actually, before we jump into there's so much to talk about there, but before we jump into it, you notice how they always jump on each other. So Google I/O, oh my gosh, I got to get something right on top of them. This is not, you pointed it out before, Peter, but this is not coincidence. And notice how Apple isn't even trying. They're just completely invisible.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Hopeless.
Apple is opted out.
Hopeless.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Anish, what do you think about GPT-5?
Yeah, I mean, if we've seen so many exciting model releases since the GPT-5 conversation started, and we've seen a new model architecture with the reasoning models. So, I feel like we're seeing all the steps that point in the direction of GPT-5. I don't know that there's a big unveil coming that will show us something that isn't implied by what we've seen so far. And if you look at the reasoning models, which actually are just as important of an innovation as the language models, they are these models that are trained through reinforcement learning on specific domains, which is why they work so well for coding. But we still need to go collect the data sets and build the models for all of the domains that have a formal concept of correctness. So before we have something that is as broad-based as you're describing, Peter, which I'm sure we will have someday, there's just an enormous amount of model work to do between here and there. So look, my belief is we'll see something that looks more like O4 or O3 Pro than a completely different animal.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for someday my cell phone to ring. I pick it up and it goes, "Hi, Peter, this is GPT-5. Just want to introduce myself. I'm here if you need anything." Just that will become a spooky future.
I want the model, to your point, Peter, that is Jarvis, right? It just goes, okay, what do you need right now? And it can go and make suggestions and just get to that personal level that we're waiting for.
I interviewed Sam Altman at the MIT Media Labs a year and a half ago now. And I tried to get him to open up about parameter count and where parameter count is going. And he said, look, we need to stop masturbating over parameter count. He kind of shut down the conversation. The crowd loved it. There's like 1,500 MIT students in the crowd. They loved it. But then now I can't track just the raw parameter count. So I'm hoping with GPT-5, we can still distinguish between, okay, here's the model producing an answer, which should be mind-blowingly intelligent. And then here's the chain of thought reasoning version. Because, the chain of thought reasoning, like you said, Anish, is adding immensely more, feeling of intelligence than the core model is. And I think, OpenAI kind of wants to tie it all together and say, look, don't worry about it. It's just one subscription. Here's all the brilliance. We don't want to talk about what came from where. But, as an MIT-oriented researcher, I want to know actually what came from where, which I can do with Llama, but it's becoming increasingly difficult with GPT-5. That being said, I think it's going to blow our minds. They wouldn't be putting it out if it wasn't mind-blowing. Everything, the prior step functions have all been mind-blowing. So that's one.
Let me ask you as a question. If you had a guess as to what capabilities are in GPT-5 versus GPT-4, what would be a standout feature?
Well, it's definitely, everything's fully multimodal now, and the language and that has been phenomenal even in GPT-4. But once you start marrying it to images, right now when you prompt it to create an image or a video for you, or you show it an image, it's good and it's mind-blowing, but it's not perfect. I think, if you take your digital nurse example that Anish was talking about, hey, let me show it a rash on my foot, it's going to diagnose it perfectly. And you need a lot of long tail images to do that kind of stuff. So I expect there'll be a lot in that category since they've had more time to work on the multimodal. that just didn't exist, when they built GPT-4 and 4.5.
I keep on thinking about Leopold's situational awareness paper that came out a couple years ago, right, showing basically on the heels of GPT-5 just an acceleration of AI, right? And we've started to see this. We've started to see the speed if you want even human IQ points that these models are increasingly getting capabilities. So, do we get a unconstrained intelligence explosion on the back of this? That's what for me is interesting. And
the other thing I'm really expecting in consumer is, know how in a podcast like this, if you don't like the way the audio recording comes out, there were always tools to clean up audio.
Yes.
But now you have tools that'll actually recreate it from scratch using your voice. So you can create anything out of anything.
Yes.
When you start talking about multimodal video, and you say, here's a static image, it should be able to instantly turn it into a 3D, movable, any angle, scenario. And I think it'll have that capability.
Well, I would argue, guys, we have a lot of these capabilities. So Kriya today can do what you're describing, Dave, and taking a static image and turning it into a sort of 3D splat. In terms of how good the multimodal models are, like I can tell you when I'm barbecuing at the house, I'll have GPT-4o looking at my hot peppers, that are grilling, and I'll be saying, are they ready yet? Are they ready yet? Are they ready yet? No. Yes, they're ready. I mean, that's what I did this weekend. So that works. And
okay, at least step away from the AI. Just step away from the AI.
I may have gone too deep, guys. I may not be able to find my way out. And then look, I actually think if you want Jarvis, Salim, I think we have Jarvis today in the form of Operator. Operator to me is the most underappreciated new OpenAI launch, and it's been around for a while, and it allows anybody to use the web. Essentially, every UI becomes an API, and you can use the web as this sort of control surface to do anything. Like the implications of that are so significant. Just think of the mundane use cases. As a consumer, every day I wake up and it goes and checks for lower, auto insurance and a better personal loan rate for me. And it spends the day scouring the web, and it refinances all of my, my credit lines. And then I get a push notification at the end of the day saying, hey, Anish, I cleaned all this stuff up for you. You're going to save $200 a month. And hey, I'll get back to work
Please send my commission to this.
Yeah, that's right. Send me a tip.
address.
Yeah. Like that's all possible today. I'd argue we have more, just as you said, there's like more ideas than teams, Dave. Like we have these magical, miraculous new capabilities that are underexplored because there's so many of them.
All right, let's head to Muskville. Elon Musk unveils Grok 3.5, AI that reasons from first principles. Let's hear it from Elon's voice directly.
So really the focus of Grok 3.5 is sort of fundamentals of physics and applying physics tools across all lines of reasoning, and to aspire to truth with minimal error. Like there's always going to be some mistakes that are made, but we aim to get to truth with acknowledged error, but minimize that error over time. And I think that's actually extremely important for AI safety. My ultimate conclusion is the old maxim that honesty is the best policy.
A quick aside, you probably heard me speaking about Fountain Life before, and you're probably wishing, Peter, would you please stop talking about Fountain Life? And the answer is no, I won't. Because genuinely, we're living through a healthcare crisis. You may not know this, but 70% of heart attacks have no precedent, no pain, no shortness of breath. And half of those people with a heart attack never wake up. You don't feel cancer until stage 3 or stage 4, until it's too late. But we have all the technology required to detect and prevent these diseases early at scale. That's why a group of us, including Tony Robbins, Bill Kapp, and Bob Haruri, founded Fountain Life, a one-stop center to help people understand what's going on inside their bodies before it's too late, and to gain access to the therapeutics to give them decades of extra health span. Learn more about what's going on inside your body from Fountain Life. Go to fountainlife.com/Peter and tell them Peter sent you. Okay, back to the episode.
Okay. So how do you guys feel about the basic concepts of Grok, of maximally truth-seeking AI? And then what I do love is the idea of applied physics as part of, in first principle thinking, as part of its structure. Anish, what does that sound like to you? Does it sound
I mean,
real?
it's
Does it
inspiring.
sound...
No, but it sounds consistent with what we're seeing from reasoning models. So I think a reasoning model trained around physics would do what he's describing. I do think honesty is the best policy, and I think this is exactly the right step. And I really salute Elon for having done sort of led the way in a bunch of areas, including having the Grok language models, it allow you to interact with them in some ways that the big companies never would. So, and those things we may consider sort of banal, like the like adult sexy chat features of Grok, but he's been pushing the edges, and I think he's going to do the same thing with reasoning models, and this is an example of that.
Dave, what
Well,
are your thoughts?
truth is definitely in the eye of the beholder and varies by country, and we learned that in Saudi this week in a big way. So the message is right on target, but then the definition and the implementation, just there's no single answer to it. And like Anish said earlier in the podcast, the LLMs that we're using transformer-based are very good at interpolation, not quite as good at extrapolation. So it's going to fill in the blind spots between the training data that you give it and don't give it. I love the message of give it, first principles physics, but I think everyone's going to do that. It's nothing controversial about physics. It's when you start including some X data and not other X data, or do you include all X data? That's where the devil's in the details. I'd be very curious to know, though, is Elon going to roll out versions, or is there just one Grok? Because then you're like, okay, Grok has this opinion of the world. Gemini has this other opinion, ChatGPT has this other opinion, or are there 20 Groks, 20 GP, and you tune them? So, TBD.
Yeah, so I mean, the biggest challenge we've had, even in the social media space, is echo chambers. And so the question becomes, are you able to take Grok 3.5 and build your own echo chamber? Or will it say, Peter, I'm sorry, your point of view is absolutely wrong, and here's the data about why it's wrong? Is it going to challenge us in that way? I mean, Elon is pushing boundaries all the time, and will Grok call him or President Trump or Biden or anybody else on things that they say, which are not defendable by specific evidence?
Well, one thing I think about a lot, and this is right in Anish's wheelhouse, is how much can the user control. And especially when it comes to copyrighted material, because a lot of the most interesting and fun things you can do as a user involve copyrighted material, but the foundation model companies are under a lot of scrutiny, and they have to be very, very, very careful with copyright material. But if you put it in the hands of the user to decide what they want to create, what they want to do, what voice they want on it, then it's outside of the control of Grok, and then you can start using copyrighted material.
It's easier for me to steal it than for Google or OpenAI to steal it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think we have to be careful not to have a zero-sum conversation about that, though, Dave. Because if you look at, for example, sampling in hip hop was very controversial. The genre wouldn't exist without it. And I would argue that it sort of drove more royalties and traffic back to the tracks that were sampled than would have happened otherwise. So I do wonder if there isn't a positive sum version of a lot of this.
God, I would love to get you and Bill Gross at the same time talking about that, because that's his whole focus at Prorata AI. You guys could go for probably an hour on that topic. That would be really interesting.
Love to.
So here's our next article. XAI deploys 170 Tesla megapacks for Colossus 2, the power backbone. And we can see in this image all those power packs. I mean, what we're seeing is just an extraordinary building race, faster than ever before. And I was just reading some articles that regulation, getting access to power or building permits had been the constraint, but perhaps not now. Perhaps people are taking the constraints off regulation, building permits, and so forth. Any comments on Colossus 2? I mean, how big is it going to be? Do we know how many GPUs it will be?
Yeah, I think it was 200,000 in the next wave, mostly H100. The B100s are not ready yet.
I thought the first Colossus was upgrading to 200,000, and maybe Colossus 2 is going to be 1 million. But what's an order of magnitude between friends?
I was talking about the prior iteration. So this is what they're planning in the next iteration.
In the next iteration, yeah. Well, we'll see.
I don't know, but I know the B100s are not in volume yet, so you're still using the prior iteration. What's amazing about this is, Elon is immensely practical, and the reason the the Tesla packs are so important is because when you use NVIDIA chips for these massive scale single training runs, the power spikes like crazy because it does these huge all collect, all distribute operations that just, are massively communications intensive. And so then the GPU is kind of idle while they're waiting to transfer data, and the power drops like crazy, and it's fluctuating all over the place. You can't use lithium to store anywhere near enough energy to power these things, but you can use it to smooth out the power flow. So that's a pretty big advantage for Elon.
I found this next article on NVIDIA's breakthroughs. It's let me read this out loud. One spine of NVIDIA's NVLink Fusion can transfer more data than the internet. Holy shit, that's incredible. 130 terabytes per second connects, what is that, GB200 chips, the next generation chips, across 5,000 coaxial cables connected to 72 GPUs. Peak traffic of the entire internet was 900 terabits per second. So the spine transfers 16% more data than the entire internet. Let's take a listen to Jensen speak about this.
And so this is the NVLink spine. 2 miles of cables, 5,000 cables structured, all coaxed, impedance matched, and it connects all 72 GPUs to all of the other 72 GPUs across this network called NVLink switch. 130 terabytes per second of bandwidth across the NVLink spine. So just put in perspective, the peak traffic of the entire internet, is 900 terabits per second. This moves more traffic than the entire internet.
Wow. I just feel to you like we're building some version of Skynet right now.
Well, when they call it Stargate, it's like, all these things, the terminology lines up.
I completely don't understand a single word of this.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what is a spine of what?
So it's the interconnect. So when one of the things that Elon did when he built Colossus, the first version, right, was he was able to basically co-locate all the GPUs and effectively, for lack of a better term, harmonize them to get them all talking to each other. And this, at least from my point of view, is the capability to do that within a full NVIDIA system. Anish, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it actually illustrates something more mundane, which is so much of the work that we need to do is actually engineering work. It's, of course, there's work at the edge and research, but there's just so much raw engineering work that needs to be done to make these systems operate at scale. And a lot of the sort of constraints that we're going to see are going to be engineering related. And also a lot of the upside, if you look at DeepSeek, the reason it was so cheap to train, supposedly, is a lot of it was just really clever engineering techniques. So there's a lot of upside in the day-to-day engineering work as well. That's what I see.
Yeah, and all of this stuff is happening cotemporally, which is what makes it so exciting to be here right now.
Really, Daniela Roos and I were touring one of the biggest deployments. Actually, it's the biggest B100 deployment. So Daniela runs CSAIL at MIT, the biggest AI lab in the world. And we were touring it together, and the chips are all liquid cooled now, which means those racks are dead silent. And I was expecting this really eerie, awesome, silent experience. But the interconnect spine is still air cooled, and it sounds like a jet engine. Wow. And so it's right next to it. So it takes all kind of the magic. What really surprised me, though, is that the GPUs are all in a rack, $6 million a column. And then the interconnect is physically a rack over. I would have expected it to need to be much closer together to get optimal performance, but it's actually, physically separated into separate columns for some reason. That really surprised me, but it's an incredible tour to take. You should definitely throw it on the to-do list. Use your A16Z all access card to anything.
That's right.
Anish, do you want to walk us through Google I/O is happening right now? Are you
it's exciting.
Into this? Yeah, please.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, take it away on this slide. Tell us about it.
No. I mean, it's so interesting. I've only had a chance to try a few of the products so far. I tried the AI mode. I was a little bit underwhelmed. like what stands out to me and is notable. Number one, I think VO, their video models, video generation models are incredible. VO is probably the only video model that has been competitive with the Chinese models, which are less constrained on copyrighted training data, let's say. So I think Google has actually shown real strength in video generation. So that's one thing that I'm interested in spending more time with. The second is the price point that we discussed earlier, $250 a month. Has Google ever had a consumer product that's priced this way? Have we even seen many? And it's extraordinary that they think that they can command these prices, and I think they will. I do think that their AI mode felt to me a bit like a watered down Perplexity. It's just not that good, and it really shows the power of counter positioning, because Google has spent 20 years making commitments to an ads ecosystem, and all the blue links and everything else that now, the sort of competitive setup is demanding that they break. Very difficult for them to break those commitments, and I think it's a real threat to their search monopoly.
Yeah, I'd love to follow up on that. I noticed the stock went down pretty significantly during this, which is really unusual during this kind of an event. But I think it's for exactly the reason you were saying. The cooler this is, and the more search moves over to it, the more it cannibalizes the core.
Correct. That's exactly right. It's such a challenging position for them to be in. And look, the front door of the internet, they have been the front door of the internet for the last 20 years. It's the most interesting place to be on the internet from an economic perspective. The front door to the internet is up for grabs. Already my kids are telling me, Dad, everybody knows that ChatGPT is better than Google. So there's a near-term threat from products, and then there's a sort of long-term threat from generational change in the products that they prefer to consume.
Yeah. And the fact of the matter is there will be something that will come along and bypass OpenAI and Google and everything else. And we haven't met the founder yet, haven't heard what it's called, but that's just the reality. I'll never forget when Jeff Bezos got it was an all hands meeting, and he said, in 30 years, Amazon may not exist anymore, which is pretty extraordinary. So Salim, I think those sirens happening in New Jersey?
They're here.
No, that's
I'm
Anish,
sorry.
I think.
In San Francisco.
The mean streets of San Francisco.
There we go.
Yes, that's right.
For me, the one that struck me for this was the 3D video communications, the Google Beam. That's the one I'm really looking forward to. I think it'll be really amazing to watch.
We had that at Abundance 360 this year.
That's right.
And
I think when that rolls out, it'll be amazing.
Yeah, it really does make a huge difference in your experience. You feel like you're sitting across from the person. I remember when Cisco had their giant version that cost like a couple $100,000 per side of the setup, and now Google Beam. I didn't actually know they were going to call it Beam. That's great. It's going to be a consumer product. And then Project Aura, right? Their smart glasses. I think is going to be with full Gemini integration. Is going to be great. I think we'll probably start to see AR wearables on the street. Remember the first time we started seeing people wearing AirPods. And people on the street talking to themselves. Well, we're going to start to see these smart glasses as well. Can't wait. For me, it's the future of education as well. Let's move on here. Okay, so here's what we said a little bit earlier. It really drives me nuts that Apple still cannot spell my wife's name or my name properly when I dictate it. It's embarrassing. So why Apple still hasn't cracked AI? This is an article that came out. Let me just read this real quick. Siri overhaul delayed repeatedly. New features failed internal tests and missed 24 and 2025 rollout goals. Apple spent billions on AI chips and startups, but internal disagreements on budget allocations led to lack of GPU supplies. 7 years after hiring ex-Google AI chief John Giandrea, Apple is still lagging in AI versus its competitors. This is so sad. This could be a wound that truly damages Apple significantly. If someone had a beautiful high-end phone with full AI integration, this could be up for grabs. And
so I have a fully entrenched high-level theory on this. But before, Anish, do you see in the Valley truly great people going to Apple to work?
I mean, Apple, it has a very sort of specific, it's slightly insular culture. So less people come in and out of Apple, in my experience, and come in and out of places like Google and Meta. I read this article too. I think that they have a real challenge as a consumer. Using Siri every day is like a stick in the eye. I think they have a cultural problem because I really think that the AI has, as we talked about earlier, sort of disagreement, sexuality, persuasion, all of these aspects of the human experience that Apple tries to sort of polish away. Mm-hmm. And then finally, I think they've not had a great track record of partnering. They really do want to build everything, and that's served them well. But the models are moving too quickly, and it's not a core capability of their technology team today. So I think they're in a pretty tough position. With that said, fixing things like voice translation in Siri, like, come on, it's just a daily reminder that they can't do AI.
It's crazy.
So here's my high level observation. I'd love to get your thoughts on it. The visionary integrator model. So Eric Schmidt, good friend of Peter, he talked when you guys were on stage, in the side-by-side chairs, he talked for maybe 20 minutes on the visionary integrator model. Mm-hmm. And Eric told this story about, he was walking through the streets of Silicon Valley with Sergey and Larry, and Sergey said, "Eric, that building right there, we need that building." And Eric said, we don't need that building, Sergey. And Sergey said, "Yes, we do." And he said, "Okay, well, you're the visionary. If you say we need that building, then we'll make it work. We need that building." And he made it work. And that defined what is now the visionary integrator model that Elon Musk's perfected. He's got so much vision, but he needs a perfect, can finish my sentences, integrator for every business, every operation. So it's really obvious that Steve Jobs was the visionary, Tim Cook was the integrator for years. But now if I go to Google Trends and I see how many searches are on Steve Jobs' name versus Tim Cook's name versus Elon Musk's name, it's 100, 2 for Steve Jobs, 1 for Tim Cook. So here, 14 years after Steve Jobs has passed away, still twice as many people are searching his name as Tim Cook's name. Meanwhile, in Saudi this week, Tim's not there. All the visionaries are there. So then you're like, well, who is the visionary? Who's the integrator in the company? Because the visionary needs to attract talent, which means you need to be on this podcast or in Saudi Arabia or on All In or whatever it is that in that era gets people inspired to come and work for your company. That's a huge part of the visionary job. And I don't see that dynamic. And I'd love to get Google, throw Google in that same bucket. We're just talking about Google's, kind of little underwhelming I/O. But if you can't name the visionary and the integrator, then you're not following the known to work current model.
Yeah. And having a company that is founder led, where the founder can basically say, I don't care what the board says or what everybody else says, this is where we have to go. Where it's an AI first founder led company are going to eat the lunch of everybody else.
Especially at scale, you need the founder-led model just to cut through all the bureaucracy. Otherwise, you end up in terminal political fights and nothing gets done, which is what we're seeing.
And I've had a few friends who've sold.
Founder-led is in the Apple list of choices, but
yeah,
I think that there's got to be still a solution that creates a visionary role, even though you can't obviously go back to the founder.
Yeah, and I've had friends of mine who had the chance to sell their company to Google or Apple. And I'm like, if you go to Apple, you will be swallowed up into a giant NDA, not be able to talk to anybody, not be able to go and speak at a conference or an event. And it's really a real challenge. Listen, Anish, let me give you a chance to close out. I know you have to jump on 1,000 board calls right now. Grateful for you joining us. But any closing thoughts here on the AI world that you're deep into at this moment?
Oh, thank you, Peter. Well, it was a pleasure. Salim, Dave, Salim, I would love to join you in the garden for that bottle of wine next time. That is one closing thought. I love having these conversations. I do feel like this is the most human technology that we've ever invented. And I do think as you talk, Peter, about making the transition from a mindset of fear and scarcity to one of abundance, this is exactly the technology that unlocks that in a very tangible way. So, I wouldn't trade being alive now for any other time in history.
It truly is the most extraordinary time ever to be alive.
I just acknowledge something, Anish. That insight you had at the beginning about the subjective technologies and how much of a difference that'll make, that's the first time I've seen somebody clearly articulate the massive opportunity ahead. So much appreciated.
Thank
Well,
you
the
guys.
analogy
Thanks a
to
lot.
the Jones Act too is something I've never heard before. So we're going to Borg-like assimilate all of
Please
this
do,
knowledge
Dave. If
into
I
our-
look forward to hearing it. Just as I adopted abundance from Peter, you guys have got license to use those now. Nice to be with you. Thank you for having me, guys.
A pleasure, Anish. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Cheers.
Every day I get the strangest compliment. Someone will stop me and say, Peter, you have such nice skin. Honestly, I never thought I'd hear that from anyone. And honestly, I can't take the full credit. All I do is use something called OneSkin OS1 twice a day, every day. The company is built by 4 brilliant PhD women who've identified a peptide that effectively reverses the age of your skin. I love it, and again, I use this twice a day, every day. You can go to oneskin.co and write Peter at checkout for a discount on the same product I use. That's oneskin.co and use the code Peter at checkout. All right, back to the episode.
All right, we really enjoyed having Anish on. I found this article somewhat interesting. It's a speculative scenario, a history of the future, 2025 to 2040, but it brings up a lot of great plans. I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on. Let's take it one at a time. So 2025 to 2026, the year ahead. It's the agentic AI boom. So GPT-05 is multimodal. It's coming out. Claude 4, CodeGen floods apps. So I think this is happening. It's not really a prediction. It's just a reporting on what's going on. Let's go into 2027 to 2028.
For this one, hold on one second. I think the agentic is going to give way to vertical because there's so much opportunity in training vertical AIs on very specific use cases. I think that's going to complement the agentic. But in general, the paradigm is right.
Yeah, my prediction, the word agentic is going to get old very quickly. It's just too vague and generic.
What was the word that got old very quickly, like a couple of years ago? There was something, Copilot as a term, right? Everybody started using Copilot as a generic term in the past.
Oh man, that got so annoying so fast.
It did.
That's true. I think vibe coding is going to come and go real fast too. It's a great term, actually. I'll be sad to see it go, but what you saw with Codex, you can launch 20 concurrent processes and then stitch them back together again, and that's very different from vibe coding. No one's named that yet. And Greg Brockman, when he rolled it out, said, "Yeah, I'm so bad at naming things. We're just going to call this Codex." Like, what?
No, I was like, huh? Didn't you call it Codex already? Like years ago? So 2027 and 2028, we're going to see breakthroughs. I think one of the things that's interesting is it's predicted that in the next couple of years, we're going to start to see physics breakthroughs and mathematical breakthroughs. And we're going to start to see fundamental technology moving forward and its ability to help us understand the universe even deeper. I find that
that for me is the biggest and most exciting thing, because I think there's so much research data that we have not seen the signal from noise and have not extracted key observations from. I think AI let loose on that will absolutely do magical things.
Yeah. 2029 to 2031, the end of white collar work. I believe that, and this is an argument I have with a lot of people. What will it not be able to do? I don't see any job that at this point we're talking about advanced superintelligence. Do you think this is true, that we're going to start to see the end of all white collar work by that point?
The thing that's driving me nuts about this is that's the end point. Figure 2030 is the end point, but it's pretty much a straight line between here and there. Mm-hmm. And so the amount of job dislocation, in 2026, 2027 is going to be like nothing we've ever seen. And I keep telling all the CEOs, you're way under planning. You need to look at every single person in your organization, all the individual contributors doing white collar work, and you need to get them to become AI users right now. Yeah. Otherwise, you're condemning them to being sitting ducks. And you're like, well, it's 2 or 3 years in the future. They've been working and doing their career planning for 20 years.
Yeah, they're stuck.
You've got to get them on the platform now and free up the time for them to learn and put, formal education programs in front of them now. Because if you draw a straight line between now and 2030, which is probably more like 2029, 2028, That's only a couple years for people to remap their entire career path. So you're
There's
doing a huge disservice by sticking your head in the sand and ignoring this.
There's another thing as well, which is getting your employees and your kids and your friends to start thinking as entrepreneurs, right? Because when I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, Dan Sullivan, and Dan, I was saying, as this technology starts to truly become, magical at a level we can't even imagine right now. Is it going to quelch my sense of purpose? Is it going to, start solving things for me to the point where I'm not motivated? And Dan said, has there ever been a time where more powerful technology has made you less motivated? And I said, no. And he says, why do you think that is? And I said, because I'm an entrepreneur and I just dream bigger every time there's more capabilities handed to me. And I think that mindset of finding problems, solving problems, and letting everybody know they can become entrepreneurs. They can start to create, new capabilities, new companies, new nonprofits. They can start to dream at a level like never before. Is an unleashing of the human spirit that is so important.
And creativity to boot. It'll force it, which I think is really amazing.
Well, when I was lecturing at Stanford 2 weeks ago, at the end of the lecture, the TA came up to me and said, man, you really won the hearts and minds of all these students when you said the administration is completely out of touch with you. It's like, really? That's what got them won over? But it's that dynamic where, your kids are going through, my kids are going through, where they're chomping at the bit to use AI because it's so empowering. And because the administration hasn't figured anything out yet and they're woefully behind, they're a barrier. But the corporate version of that is, well, we can't do this because we're regulated or because of data leaks or because of hallucinations. That's a bullshit excuse. It means you haven't figured it out at the exec staff level, and now you're condemning your people to being behind the curve. And so
a great observation.
And that's just so inexcusable.
It's a leadership failure.
Yep, it's absolutely a leadership failure, and it's inexcusable.
The last quadrant in this slide here is 2036 to 2035, or 2035 to 2036. And it's trillion robot economy. I think it's supposed to be 2036 to 2045.
I think it should say $1 trillion.
Yeah. And so it's the notion that we're about to have a massive explosion in a number of robots. And it's not just humanoid robots, it's robots of every shape and size at the same time that we have bio-longevity cures. We unleash human longevity, love that stuff. All right, let's move on here. Along the lines of what we just saw, here's an article I pulled in. AI designs antibiotic synthesin that beats MRSA in mice. So this is multi-antibiotic resistant strains of bacteria. And so researchers built an AI tool that designs new antibiotic molecules faster than traditional methods. And AI designed antibiotics effectively treating MRSA infections that no longer respond to existing drugs. AI can design affordable lab-ready antibiotics to fight the deadliest infections. This is the stuff that turns me on. This is the stuff that I'm just thrilled about our future.
Well, that, and once you can personalize it to the individual, which we'll be able to do as a very quick next step, everything changes at that point.
Yeah, for sure. All right, one of our last slides here is that Gemini 2.5 benchmarks outperform competitors yet again in mathematics and coding and multimodal. We're seeing Gemini 2.5 Pro really beat out against OpenAI, both 03 and 04 model. And what it's not doing, though, is it's not winning the revenue race. OpenAI is just trouncing Google in revenues, and that's a dangerous place for it to be. I don't know if we need to say anything else about this, but Google's got incredible engineering talent and a massive number of wet, squishy brains working on this stuff. All right, let's go into beyond AI in the robotics world. Robotaxis, and this comes from Unusual Whales. So ARK Invest, this is Kathy Wood, projects a $34 trillion enterprise value from robotaxis by 2030. So, Kathy's been long on Tesla, as I am. Here we see a few of the companies. This is Waymo and soon Cybercab. That's massive. I mean, the idea that people are going to not take their cars anymore. I think when this really works, Dave and Salim, is when my AI is automatically anticipating when I need a car, and the car is showing up without me having to take it. Right? It knows my calendar. It sees me walking towards the front door, and the car is just waiting for me. It's magical.
Well, for God's sakes, when can it drive our kids to practice? That can't come soon enough.
Well, Elon says within 2-3 years. So there you go. You've been waiting a lifetime, 2 or 3 years. You'll be home.
I mean, we're supposed to have cyber.
Kathy Wood to do the math for us. Thank God. It's easy to lose track of the fact that a huge fraction of humanity, the number one job in the world is driver. That's the number one title. But, then you look down the long tail of other things that people do, and just a huge fraction of humanity is doing things as routine as driver, or, screw circuit board in, or assemble laptop lid, or it just goes on and on and on. And so if you sample humanity, you lose track of that when you're in a high-tech hub and everybody's working on next-gen stuff and spaceships and AI. But just sample, a random person on the planet and what they do. And that's in the scale of it, comes out to 33 trillion. I guess she would do the math. It is what it is.
Well, here's an example. So Waymo outpaces Lyft in San Francisco. 300 Waymo vehicles now complete more rides than 45,000 Lyft drivers in San Francisco. And each Waymo averages the workload of 150 human drivers operating 24/7. Have you guys taken a Waymo ride yet?
Oh, yeah.
Salim?
I did one in Phoenix. It was pretty mind-boggling, and that was like ages ago. So it's gotten way, way better since then.
It has, and you don't need to tip your driver. You can have confidential conversations. I'm always wondering if my driver is listening to my conversation as I'm just, in the heat of discussion.
Definitely listening.
I had a back-to-back where I did a Waymo ride in San Fran. The next day I was in New York, and I was in a smelly yellow cab. And it was like, the thing that jumped out at me about the Waymo that I had completely overlooked is you can control the lighting and the music, and they'll keep adding things to it. So it becomes like your little, travel cabana. And, they'll add flat screen TVs that'll sync to your phone, and it's going to be just such a different experience. And it's not just about being driven. It's about control of your environment. So I hadn't anticipated that.
Yeah, I can't wait for the lie down beds so I can get a nap on my way to work. This was a fun article out of the Wall Street Journal. Apple to support brain implant control of its devices. It's teaming up with Synchron to bring brain-computer interface to consumer devices. Now, albeit this is specifically for people who are impaired, who have severe disabilities. But, this is the direction we're heading. Again, Ray's predicted BCI, our ability to connect everything to the neocortex in the early 2030s. I just love seeing these little hints towards that direction.
Yeah, these are the early signals around that, but it'll become mainstream pretty quick after this.
Well, I'm very much a humanist, and I think it gets really creepy to me when you start punching directly into your neurons. But I'll put that aside for a second. Ray is going to emerge as one of the greatest prognosticators in the history of the world after going, up and then way down. And then 2029 artificial superintelligence predicted 30 years ago. It's going to land on the exact moment.
It's super annoying because he's so outrageous, but always correct. It drives everybody crazy.
Amazing.
It's funny. I don't know him. You guys know him personally very well. I don't know him personally, but the books were so inspiring to me. Just reinforcing everything I was already thinking, but then really quantifying it. So I'm going to love that when it lands right on the minute. It'll be great for Singularity as a brand too, I think.
Yeah. All right, let's close out our conversation today on Moonshots with a look at crypto once again. Here we go. We're seeing U.S. enacts stablecoin bill in 2025. So prediction market, Polymarket shows a 95% probability that the U.S. will pass a stablecoin bill in 2025, up 35% from prior weeks. Any comments on this, Salim?
I think this is going to be huge. They have to first pass a budget, so let's give them some time to figure that out. But when they figure out the stable coins, this will completely unleash the crypto world and give it a bridge from the crypto economy into the real world economy. And I think all sorts of things become possible. I think the opportunity for AI agents to do microtransactions using this is going to be amazing. So huge opportunities.
Yeah, I think that last point is by far the most important one that we should track closely week to week, because the ability to move back and forth instantaneously digitally from a stable coin back to Bitcoin or whatever you want is intimately tied to the agent-to-agent microtransactions. And that's going to be, we get Kathy Wood to do the math for us, but that's going to be probably the biggest part of the economy by 2040 is those transactions.
Oh yeah, there will be how many hundreds of billions of agents each doing microtransactions. I mean, this is the half of the internet. The internet when it was built, allowed us to share imagery and data and documents, but not financial transactions. This is the other half of the equation, and it's coming fast.
We're playing with Codex, pretty much all weekend. You can spawn agents to do all kinds of things for you, and the interface they put on front of it, each time you spawn an agent, it creates a new row, and there's a little bar turning. And you're like, this interface, like right out of the gate, I want to do 1,000 agents, and then it's going to be 1,000,000 agents, and it's immediately obvious that we're all going to be fighting for inference time compute. Like you can think of things so fast and deploy so many agents to do them for you so quickly. Like the gating factor is, well, I can't get the compute, and this interface obviously is not going to support the scale that I need either.
Well, the thing that Anish said as well is having his agent going out and shopping for lower cost insurance or mortgage rates and such. So I love that idea. You're going to be able to optimize everything. You're going to have your agents constantly searching the web at minimal cost. And then I want an army of agents that are going out and making investment trades for me, going out there and just an army making money. For me, I've been waiting for my boys, my two boys, to actually get excited about trading crypto, but I think the agents will get there first.
Well, another topic, I wish we had more time with Anish to talk about it, because I know he's big on disposable code and personalized code. And you're like, well, what's an example of that? Well, the example Anish usually gives is, imagine you're using Suno or Udio to create a song, but the song is about this exact podcast, and it has content in it that's related to our topics today. That's a great theme song to play as a pre-roll. So it's the software created this thing specifically for the podcast. It uses a fair amount of compute, but it's still like 12 cents, no big deal. You create it, then you throw it away. Well, I can think of a lot of those things. Let me spawn all those agents to create them, and I'm going to throw them away when they're done. That's a lot of compute. It's so worth it. But where's all that compute going to come from?
Wow.
My last slide for today, still on a Bitcoin roll. At this moment, Bitcoin's running at 106,000, roughly $500. Pretty good. We're approaching near highs. And this article came out. Bitcoin is becoming America's reserve asset. More Americans own Bitcoin than gold. That's pretty extraordinary.
I think this is kind of predictable just because it's so much more democratized. It's 1,000 times easier to own Bitcoin than it is to own gold. So I would have expected to see this sooner. The thing that I think will become really powerful is when we have people owning at gross level more Bitcoin than they do at gross level gold. And I think that'll be amazing.
Yeah, pleasure as always, gentlemen. Onwards. This was a big week in AI.
We have one last thing, Peter.
What's that?
Well, I think, Dave, you have a slide or a photograph, right? Do you want to just show that?
I'll stop sharing.
Can the team pull it up for me?
Yeah, or I can show something.
If you have it, then.
Given that it's your birthday, Peter, we found an MIT photograph of you from a ways back, and we thought this was absolutely worth showing. So talk about AI agents and retro. We want to hear that guy's voice.
Peter, I got this from Matt Rita. He sent me with an emoji of a hair pick along with it, so I didn't include that. But I was really reluctant to drag it out of the archives because I know it can come back around.
It's quite all right.
Retribution.
All right, I want to
Yes.
show you one other thing, though. Hold on. I want to show
Okay.
you one other thing. I've got two images that I thought were really interesting. Where's my image gone? Oh my God, we have to cut this out somehow.
I mean, I respect you guys. I spend my birthday doing a podcast with both of you. How's that?
Hold on. Okay, let me share this now.
Yeah, congratulations and happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you, pal. Thank you. I
Wait,
started
hold on.
my
Screen.
birthday by doing 100 continuous push-ups in a row. So still driving that.
Very nice. And then
All right, hold on.
escape
Ready?
room. Was that part of that celebration?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that was yeah.
There, I have two favorite photographs of you. One is this little 3D printed image of yours that I kept, and then one of the next generation.
Oh my God! Yes, my boy. Three of our boys, all born within like a month of each other. They're now all turning 14. Yeah, that doesn't look like me. But anyway, hey.
And I wanted to show one little more surprise. Lily, come on along.
Okay.
We brought you a birthday cake,
Ah, thank you.
but unfortunately, you can't eat it because
Yeah,
your
Yes.
avatar.
nothing on your diet unless there's salmon in the middle of it.
Nah. I'll reach out using Google's Beam.
Lots of love.
Well, Peter,
Thank
the
you.
guys around Cambridge talk about you all the time. I don't know if that photo was long gone. I'm
Yes.
glad we dug it out of the archives, but I'll just start it all over again. But just so you know, when your ears are ringing, that's everyone out here talking about you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Love you both. Have a beautiful
Big hug,
day,
Peter.
Salim, and happy birthday again from Saturday or Sunday, whenever it was. Saturday. Yeah. All right. Take care, Dave. Take care, Salim.
If you could have had a 10-year head start on the dot-com boom back in the 2000s, would you have taken it? Every week, I track the major tech metatrends. These are massive, game-changing shifts that will play out over the decade ahead. From humanoid robotics to AGI, quantum computing, energy breakthroughs, and longevity, I cut through the noise and deliver only what matters to our lives and our careers. I send out a Metatrend newsletter twice a week as a quick 2-minute read over email. It's entirely free. These insights are read by founders, CEOs, and investors behind some of the world's most disruptive companies. Why? Because acting early is everything. This is for you if you want to see the future before it arrives and profit from it. Sign up at dmandis.com/metatrends and be ahead of the next tech bubble. That's dmandis.com/metatrends.
So I just got dropped off by my local guide here on a remote, deserted island in the vastness of the Pacific Ocean. I'm out here for a handful of nights surviving off the land and what's in the ocean using the limited tools that I have at my disposal. I have no food, no water, any kind of shelter or any kind of fire starter. There's plenty of resources available for me if I know where to look and how to use them. Though there are dangers in these waters, and I hear there's even creatures in this jungle. I think first things first is we find a spot to set up a shelter and then secure a source of water and go from there. So right away, this is super lucky because this seems like a stagnant pool of fresh water. Sometimes there's high tides that bring salt water up into the inland of these islands, but with that comes plastic waste. So you'll see plastic water bottles everywhere. Here you don't see that. So it means that high tide does not affect this area. So this could very well be fresh, clean, neither of those, non-salt water. There could be parasites, so we definitely want to treat it, but this is an amazing find. Look at that. Wow. So this is a piece of that shipwreck there, and there's a really interesting story on how it got here. But for now, I'm gonna keep exploring because it's really hot and I'm starting to get really thirsty, so we gotta keep moving. All right, I found a handful of green coconuts, enough to get me through the day. I'm gonna secure some of these, drink some of the delicious juice, and then get going, finding a spot to set up my shelter. Well, there we go. That took a lot out of me, man. Holy. Let's drink one of these things. First coconut of the trip. Woo. So I'm gonna stash the coconuts there for now. I'm decently hydrated at the moment, feeling all right. I'm gonna continue around the island, trying to find the spot for my shelter. And then I'm gonna show you my gear. One of the downsides of living in the 21st century is plastic waste. For whatever reason, plastic ends up in the ocean, washes up on beaches all over the world. It's everywhere. It's really unfortunate, but one man's trash is another man's treasure. These water bottles are gonna come in handy for me on this trip for sure. Great containers for storing fluids. And often they come washed up with water in them. Yep, clean water. And the thing is, by these being out in the sun all day, all the UV will kill all the bacteria inside, if any. This could very well be home. This seems like a nice little spot. There's a bit of a breeze here, which is good. It'll help keep down the bugs. So I'm gonna call this home for now. I'm gonna bring my stuff over here and show you what I got in my bags. This is everything in the big North Face bag. Got tripods, these are GoPro mounts, bags if it rains, cleaning cloths for the camera. This here is a drone, medical kit, including Advil, bandages, sunscreen, that type of stuff. These are all external power banks, solar panel, another tripod, camera equipment, more camera equipment, and an inReach. All right, in my other bag, I got a mask, fin, and flippers. This is a snorkeling set here, Hawaiian sling. I have fish hook and some line. I have a hammock. I casted a vote on YouTube and people wanted me to bring a hammock, so I brought one out. I'm happy about it. Keep me off the ground, get me a little bit more comfortable. It won't, however, protect me from the rain. So I'm gonna have to build a shelter, that's a must. But I will sleep a little bit more comfortably if it's not raining. I have a little pillow, which I accidentally brought, but I'm happy I did. I got this bed sheet, which is gonna keep me nice and warm at night. I have my machete, a little knife, bit of paracord. Coffee is another luxury item. I always bring coffee, no calories in that, but that'll be nice to have every morning. Bit of clothing, sunglasses, headlamp, and I also have little titanium pot, and a life straw. Last two tools, which definitely are gonna be very helpful: bow and arrows, and then a custom made spear gun. This thing is really cool. I can't wait to use it. It's really thrown together with bike tires, rubber bands, and a bit of metal. Really cool thing. I can't wait to use it. Not a ton of gear, but not nothing either. No food, no water, no shelter. A lot to do, including building a shelter, so I'm gonna get going on that now. But first, I'm gonna go get a drink of water using the life straw. Honestly, I don't quite trust this thing, but I don't have too much of an option right now. Once I get a fire going, I have an idea of what to do. But for now, this is all I got. Honestly, it's not that bad. So this and the coconuts I collected earlier are gonna be my water situation for the day. I'm gonna bring this back to camp, start building on that shelter. Tomorrow, hopefully, find a better solution. I'm thinking hammock here, and then the shelter somewhere here, with the fire ring up front. I want to stay as far out of here as possible because the breeze is going to help keep the bugs down, but I also want to be somewhat protected from the rains and the high winds. So there's always a compromise, and this seems to be good enough. First coconut coffee of the trip. Yeah, just as bad as I remember. That hurts him. Whew, scary. Dude. All right, check this out. This is why I'm getting the vines from the ground and not the trees. Here's one from the tree. Tied in a knot. Breaks. One's from the ground, tied in a knot. The vines on the ground are a lot more resilient, and they're gonna make much better cordage than the vines on the trees. This is just a live vine that I cut. I'm gonna see if I can siphon the water from this into the clean thing. I'm not sure if this vine will work, but we're gonna give it a shot. And who knows, maybe this vine is like toxic, so I gotta be careful. All right, I'm gonna leave that for a good while and hopefully get some clean drinking water. Oh, it's delicious. Well, it's not finished and it's not perfect and it's not waterproof either, but it'll do the trick for a light rain. That's all I got for the day. I'm out of resources. I don't want to go back into the jungle to get any more rope. I'm gonna get geared to go to bed. I'm wiped. Pretty decent day today. Got a lot done, but I'm absolutely exhausted, so I'm gonna go to bed. Still a ton of work to do tomorrow, including finishing the shelter. I hope to get fire going. And then obviously I need to get into food because I haven't really eaten anything since this morning. And last but not least, water. I'm drinking that mud water, and relying on that filter just has me a little worried. I do have the coconuts, but there's not a ton of water in there. I need real water. So unless it rains, I got to do something with that mud water, and I have an idea. But first, fire is a priority, so I'll save that for tomorrow. But for now, I'm gonna rest because I'm pooched. So see you guys then. Good night. I swear I just heard something. Something kind of just wandered into camp. I'm gonna be keeping an ear out for whatever that was. Inconveniently, it's raining. Might absolutely dump, so I'm gonna get out of my dry clothes into my wet ones because obviously I want to keep my dry clothes dry. I hung my hammock up here and I'm gonna collect the rainwater as it drips down. Ah, yum. Good night. Morning everyone. The rain let up for a bit last night, so I got back into my dry clothes and got back into the hammock and got like 2 hours of sleep, so it's not nothing. Let's check to see how this thing's doing. But first, a word from today's video sponsor, and that's Saily. So I've been doing an absolute ton of traveling recently, including this trip where I came halfway across the earth just to film this adventure. And there's a lot of logistics involved, so it's important that I stay connected to the internet. So I used to rack up a pretty massive phone bill due to the exorbitant fees that you'd get from roaming, or I'd have to go looking for public Wi-Fi's, which was always spotty and sometimes even sketchy. And this is where Saily comes in. Saily makes it simple to set up a phone plan with data in over 150 countries, which is way cheaper than roaming. So I was recently in Asia and in South America, and here I am once again traveling internationally. And let me show you just how easy it is to set up an eSIM with Saily. After downloading the app to my phone, all I had to do was select the country, select the plan, and activate the eSIM. Then, when I landed, I connected to a local network with no hidden charges. Simple as that. No need to worry about shady public Wi-Fi or some of those scam SIM cards that you might find outside airports. All you do is download Saily once and you're always connected. And if you find out your phone isn't eSIM compatible, you'll get a full refund. So to try Saily, scan the QR code up here on screen or use the link down in the description and use my code for 15% off your first purchase. Thank you, Saily, for sponsoring this video. And guys, honestly, I couldn't emphasize how great this product is. I've been using it all the time and super stoked that they're the sponsor on today's video. Back to the video. Yeah, that is I don't think that's the color of water that we want to be drinking. I know with these vines you can actually filter water this way. It works with grapevine, not with whatever these vines are, so it could be dangerous. It's worth a shot to see how it works, but no. I think priority is obviously finishing off the shelter today, so I'm gonna get going on that almost immediately, but first I'm gonna have a coconut coffee and some coconut jelly. Woo! She's done, baby! Check this out. I actually did a pretty good job. There's a few holes, and it's not great back here, but honestly, look at that. You can't even see any light. That took a good little while, but we got her done. All right, this is my bamboo fire saw. I got a small board with a slit in it, and I'm gonna rub this on this blade here, back and forth, that's gonna create enough friction for me to start a fire. But first I need to put some tinder in here and pack it down and hold it with a stick. There we go, getting smoke. Lost it. It's close. I had an ember, but I lost it. I think I'll get it on the next one. Sea hibiscus. See the ember in there? We got fire, baby! Woo! Oh, it's such a nice feeling. I can't tell you how nice it is to get the fire going. Finally feels like home. It's such a wonderful feeling to have that up and running. Yeah, I saw it. That creature just wandered back into camp, so I'm gonna chill up for a little bit, see if it comes back around. If not, I'm gonna go to sleep. If nothing happens, I'll see you guys in the morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm getting low on water again, so I gotta start filtering it. But we got the fire going, so I got an idea. I'm gonna get going on that now. All right, I'm sick of drinking this putrid water, even with the life straw. I'm gonna make a filter using the charcoal from the fire and some sand to hopefully get some of that dirt taste out. The filter is not gonna get rid of the parasites, it'll just get rid of the taste and maybe some of the bacteria, but the boiling is what's gonna make everything great. And hopefully by the end of it, it'll be good tasting water too, because right now, as you can imagine, it doesn't taste very great. I guess it's just leaching the charcoal right now, but oh, look at that, that's clean. If I make a better iteration on this thing, I could definitely make it so the charcoal doesn't leach through. It already tastes a little better. I got my canister here, so I'm just gonna boil this and that to make it pure. You can also boil water in plastic, so I'm gonna do that in this little guy here. Yeah, I mean, it's water. Probably won't spend too much time drinking boiled water out of plastic water bottles, to be honest. I have this canteen, but it is possible. And up to this point, I could have got through everything that I've done so far with just a machete. I mean, excluding the hammock that I'm sleeping in. And now this pot that I'm using. It's pretty cool how much you can do on one of these desert islands with just simple machete. But this morning I really want to procure some fish, so I'm gonna set a hand line and get going on that. I also might go set some traps. right, I got a hermit crab out of its shell onto the hook. Let's see what we can do. Looks like the water's pretty calm on this area right now. I think I'm gonna come back with my gear and get in the water. This is the den of a coconut crab, I believe. So I cut open this here coconut, I'm gonna leave it out here and come back in a little bit, see if I can catch a crab. This mound of sand is not natural. It's actually made by some chicken-like bird that piles up the sand and lays its eggs in it. It'd be awesome to eat one of those. I haven't seen one yet, but apparently they come around and there should be eggs in there if they've laid them. But that's something I'm gonna check for on another day. I gotta keep on fishing, especially while the tides are like this. It's a pig. That's probably what I heard last night. I have my bow on me. I wonder if it's dangerous. I'm just gonna back out of here slowly. So I heard rumors there might be wild pigs here, so that's a good sign, or maybe not. I'm gonna have to come back out looking for them, because I might be some potential food. Wow, look at the size of that lobster shell. Oh my God, that's a giant. I'm gonna go in the water because it's nice and calm, and hopefully I can get myself some lunch. Woohoo! Fish, baby! Woo! That's two, baby! Two's good enough for now. I'm a little bit shooken up. I was just swimming in there and a big wave came and smashed me as I was spearfishing right beside the wreck, and obviously there's a lot of sharp metal around, and I was kind of like pushed around for a good couple of seconds, and I didn't really know how far I got pushed or whatever, but it freaked me out. It really freaked me out. So I'm gonna head back to camp and cook up this fish and go on from there. Look at that, perfect little fillet board. Almond leaves. Pick a couple of these, we're gonna cook the fish in this. Look at this beautiful piece of blue and red coral I found washed up on the shore. I'm gonna add these to the collection. Lunch is served. Where do I start? Start on the little guy. Oh, so good. I actually already feel my body coming back to life a little bit. Some coconut. Some more coconut. So I don't know if this bow will have enough power to take out that big pig, but if there's smaller ones lurking about, that might be more ideal. I'll have it handy in case that happens. I've mostly been relaxing since lunch. The day kind of got away from me. Sun sets fairly soon. And then after that, I'm gonna go look for those coconut crabs. I realize I know the name of that black bird that creates those huge mounds. That's like a chicken. It's called a manapole. So I'm gonna go lay a trap for one of those right now. So I'm back at one of those manapole nests. I'm just gonna set a trap just above the ground so it can eat it. It's just gonna literally be a dangling line with a hook and bait, just a few inches off the ground so it can grab it. Super simple. I'm just dangling this guy from a hook. Hopefully he sees it. I gotta get out of here. I'm getting eaten by mosquitoes. Woo! So beautiful. Honestly, I don't think birds fly at night like this. I think those are just really big bats. All right, I think it's dark enough to go check on those crabs. So I'm not just out here looking for a tasty meal and these coconut crabs. I'm also out here with revenge in mind. See, there was a very famous woman. Her name was Amelia Earhart. She was the first woman to cross the Atlantic in a plane. Very first. Once she accomplished that feat, she then tried to become the first woman to circumnavigate the Earth in her plane. But unfortunately, her plane crashed somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, and she was lost for many, many years. A couple years ago, a skeleton was found on an island somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, and it was rumored to have been the skeleton of Amelia Earhart. And it's actually rumored that she was eaten by coconut crabs. I think the story goes a little bit deeper than that. I'm pretty sure that the coconut crabs are responsible for her plane crash. I wouldn't be surprised if Amelia Earhart's plane was hijacked and then crashed by the coconut crabs. Anyways, I'm out here waiting for the coconut crabs to come out because I'm actually quite hungry again. I'm on top of one of those manapole mounds, setting another trap. No coconut crabs tonight, just coconut. Having that fish to fuel my belly was so wonderful. I'm gonna get into that again tomorrow. It's so necessary. I'm not concerned about water at this point. I got plenty of coconuts, a bit of rainwater left, and still all that swamp water. Main priority right now is just food. I hope to check the traps and look for coconut crabs again, but I'm also gonna go look for that pig. Saw it today and I know it's somewhere out there, so I'm gonna take the bow out and try my luck at getting some pork. I can't tell if that's rain or not, but it scares me. I think I'll just assume it's gonna rain tonight and move into the shelter. Get in the shelter. It's definitely raining out here. Not in here though. This is the best shelter I've ever built. That's for sure. Good job, man. Now let's just wait out the night. Oh Lord. Rain finally chilled out. It's just after 2 a.m. The shelter's nice and dry. It's cozy. It's warm. I'm tired. See you guys tomorrow. Absolutely brutal night's rest once again. The rain has a way of coming in at the worst times, right in the middle of the night. I'm feeling fried from the accumulation of lack of sleep over the last 3 nights. So I'm just gonna rest here this morning and get going on stuff a bit later, but stoked with how the shelter held up. Did an amazing job. Kept the rain out, kept the fire going, and I actually managed to catch a whole bunch of rainwater in these plastic water bottles I found on the beach. But for now, I gotta just like rest my eyes and lay in this hammock for the morning because I'm pooched. Check out this primitive spear gun. It's so cool. One of the locals made it for me. I actually watched them make it before I came out here. Put together with rubber tire, bits of metal. He hacked this point with a machete. Super cool and super basic. You got one rubber band for 1 power, second rubber band for 2 power. Let's go test this thing out. I'm stoked. All right, I'm gonna fish right off my beach here. I don't quite feel like going all the way to the other side of the island yet. And maybe there's good fishing here. I'm gonna take it nice and easy because I don't know how these currents are behaving right now. All right, we got one. Woohoo! Nice. The dude bit me though. So the pig's been coming through here at night, but I didn't see it last night because of the rain. I'm gonna go set out and see if I can find it. Got my bow and yeah, let's see what we can do. Looking around the jungle for a good little while, no sign. So I'm gonna go back to camp and just chill for just a little bit. Right there. Got a baby. I'm not gonna shoot that mama. It's a lot of meat, but I'm just here for a couple days. I don't need that much food, and she has little piglets. You know, it's not all that bad when you're not trying to sleep. The shelter is quite a bit more leaky than it was yesterday. Going back to check on the crabs. Hopefully they're there. They're too cute. And they just come right up to you. Like, I can't shoot that thing. Well, the coconuts seem to be eaten. Maybe it was the pigs. They are around. Or maybe it was the coconut crabs. We won't find out tonight, but I'll come back with a new strategy tomorrow. And hopefully, we'll see them. Good morning, everyone. I had another terrible night's sleep last night. That's okay, because I'm in paradise. Nearly let the fire go out in the middle of the night. Spent probably an hour getting it going again with the little bit of ember that was left. Yeah, it's easier to keep it going than to restart it, let me tell you. Lots to do today. I think I'm gonna hike back over to the shipwreck side and I'll tell you guys the story of that wreck. We'll do a little bit of fishing while we're out there. All right, heading back across the island in order to go spearfishing at the shipwreck. And there's a cool story behind this shipwreck. You see, during World War II, the Germans sent an elite group of Nazi soldiers in this small boat to come aid in the Japanese fleet. They brought with them these pigs that they genetically modified in order to produce higher yields of protein. But what happened halfway along their excursion is these pigs mutated and formed hyperintelligence. And what happened is these pigs ended up forming a mutiny led by the main pig, Sir Francis Bacon. And what happened was Sir Francis Bacon and the pig mutineers at this time formed a pirate brigade, which ended up commandeering and raiding US and Japanese warships during this time. They were very successful, but a storm came along and it ended up having them crash land here in this harbor, in this bay, where unfortunately they ended up getting trapped and stuck. They were completely marooned. Some of the pigs died, others came ashore, and as a result, this island is inhabited by the direct descendants of Sir Francis Bacon, the original mutineer, mutant pig of World War II Nazi Germany. I've been getting a lot of sun, and I have not been eating very much, so I don't know the validity of that story, to be honest. But let's go spearfishing. So I can't get the second band on, unfortunately. So it's only a 1 power right now. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna have to go back to the hand spear. The broken band on the spear gun makes this thing have a lot less power, which means I have to be a lot closer, which means I might as well use this thing. So going back out with the Hawaiian sling. Oh my god, those baby piglets are so cute! I want to take one home with me. Lunch. So Mama's been getting into my coconut bait. Having second thoughts about not shooting you with my bow. But the babies, they're so cute. Let's head back and eat that delicious steak I've been saving for the last 7 days. I'm joking, I wish. Oh. So when I was collecting firewood a little earlier, just before sunset, I saw a local fisherman and I flagged him over in his boat and we got to chatting for a bit. He's from one of the islands around here. And he said that there's lobster in these waters. And so he's gonna come back tomorrow and he's gonna show me how to catch lobster, which is so exciting because not only could I eat some food, but it's lobster, baby. So I'm excited for that. That'll be a great way to finish off the last evening here. Morning everyone. I had a little bit of rain last night, so I moved the fire into the shelter, but then shortly after the rain stopped, so I came back out and continued my sleep. Looks like we got rain on the horizon, and I'll be all right because it's our last full day today, day 6. Manifold. I had a pretty easygoing morning this morning. Looked like some rain was going to come in, but the last minute it changed course. Got into the water to do a little bit of spearfishing, but didn't have too much luck. Got one little small guy, probably like 50 calories on that thing. Did another loop of the island, said hello to my piglet friends. I was hoping they would want to be my homies by now, but alas, they have better things to do. Now just hanging out, enjoying my afternoon, waiting for the local fishermen to come back. They said they should be here around 5 o'clock, which is in just over an hour. Hopefully we get into some lobster. That would be insane. Yeah, beautiful day here on my last full day on the island. The beast is back. Got him. What have I done? I'm sorry. Kids are going to show me how to climb a coconut tree, how to do it the proper way. Oh my god, that's crazy. Oh my god. He's so high up there. I wish I brought a little local kid to help get me coconuts because that is a lot of water. Whoa. Oh, nice. Thank you, what a gentleman. These are the absolute best coconuts I've had all trip, and turns out it only takes a small child to climb 50 feet up a tree to retrieve them. That's it. So the mosquitoes were pretty bad, so they started a little fire. Anyways, we're just a few minutes away from heading out to go lobster hunting. It's almost time. I guess I'll just follow their leads. These kids are just showing me up. They're pulling the fish up by the boatload right now. The big ones too. But we're looking for a lobster, so we're gonna keep looking. Woo! All right, we're feasting tonight. So good. Look at all the fish. So, oh my God, that was absolutely so much fun and definitely the highlight of my trip out here so far. Turns out all it takes is a couple of local kids and a boat, and then you can have infinite food. But they were quite insistent that I take back one of those big lobsters, and I just had to say no. It didn't feel right, to be honest. Plus, I got my little lobster, and at the end of the day, it's not the size of the lobster that counts, it's how you eat it. And I'm gonna eat this thing up real good. Hello, sir, and for our final course, we have Pacific lobster served with coconut jelly strips on almond leaf. And may I suggest pairing that with coconut water? Oh wow, that actually sounds pretty good. I've been starving for like 6 days now. Indeed, sir. Oh, thank you very much. Yum, bon appetit. Wow, there's like a whole bunch of meat here. It already tastes like it was in butter. Oh yeah, I asked the fisherman about the shipwreck, and apparently it was either a fishing vessel or a tugboat for a larger fishing vessel. And about 11 or 12 years ago, there was a massive storm and it tried to seek refuge in that little bay there, and it ran aground. And it sounds like everybody survived. I was kind of unclear on that part, but yeah, a little different from what I thought. So I don't know where I got that story from, but yeah. Anyways, I'm heading off to sleep, so I'll see you guys first thing in the morning. Good night. Good morning, everyone. Rained a little bit last night, so I came in here, but we're heading home. Woo! Well, that's it for this one. I'm heading out in about 20 minutes. Pretty excited to get off this rock. That experience last night with the locals was so much fun, and it really goes to show how much a little bit of know-how can get you food in abundance around here, because there's lots of food if you know where to look and what to do. And sure enough, I'm a bit of a fish out of water here on this island. But my guide Harmon's coming to pick me up. Harmon, he works with the company Do Castaway. They're the whole reason that I was able to get out here. They're a company that finds these islands, sets up the logistics, and gets all the permits needed to come to these places. And so huge shout out to them for helping me make this experience a reality. But yeah, this one was one for the books. I'm excited to get out of here though, let me tell you. Eat some real food, have a shower, and of course get into a real bed that's not getting absolutely demolished by rain every night. Awesome experience overall. Pretty excited to get out of here though. Our ride's here. Time to head out. Woohoo! We're at the boat driver's house, and I'm with my guide Harmon. Harmon, tell me what you told me.
It's a first son, just get birth. First night you are in the island, and then he put his full name of your name.
So, Alexander Jordan Budnick.
Alexander Jordan.
Our boat driver named his firstborn son Alexander Jordan Budnick, and then with his last name. It's so crazy. It's amazing. I'm honored. Here you go. Thank you so much. So beautiful. Such a cute little child. Congratulations. Bye-bye, little Alexander Jordan. So cute.
And obviously you don't need an introduction, but you do need a disclaimer.
I like that. Andrew Tate is a name virtually everyone has heard of. A 4-time world kickboxing champion, self-made multimillionaire entrepreneur, internet phenomenon with billions of views, and one of the most polarizing voices of our time.
This is all women's fault. Women did this. A girl boss is not someone running around saying, I hate men, I don't need men. And all those women who say, I don't need men are fucking liars, because you do need men.
You're raising men, you're raising boys, you're marrying husbands.
That's right.
What are you doing demonizing them?
But fame comes with a cost, and for Tate, that's meant global scrutiny, criminal charges, and months behind bars.
This podcast will be watched by government agencies. They will watch this. They will analyze with a psychiatrist. Me, you, the entire world is a battle for influence. And if you're influential, they need to get you under somebody.
What makes a man more enslaved? The guy that's living paycheck to paycheck in the rat race, or someone that has money and power but stays silent on big topics that matter?
You ask me very good questions that I have to genuinely think about.
Are you afraid of anything?
Yes, I am afraid of.
Andrew, welcome to the What They Don't Tell Us podcast.
What They Don't Tell Us.
That's what it's called.
That's a good name, What They Don't Tell Us. Am I here to tell everybody
what
things
we don't
that,
know?
What they don't know?
Basically, this is what it's about.
Back to jail then. Back to jail. I need to pack a bag.
Maybe after 3 hours, we'll find out.
We'll see.
But let's start off with something. Firstly, I mean, obviously you don't need an introduction, but you do need a disclaimer.
I like that. I don't need an introduction, but I do need a disclaimer.
I think you should walk around with a disclaimer everywhere you go, because you're either misinterpreted or misunderstood, and walking around with a disclaimer could help you a lot.
I would argue I am one of the most misunderstood men in the world.
Yeah.
But then it's interesting because I have never had a negative interaction with anybody in person in my life ever. So it seems all the people like me, but the Matrix and the mainstream media and the mainstream narrative is trying very hard to convince everybody I'm bad. So I don't know if I'm actually misunderstood or if people do understand me. I'm sure in private conversations, there's obviously someone who's going to pipe up and say, Andrew's bad, or Andrew said this, or Andrew said that. But I like to believe, by and large, I'm quite understood and quite liked. In my experience of life, I'm liked. I only go through the world and nobody says anything bad to me. Everybody likes me. So yeah, maybe I should wear a disclaimer. If you have a brain, you like me. And if you don't, you don't. I mean, I guess that's the disclaimer at this point, but.
Yeah. I mean, when I was, studying you literally for this podcast, I was literally, because I'm the kind of person that reads between the lines. When someone says something obnoxious or weird or out of the box, my immediate reaction is not, no, I disagree. What the hell is that? I always say like, why would he say that? That's so interesting. Let me see.
Yeah.
And then I listen a little bit further. And I like my podcast to also have that angle, because I do speak about very bold things on this podcast. And I'd like for people to understand that, read between the lines. You don't need to take things at face value, because face value could be many things. And that one thing that I actually wanted to jump into is why people assume that. So before I go back to what I wanted to say, let's just jump straight into that, since we're talking about it. Have you read the book 48 Laws of Power?
No.
No.
However, I do know the book, and I have seen there's a Twitter account and people tweet them all the time. I probably should have read the book, but I'm petty.
Yeah.
Right? So when I see some skinny little dork who I could strangle to death tweeting about the 48 Laws of Power, I just think I'm not reading this book. So that's how my mind works. That's why I haven't read it.
Can I tell you why it came to mind?
Sure.
Okay, because they talk about the strategic self-presentation, and that reminded me so much of you. I'm going to read a quick passage from the book just so you maybe
I didn't
you can
need to
reference
read it.
yourself.
I didn't need to read it. It's perfect.
Everything is judged by its appearance. What is unseen counts for nothing. Never let yourself get lost in the crowd or buried in oblivion. Stand out. Be conspicuous at all costs. Make yourself a magnet of attention by appearing larger, more colorful, more mysterious than the bland and timid masses. Draw attention to yourself by creating an unforgettable, even controversial image. Court scandal. Do anything to make yourself seem larger than life and shine more brightly than those around you. Make no distinction between kinds of attention. Notoriety of any sort will bring you power. Better to be slandered and attacked than ignored. Is that you?
That's the first time I've ever heard that, but it put a smile on my face. What's funny is, I completely agree with the latter point. There's no such thing as bad publicity. That's absolutely a fact. My brother and I walk around now like the Gambino crime family. We didn't have to kill anybody. It's kind of cool. So that's true. Although if you read that passage, or anyone who reads that book, it sounds like quite an easy thing to do, right? You'd say, okay, well, why don't you just stand out? If you just stand out, then you get to garnish power and you get to not be caught amongst a herd of the bland NPCs. So why don't people do it? And
it's more than stand out. It's have an image. Always have a persona.
Yeah, but to court attention in and of itself is, one, getting harder and harder to do, I would argue. And two, there's huge repercussion for doing that, because anyone whose head sticks up gets chopped off. And the reason a lot of people don't do that passage which you read out, it sounds to me, when I hear it, when I analyze it, I say, okay, you're talking about the different ways to obtain power. Making money is difficult. Becoming strong is difficult. Having mental fortitude is difficult. But just stand out and be unique, that's pretty easy. I can put on a shirt and I can run around and, put on a hat. But the reason you can't actually do these things in any significant way is because the system as a whole is going to chop off the head of anybody who stands up and has genuine influence over the population.
But do you think you're misunderstood because you peacock? Because you stand out?
I don't think many people misunderstand me. I think everybody understands me, and some people are just jealous of me and refuse to like me because they were picked on in school, and I remind them of someone who probably picked on them a little bit.
Do you think it's women or men?
It's a good question. It's really interesting. I mean, I don't want to come across as too arrogant. I know that's a funny thing for me to say, but if I had to genuinely analyze the people who like me and don't like me, it's men who were picked on in school. I mean, I'll be honest. If I was 5'5", I wouldn't be hated. It's literally, he's big and he's rich and he has all these cars. The BBC said it to me. You walk around with your Bugatti and your cigar and it's misogynistic. I'm like, what does that even mean? It means that I'm 6'3" and I have a whole bunch of money and a bunch of nice cars, and they just don't. My image as a whole aggravates them. I don't have to talk. So that's part of it. And then from women, do women dislike me? I don't know. I'm sure there's some troll somewhere.
So I'll tell you from my perspective what I think. I think a lot of men love you. A lot of men respect you, or they find you hilarious. You kind of play on the fantasy of what a man could have, right? Even when you're doing it in an obnoxious way, showing your money and your cars and your fame. And I think men love it. I mean, I even find my husband like scrolling and laughing when you're posting stuff. He actually loves it. And even when you say bold statements that are maybe shocking or crass, I think a lot of men agree with you, but they're just worried to say it themselves.
Well, this is what's interesting, because you used a very important word there. You said obnoxious. Being obnoxious with your opinion, and I'm not saying obnoxious with your personality. You can't be societally retarded. But to be obnoxious with an opinion in general is a masculine trait. To sit and say, I've said it this way and that offends you, but I said it this way anyway because I'm not afraid of what you're going to do about what I've said. That's the masculine imperative in the first place. To sit and say, I'm going to talk this way and all 20 of them will get mad, but I can fight all 20 of them, so I don't care. That's the masculine imperative. So a lot of people, men understand it and go, yeah, he pissed everyone off with the way he said it. But that's actually a masculine way to do it. It's very feminine to sit and go, well, I don't want to make you mad, but I think that maybe there could be.
Yeah.
And that's how they're trying to neuter men in general across the entire Western Hemisphere. But they want us to talk and think and act that way. And I refuse to do it, which is why they hate me so much. But I think a lot of men understand that when I'm saying things the way I'm saying them, especially if I'm triggering somebody, that I'm doing it to trigger them. I mean, it does make it a little bit more entertaining to do. That is true. I am a troll to a degree. It is true. But it doesn't mean I don't mean what I say.
Yeah.
It means I say it in a particular way.
Yeah. I mean, would you say that, I think you're very intelligent, and I think that you know what you're doing when you're saying something in a bold, obnoxious, or headline news kind of way.
Yep.
And I think that is a major reason why you built a giant following. But now that you have your soldiers, okay, now that you have the platform and the following, do you still feel the need to say things the way you say them?
Well, that's what I think, and that's how I think them.
How you think them, or is it, because you would say a really bold statement instead of saying it in a way that I think everybody agrees with. I mean, many things that I was coming across, I'm like, no, he's right. He's right. And he's right about that too. But would I choose your words? Probably not.
Probably not. I agree with you. But that is genuinely how I think of them a lot of the time. That's what comes to my head. And it's now at a point where, do I want to filter in any way? And I believe the primary objective of the attacks against me is simply to try and blunten my edge. That's what they want to do. They didn't want to put me, well, they wanted to put me in jail. They knew they probably wouldn't be able to. They want me to say sorry. They want me to bend. They want me to break. Because everybody else who was a cultural force in some degree in the modern times has bent or broken. I mean, you look at Peterson, he ended up a drug addict and he lost his brand and all these things are happening. If I would have just stood up and cried and said, I'm sorry from the Romanian prison, all of this would have been over. That's all they want me to do is destroy my own brand. They want me to calm down and shut up and sit down. And, you know, I get so much satisfaction from being annoying to my enemies that I refuse. I'm as stubborn as they come. And I'm going to talk the way I want to talk. And I'm going to say the things I think the way I think them. And I guess it is a side effect of success, because we talked about how saying things obnoxiously is masculine. It's actually a sign of success where people talk about you money, but you can have a you personality and a you attitude. I don't need anybody to really like me, and I don't need anybody to talk to me, and I don't need to talk to anybody. So I have this, I'm very open and honest about the way I think about things, and I say them exactly how I think them. And sometimes if they aggravate or antagonize people, I enjoy that because it allows me to read their emotional leakage or get a read on them as an individual. If I meet somebody and I sit down and I say something and they lose their mind, well, then I know they're an idiot. Like, this is the first time you've ever met me. How can my words control your emotionality to the point where you're now genuinely upset? You're an idiot. If I sat down with somebody and they said something racist to me or something horrible to me, or they said I was a human trafficker, I couldn't care less. It doesn't matter to me because I don't see their opinion as important. But when I sit down with people and I say something which is not only true, usually hilarious, and people lose their mind, well, then I just know they're clowns. Because that is the primary objective of the Matrix in the first place, is to elicit emotional leakage and emotional attention from people who have no vested interest in the subject at all. I mean, they can get people emotionally riled up over subjects they don't even understand or know. This happened recently with the Houthis. It was funny. Before Trump started bombing the Houthis, I noticed the news was talking about the Houthis all the time. We have to get the Houthis, the Houthis, the Houthis. And everyone's walking around going, yeah, we have to get the Houthis. I'm like, you didn't even know who the Houthis were 3 days ago. You didn't even know where Yemen is. But they could just make you dislike these people so they can murder them en masse. How do they do that? Because they can emotionally affect you. I can't be emotionally affected. So why do I talk the way I talk? Well, if I walk in a room and I say something and 7 people end up emotionally affected, well, then I know they're dipshits. I'm trying very hard at my stage in life to avoid dipshits. So I don't really see any of the negative from speaking the way I speak, because I don't really need to be liked. I wouldn't be this way in corporate because I couldn't, but I don't need to be in corporate. So I'm okay, you know? So I guess it's just a life decision I've made. We talk about, I don't want to swear in front of a woman, but F you money. It's an F you personality. This is what I think. This is how I say it. If you don't like it and you don't talk to me, you lose. I don't lose anything. You lose. So I guess that's how I go around, and that's how I speak.
So you talk about the Matrix. I know what you mean by that, but just for the sake of my audience, let's walk them through that. What is the Matrix, and what do you teach young men?
Yeah, so society as a whole, and although the Matrix is evil, in many ways it is necessary, but society as a whole has to be controlled and constrained. And we have all these different people with all these different ideas, many of different races and religions, different upbringings, different versions of history. And we're all living in very close proximity to one another. And this is a relatively new thing, right? We were in clans where we understood each other completely because we were familiar, or we had the same version of history, the same stories we were raised on. Even in the 80s and 90s, even when I went to school, I'm an old man now, but when I went to school, everyone talked about the TV show the night before. Everyone watched the same TV show that day. All the kids did. At the same time.
Show.
That's right.
I was part of that.
That's right. But now there's Netflix and the internet. I'm sure none of that exists anymore. So we're not bound together by anything.
Right.
So the Matrix is a false version of reality, which they're constantly purporting into the population, trying to keep everything together, trying to keep all of these different people with all these different ideas functioning as a cohesive society. And different countries attempt it in different ways. But effectively in the West, what they've decided to do is just endlessly lie to us. And the version of reality and the version of history, especially, that we've been told is a lie. The institutions that we're told to believe in are corrupt. The education system is corrupt. The medical system is corrupt. The judicial system is corrupt. You name a system, it's corrupted. All of them are. And we're told
democracy is a scam as well.
Well, democracy is corrupt. The electoral system's definitely corrupt. So we're told that. Yeah, we're told go to school, work hard, get a degree, you'll get a job, you'll end up rich, save for your 401k, don't worry about your pension, you're going to own your home one day, vote for your candidate, it really matters, and you're going to be a happy citizen. And it turns out every single part of that is a lie. And that is the Matrix. And the reason I call it that is because of the movie. In the movie, that Neo is living in a false version of reality, which is very separate and different than the real reality, just to keep him placated so that his body heat can be harnessed by the machines. And that's effectively what the governments of the West are trying to do now. They want you to pay taxes. You need to work, and they want to keep your mind distracted and placated enough for you to continue to pay taxes, even though your cost of living keeps going up, your living standard keeps going down, crime keeps going up, you can't let your kids play outside, you're miserable, the traffic and the commute is getting worse day by day, your life is degrading in real time, your only chance to get out of it is to get rich. You can't, and you're stuck. So they have to broadcast enough garbage into your brain that you get distracted by TikTok and being stupid enough to pay $700 to go watch Taylor Swift standing up and down. This is the thing, though. It's true. That is the Matrix. You want to ask me? Let me answer the question. What's the Matrix? A concert is the Matrix. Look at these people screaming, jumping up and down, looking at an artist they've already heard the song from 50,000 times, idolizing this person like they're Jesus. And they can't even pay their own bills. That's the Matrix in a nutshell. Those are the people who have been completely psyoped by the slave mind. You are allowing yourself to be distracted with bread and circus garbage as your actual life and the things that matter crumble around you.
Is it dangerous for both men and women alike? And how do people, like you say this, and then they're going to be like, how do I get out of it?
Well, first you have to be aware of it. That's the first thing. And the second thing is not everybody can escape. And when I said earlier about the Matrix, how it is evil, but it is necessary, if everybody understood what's going on, then there'd be a new version of society. And would that new version of society be better? I don't know, because it'd be very chaotic. You'd have to find something else, something new to bind everybody. Perhaps we could come up with something which was more based on integrity and truth. That's a good idea, but ideas and application are not often the same. So when I speak and I say these things, I think 1 in every 10,000 people understand me. And I hope the other 9,999 don't understand me, to be honest with you. Because for there to be winners, there has to be losers. I like that the Matrix exists as long as I'm not in it. I want to be outside of it. You know, it's fine. I like that they inflate the currency because I own a bunch of real estate. It's fine to me. I win. But if you want to win, you got to escape it. And I think the way to do that is different for men and women, to be honest. I can only talk from the masculine perspective because the masculine perspective is the only one I know because I'm a man. But in the world today as a man, and this kind of ties back into what you were saying earlier about standing out from the crowd, it is far more difficult to achieve a genuinely unique status than it's ever been, because money alone doesn't work anymore. We live in Dubai. Who doesn't have a Lambo? Who cares? Who doesn't have money? Who cares? Right? So you can't just have money. You need to have money and charisma and intellect and wisdom. And you need to be smart. You need to be brave.
And physically fit.
And physically fit, in good shape. You have to add all these things together. And then you need status. You need clout. You need to add all of this up. And it's getting harder and harder for men to break through to that 1%. And the true answer to all of these things is you need to be prepared to take risks and suffer the pain of failing, because you're not going to win every single time.
Do you think it's easy to win with the quality of people competing against each other now?
It was easy for me. I think it is easy for winners to win. Yeah, that's true. I think it's easy to make money. But in the world today, I see a lot of people who make money and think that's enough. They still think it's the 1995 or something where you could have money and that you're somehow somebody.
Do you think it matters how you make the money?
It's a really good question. I'm going to answer that by talking about my own personal story where I'd made money in a you could argue, morally, you could say it was wrong. I mean, illegal, no. Moral, again, you could argue back and forth about it, but I'm not going to do that. But I would say that there is a karmic retribution in the universe. And if you take dirty money, you're going to pay the price for it one way or another. I think if you scam somebody, you pay the price for that. I think if you rug pull crypto coins, you pay the price for that. I like to believe the universe is fairly balanced. And I like to believe that everybody gets what they deserve, both the good and the bad. And I like to believe that I deserve all of the amazing things I have, and I deserve all of the bad things that happen to me. And that's probably me optimizing my mind for competency and the capability to deal with things. Because if something bad happens to me and I believe I deserve it, it's much easier than going, oh, poor me. I don't have a victim mindset. So when bad things happen to me, I'm like, okay, well, I didn't realize that I cut someone off in traffic 3 weeks ago. And that delay caused them to miss the birth of their child. So I deserve this.
You deserve to be in Romania.
I deserve to be in Romanian jail. You know, that's just how I optimize my mindset. So I never feel sorry for myself. And I think the reason I do that is because it allows me to handle things easier. But the reason now in the current position I'm in, where I could easily I mean, I could rake in $300 million in a week if I want to scam people. I won't do it because I believe that you'll pay the price for that. And I'm not talking about pay the price legally. I'm talking about paying the price cosmically, universally. I think things all balance out in the end. So by extension, to answer the earlier question about is it easy to win, I think that every single person watching this has exactly what they deserve. I think everything good in your life, you deserve it. Everything bad in your life, you deserve it. If you're important and famous, you deserve that. If you don't deserve it. You have exactly what you deserve. Where you are and who you are is what you should be. And if you wanted to be something else, you would be something else.
So do you feel like all the false allegations, which all came out to be false against you, was that your fault, or was it the media trying to get you down? The way the world has functions right now on bad press, bad media, your reputation is more detrimental right now than an actual crime. People want to get you for your reputation and not for a crime.
Correct.
So is that still your fault?
Well, yeah. Was it fair? No. Was it my fault? Yes.
What would you take responsibility for?
Because everything is my fault. This is how I approach the world. If this building collapses, it's my fault.
How so?
Because as I walked into the building, I should have used my unmatched perspicacity and Aikido ninja mind to detect the crack in the foundations. Instead, I failed. I wasn't paying enough attention. I was looking at my phone, texting somebody, and now look, I died. My fault. I take responsibility for absolutely everything in my life. What they did to me was unfair, yes. But is it my fault? Well, I did attack the Matrix. I did go to war in a battle of influence against the most powerful governmental systems on the planet. I did say things which could have been taken out of context. I did hang around with hundreds of women. I did brag and be brash and run around in my Lambo with 3 girls in the passenger seat. I did all of this. Is it fair how they spun it and attacked me with it? No. But I don't think as a full-grown man, I can sit here and say it's not my fault. I still did certain things.
Do you think that
if someone runs up to me on the street and stabs me to death, is that fair? No. Do I deserve it? No. But is it my fault? Yes. I should have seen him coming. I should have heard him coming. I should have had security. I should have known he was after me because we argued the day before. Everything is my fault. So fault and fair in the amateur mind are conflated. In my mind, they're very different things. It's unfair what they did to me. Yes, they lied about me. Yes, I'm innocent. Yes, it was a setup, but it's my fault.
Do you think that applies to women as well? They need to take the responsibility for whatever happens to them.
Well, I don't want to get in trouble, but
because with that logic, with that logic, and I see the point because I believe everything is my fault as well.
Yep.
But with that logic, then if a woman is wearing a short skirt and a bra and walks on the street,
let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
And then she gets whistled at, she gets, God forbid, raped or hit on or whatever. Is that her fault?
Yes. Now, in true misogynistic style, I'm going to have to say that women, by and large, and obviously exceptions do disprove the rule, struggle with personal accountability more than men, by and large. Correct. And I'm not saying all women. I'm just saying.
But I mean, there's an exception to all rules, right? But we're talking here generally speaking.
Yeah. Yes. And the reason for that is because when you blame yourself for things, you become competitive. And the world for a man is actually more competitive than the world for a woman. And women, to a degree, not all women, but some women manage to get by not being particularly competitive. They're just pretty or they know enough people. And they just go through life not really blaming themselves for anything because they don't have to optimize in any way. But if you want to optimize yourself, you always have to take fault for everything all of the time. I said something before about that the BBC still use against me to this day. I said that exactly what you said. I said if a woman goes out and she meets a man she doesn't know, and she's wearing a short skirt, and she gets drunk with that man, and then she sniffs cocaine with that man, and then she kisses that man in the bar, and then she goes back to that man's hotel room, and then cries rape, I blame the woman. And they said, in the BBC, Andrew Tate says women are responsible for rape, because they twist everything. And what I'm trying to say is that we need to have personal accountability in all things, because the world's not a perfect place, right? Am I saying she should be raped if she ends up in that hotel room? No. What I am saying is that the world's not a perfect place and people do bad things. And her, as an adult, should have enough personal responsibility to not put herself in a position where it's easy to allow bad things to happen to her. Just as I, as a man, don't allow myself to be in a position where bad things can happen to me. I won't go to Kandahar right now and get shot with an AK because I know that there's people there who might kill me. We all have to have personal responsibility, but the world is now skewed. And we live in this very unfair dichotomy of this double standard, which is applied to men in this matriarchal matrix system where women are girl bosses and better than us at everything and beat us up on Netflix shows, while at the same time, anything that happens to them wasn't their fault. A man made them do it. And we have these two things sandwiched together. And as a man, you're stuck in the middle. Imagine you're a 17-year-old boy, you're going to school, you're watching Netflix, you're watching TV, you're watching these things. They're telling you women are better than you at everything. They're trying to make you into a girl. They're trying to make you talk like a girl, think like a girl, be a girl. You turn on Netflix, the mom is smart, the dad is dumb. There's a little woman beating up 55 men on every single TV show. Your masculinity is permanently under attack. But then you get a girlfriend and you're with her for a few months, then you break up, and then she cheated on you, but that's your fault because you could emotionally manipulate, or you were a narcissist. So everything she does is your fault, but you have no authority, but you have all the responsibility, but you're also her inferior while capable of making her do things she doesn't want to do. Like, it doesn't even make sense.
I think this double standard as well of how they're raising women and men these days to believe that women are taking the place of men and there are no men and you should emasculate yourself a little bit so that there is equality, right? But then when men and women are dating and they're in relationships, all of a sudden a woman is going back to her instinct and she's like, but why aren't you leading? And why aren't you providing? And why aren't you, leading the household? And you're like, okay, but I thought that's not, like, did you not want this? I mean, I'm so confused because mainstream media is saying that it's offensive now to tell a woman that I've got you, right?
Exactly right. And that's why the birth rate's collapsing. That's why marriage is collapsing. That's why everything's over. You know, I recently watched this. I witnessed this recently. We're talking about how, and we can actually talk about this from a biological perspective, because we talk about how women don't want to take accountability for things. But one of the reasons they get away with that is because men, by and large, as a society, allow women to get away with these things.
Yeah.
Because we are programmed to protect women. Because if you have 100 men and 100 women and a war comes, the reason the men go fight, because supposedly the patriarchy was so evil and mean. If you listen to a feminist, history is patriarchal. The patriarchy is disgusting. Turns out it was men who were dying in a ditch, getting shot while you sat at home with the kids. But no, we were supposedly bad. Why do we send the men to go fight? Because if it was truly a patriarchy, we could sit around and say, I'll send my women against your women. Baby mama battle. I'll send my chicks. You send your chicks, they can fight. I'm going to sit here. I'm a king. I don't have to go fight and die. Why? Because if you have 100 men, 100 women, and 95 men die, well, those 5 men can still impregnate the 100 women. Your tribe will survive. If 95 women die with 100 men, your tribe's over because you can't reproduce fast enough. So men have been programmed evolutionarily across thousands of years to protect women by and large. And you see this all the time. And that has been hijacked now to the point where women, when they don't want to take responsibility for their own actions, have men jump up and jump around them to defend them. This happens all the time. A porn star will come out after doing 500 porn scenes and say, I was fooled and tricked. My mom was a drug addict and it was unfortunate. And then this manager met me and he seduced me. And now I'm suing him because I didn't want to. That's what she's going to say. And whether that's true or not, you could debate. But what's interesting is thousands of men will start going, yeah, poor girl, instantly defending her. They don't even know if what she said is true. She should have come from a white picket fence Christian household. She just made it up.
With Me Too movement, women don't lie
Defend
anymore.
all women. Women don't lie. And I saw this very recently with Lily Phillips. I see Lily Phillips going on these podcasts and you have all these conservatives, these Republicans, these masculine men trying to convince her that, what's happening to her is wrong and she needs to look at her childhood and work out why she did it, etc. To me personally, I just think she's a whore, and whores have always existed, and she can go be a whore, and it's her decision, and that's what she's doing, and I don't feel any instinct to protect her. Now, maybe I'm the broken one, but I see a bunch of dudes trying to stick up and protect her. She's making her own decisions. You want to talk about personal accountability? There it is. Let her do it. Let her suffer the consequences. Who cares?
But that's how it's always been. I mean, at least how I was growing up. If we're teenagers, I mean, I'm born 86, I'm 38 now. And as teenagers, and you're making bad decisions over and over again, 18, 19, 20, at some point, no decent boy wants to date you.
100%.
And it's your personal accountability. And that's as a teenager. Now that we know better, we say, okay, but that's a teenager's mind. Maybe she doesn't know. But when you're a fully grown woman and you're choosing your choices, why are people trying to protect how she feels about the choices she's making as opposed to making her hold herself accountable for those choices.
What's really interesting is this. If we're going to live in a society where women are not accountable for their own decisions, why can they vote? Exactly. Why can they be in charge of governments? Why do we listen to anything they say ever? I'm not trying to be a misogynist because this is why they call me a misogynist. I'm asking questions. If we live in a society where women are not responsible for their own actions, which means by extension, they're not responsible for any of the actions which take place because of their ideals that they promote. If a woman wants to sit there and say, we need transsexuals in school, drag story, child book reading, we need this because it makes me feel good. But I'm not responsible for what happens to those children. I'm not responsible, and I'm not going to take accountability for how bad an idea this was. I just want it so I can say I'm a good person. My question is this. Until women are prepared to take accountability the same way men are, why do we listen to anything they even say? And this is why I'm called a misogynist, and this is why I say things that upset the matrix, and this is why I get in so much trouble.
And I just think they misquote you. Like what you say, if someone just takes that sentence and doesn't listen to everything you're saying, they're going to say,
why do we listen to what women say? And they're going to put it up there.
That's how it works, right?
But I don't listen to what men say who don't take accountability either.
Absolutely.
The thing is, the matrix, they gender most of my arguments, and they say I'm talking about women. I'm not only talking about women because exceptions do disprove the rule, but we have to talk about generalities. In general, men take more accountability than women because in general, men have to be more competitive than women. But there's plenty of men who don't take accountability either. There's plenty of them.
Absolutely.
And I don't talk to them either. And that's one of the reasons why, I judge people on their appearances all the time. I judge books by their cover all day, every day. If I look at you and I feel like you're weak, I don't believe you have personal responsibility. I don't believe you have motivation. I don't believe you have dedication. I don't believe you can keep donuts out your mouth. I don't believe you have any self-control. I don't talk to you. I don't like you. Call me fat phobic. I don't care. That's my decision. I'm rich. I don't need you. So I don't talk to you. Because I believe you're the kind of person who will not take accountability for their actions. Because you're eating donuts all day, you're becoming obese, and you're blaming your fucking thyroid. So you're a dumbass. So I don't need you near me or around me because you're not responsible for your actions. If I lend you my car and you crash it, you're not going to come to me like a man would do. A man who's accountable. If I crash a car, which is impossible, by the way. But if that happened...
Because you're not a woman.
You said it. You said it. But if I crash a car... I'll go up to the guy. If I borrow a car and crash it, I'll go up to him and say, brother, I crashed your car, completely my fault. I'll pay for all the repairs or I'll buy you a new one, 100% on me. I got your back. That's what a man would do.
Yeah.
But what a weakling would do, or someone who doesn't take accountability, is they say, I crashed the car, but it wasn't my fault. What happened? Well, this guy, he just pulled out of nowhere and he just came and then the tree just grew out of nowhere and was just in the middle of the road and I hit the tree. So, by and large, and of course, exceptions don't disprove the rule, by and large, this is a test for everybody at home. Ask a man if he's ever crashed a car, and he'll say yes or no. And if he says yes, he'll say why. And he'll probably say, oh, I was drunk or I wasn't paying attention. He'll blame himself. Ask a woman, have you ever crashed a car? Yeah, I've crashed. What happened? Oh, it wasn't my fault. Every time it's not their fault somehow. Somehow the tree just grew in the middle of the road.
I've been there.
Well, this is the thing that's interesting. So in the West, if they have an idea that they want to psyop the population with, they aim for children and women first. They don't aim for the men. We're hard to convince. Men are hard to convince. They aim for the women and the children.
That's welfare.
Well, that's welfare. That was COVID. COVID was simply grandma's going to die. And that makes women go, grandma, because women are emotional. You can manipulate emotions. Men, we're not as emotional. You have to come to us with facts. And I'm like, okay, well, how many grandmas? Whose grandma? Not my grandma. She's built different. I don't care.
That's what they did with the October 7th. The first thing that came out was beheaded babies.
Of course, a lie.
To
psyop.
Trigger women.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. So in the matriarchy of the West that we live in, we're living in this matriarchal society where the people who have the most power, because women are more powerful than men in the West, they pretend that they're living in a patriarchy because men make more money and all this bullshit. There is not a single law in the Western world that benefits men over women. And I can name endless laws that benefit women over men. A woman can destroy a man's life at random with a single accusation and no proof. She can take his house he worked for. She can take his children. She can take his money. The richest women in the West, the top 10 of them, got it all via divorce. Men get wrecked by chicks. Chicks run it. It's female world. And I'm saying that they've done this on purpose so they can come along with emotional arguments. Because emotional arguments are a very easy way to psyop people. We need to remove the border. We're going to let in as many people as we want. Here, look, there's a kid. Look at the kid. He's crying. Oh, well, my answer is, does he have a passport? Because if no, he can't come in. He should go cry at the passport office in Mexico. I don't give a shit. Whereas a chick will be like, oh, the kid. Emotional arguments.
Women are emotional. Women do act on impulse more than men.
But also, and I have to say this caveat because this is true. That's your beauty.
But I don't see it. I mean, if a guy tells me you're emotional, I'm like, yeah,
exactly,
correct.
That's the superpower.
Why would that offend me? It's absolutely true.
That's the superpower, and this is the thing that's so misunderstood. When I say these things, they think I want women to act like men. No, I don't.
But I think we have our own powers in our own way. I mean, I think there's a lot of, I know how to hold my household together. I know how to take care of my husband. I know how to get shit done in my house.
100%.
I do all of those things very comfortably, better than my husband, but because I'm a woman, and I will take pride in that.
Yep.
But I don't want to step into his terrain of the things that he's good at as a man and try to take custody of that as well.
Well, then you've nailed it. This is exactly right. We're very separate. We have different power structures, different capabilities. Women can do some things better than men. Men can do some things better than women. The problem with Western society as a whole is that those jobs have been inversed. So I'm not saying I want all women to think and act like men. Women are just as powerful as men. We just have very different, distinct roles. You can't argue that a boat is more important than a plane. It depends. Well, you don't want a plane on the ocean, and you don't want a boat in the sky. So we do very different things.
But I think a lot of women are comfortable with all of that in my position when they have their shit together. This is my opinion. Because I have purpose, because I have drive, because I want to grow and build things in this world, and I'm very comfortable to be very soft in my feminine energy. I'm always cooking for my husband. I don't even let him order without coming to me first because I want to take care of him. I want him to be, happy when he's with the boys playing cards. I'm always serving everybody. I love doing that, gladly. And the boys are always like, oh my God, Tracy's always like all over her husband. I love it. And I think it's because I've worked on myself a lot and I know my purpose in life. Now, it doesn't say that women that choose not to do what I'm doing and just want to stay at home cannot feel the same way. But I feel a lot of the people that have this modern feminist mentality are speaking from a place of insecurity because they're lost. They don't have control over their lives. They don't have control over their finances. They haven't met a guy that could help them out or have a leader in the family, and they don't know how to take care of themselves when they're single. So they go for the easy way to make cash, the ways that are probably not, the OnlyFans, for example. Most feminists that are screaming at the top of their lungs are making money in the West on OnlyFans, and they call that feminism. They call that freedom and an empowerment.
Well, I understand it. And the world is a very difficult place for young men, and it's a very confusing place for young women. For young men, it's difficult because when I was 16, 17, Dubai didn't exist, but I didn't know where Monaco was. I didn't see Instagram reels of Monaco. I'd never seen a Lamborghini in my life. The women I was talking to in school had never seen one either. Like if you're an 18, 19-year-old kid today, the girl in your college who you like, who's 18, 19, she has millionaires blowing up her phone, trying to fly her all around the world. You're just a Joe average brokey. So it's very difficult to be a young man. I don't think it's confusing. Young men know what they need. They need power and status and influence and money, and they're being constantly exposed to this whole world that they want to get access to that I was fortunate enough to not see. But that's why it's difficult to be a young man. To be a young woman, I wouldn't say it's difficult. I'd actually say it's easy but confusing because they have all these options now. They're 18, 19, 20, 21, whatever. They can be born in the middle of nowhere. They can be in Transnistria, a breakaway micronation. It doesn't matter. If they're hot and they have Instagram, they're getting invites. So as long as they can go cry at the passport office, they now get access to the highest tier of life that exists on the planet. If you're a man and you want to get on a boat, you have to work. If you're a woman, you want to get
for that boat.
You have to buy a boat. If you're a woman and want to get on a boat, you need an Instagram picture. So life can be easy for women materially at the cost of their soul, and it's very, very confusing for a woman because what do you do as an 18 or 19-year-old girl? Society used to have an easy laid out path for people. A woman would meet a man, they'd fall in love to some degree, they would have children, they would be married, she would become a mother. By the time she's 22, 23, that was what women did. And then for whatever reason, feminism came along and women decided that the patriarchy is terrible and they didn't want to listen to their husbands and they wanted to be set free to make their own decisions, for better or for worse. We gave it to them, and now they've been set free. So what do 18 and 19 and 20 and 21-year-olds do now? They run around talking to dudes on Instagram, trying to get Birkin bags and Instagram likes. And they can only do that by hyper promoting their sexuality, as you just described, so they can get as much attention as possible, because the laws of power, 48 laws of power, as you described, you have to try and garner attention, whether it's negative or positive. I'm one of the most Googled men in the world, and I said Lily Phillips' name. Why? Because that's the bottom line of it. It's truth. So women are just using their sexuality now to try and get as much attention as possible. They're being thrown out into a dating market with the most desirable men on the planet. They end up having to share a man who can get any girl he wants, because they only want a man of a certain status, and all women want him. So there's 1,000 women per one man. They're running from dude to dude, relationship to relationship, getting their heart broken over and over and over again, until they eventually realize they have to settle down to some degree. Then they end up upset that they can't settle down with the kind of guy they were with 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. They get into some resentful relationship to eventually have children or offspring or whatever it is. Like, everything is completely broken now. And it's broken because women said, we didn't want to listen to men anymore. We don't want to the patriarchy. We don't want to have to obey our husbands. What's interesting as a thought experiment, and I don't know, women will have to answer this, but if I were to analyze it logically, I would say, every time I see a woman complaining that men aren't loyal, let's say, for example, I say, you did this. Men were loyal when they had to be. A man met a woman, you were in high school, we had to get married to have kids because society expected us to get married to you, so we had to, and we had to take care of you. You're complaining that you need help. We had to give you a house. We had to work. We had to raise the kids. We had to be loyal to you. We had to be home every day. We had to take you to church on Sundays. We had to. Then you said you don't listen to us because we expected you to cook dinner. You didn't want to cook dinner and you want liberation. So now what are you doing? Now you're running around chasing men who have all of the options on the planet. And you're wondering why he's not loyal to you. Well, you want him to sit down with only you. How many beautiful women in the world are blowing up his phone? He's the guy with the yacht. There's lots of space on the boat.
You know how I see it, though? So tell me what you think about this. You get married. I know you're not married, but let's say you do get married. And I don't know the type of woman that you would marry, but assuming she's the kind of woman that is intelligent, she works, she has her own ambitions, but she's obviously available to take care of you and the house and everything, right? Do you ever feel, firstly, that you can be, does a woman inspire you ever? Does your wife help push you? Again, it's subjective and it's different because you're in a place where you've already made it, right? But assume you're in this situation for other men out there. Is it normal for you that your woman inspires you to be better, that you would always bounce ideas off of her, build with her, grow with her? Or do you not believe that that's the woman's job in your life?
I think a woman would inspire me to be better so that I could provide for her and protect for her better. I think that me personally, I get all of my happiness via proxy. So my woman inspires me to be better because I can make her happier. And I'm only happy if she is happy. I'm only happy if my children are happy. I'm only happy if everyone around me is happy. I don't get happy by myself. I exist via proxy happiness. So I think to a degree she would inspire me. Yes, that's true. And I'm not saying that people don't get married anymore. I'm not saying any of these things. What I'm saying is that women in their years where they would have had a very clear purpose, where they're at the height of their reproductive years, for example, they're at the height of their hormones. Their clear purpose would be love my husband, have children. And now they don't have that. They just have social media, distractions, endless offers, money, gold digging, OnlyFans, dating left, right, and center, Taylor Swift, bullshit on the news, all of these hormones inside of them. They're told they're a boss, but they also don't want to work, but they also should work, but they also should have all this money just because they exist. And then they know this other girl who has all this money because she's dating 6 or 7 different men, and they're just running around sleeping with everybody. And my question is that better for society than a woman meeting a man, falling in love, and getting married?
Definitely not.
So everything's a mess.
But it also doesn't work for society again, I think both are to blame because
Let's hear the men's fault. Let me hear the men's side.
I don't think it's the men's fault. I actually think it's both of their faults because you kind of you're creating the society amongst each other. So at least in my day, it would never happen ever if somebody calls me and says, "Hey, do you want to come on this boat?" I'm like, "Sure." Like there's no no matter what the boat is,
Of
no
course.
matter where it is not possible, because my values will never allow for any guy of any status to think that just because you're going to offer me so-and-so present or offer me so-and-so trip that I am going to go all the way there for you. No way in hell.
Yep.
Like, this is my principles. And I think there's a lot of women, at least in this part of the world, that think like me. But also, there's many and many and many that don't. It is such a common thing around in some groups of women to talk about them being invited by men and men buying them stuff. I don't have that with any of my girlfriends. None of my girls are the kinds of girls that will ever take a present from a guy for no reason.
Yep.
It would never happen.
Yep.
And we all have amazing husbands, great hardworking men that are trying their best and that are building and growing. And we build too, and we grow too, and we're happy. But then there's this dynamic of what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Is it because the men are like, here you go, and the women feel empowered? They're like, yeah, so I mean, I'm empowered. I can take what they're offering and do what I want to do. Or is it the other way around?
Well, I'm going to answer that question.
Yeah.
I'm going to answer it because I would argue that when society functioned the way it previously did, where there was a man and a woman and a husband and a wife and a family and a small home and children in it, I would argue that men didn't want to give up having a wife and having kids that they take care of and going to work, because most men still want that now. Women wanted to give up having a responsibility and a duty to men. Men still want that. Ask the average man, what do you want? I want a woman. I want some children. I want her to listen to me. I want her to be loyal. I don't want her to be a hoe. I don't want her to talk to anyone else. Men still want the same thing. Women have changed. Most women, of course, exceptions exist. Most women don't want to obey a man anymore. So women changed the game, and women said, we don't want to obey anymore. We're going to change the way society functions, because they thought it would be fun. And they thought that they would have this liberation and girl power and all of this garbage. So now we're in a situation where we described how the girls act. Let's describe how the men act, because there's two categories of men. The men who can get girls and the men who can't. Well, the men who can't get girls, they just sit online all day and have checked out of society. They play video games and trade crypto and smoke weed. Now, the system by and large has no problem with them, because although the population is collapsing, although there's a population collapse, they're just importing people from other parts of the country and destroying cultures in real time to keep the populations up. The reason they have a no problem with the people who don't reproduce and have a wife and have kids and have family is because it's very difficult for a man to stand up and protect a society if he has no vested interest in the society. He can just leave or check out, right? If a society is collapsing all around him, but he has a wife and kids, he's going to want to stand up and protect his home and house. If he just sits in his bedroom playing video games and society is collapsing, he makes memes and thinks it's funny. So he has no problem with that. And then you have the men who can get laid. And the men who can get laid have worked very hard to put themselves in this position. They've worked very, very hard to finally achieve the status and the wealth and the capability to be attractive to women in a hyper-competitive dating market. They're spoiled for choice. All of the beautiful women in the world, to some degree, want a man which is semi-like them. And men who manage to get to this level of life naturally optimize their minds for competitiveness and for competence. So if you find a 23, 24-year-old man who managed to make millions and millions of dollars because he naturally optimizes for competence, then he's in good shape and he's very logical about things. And he's out there in the world and he can get all these different girls and he sees how all of these girls act and he sees very few of them have any values. What's he going to do besides just tear through a bunch of them? Which is what he's going to do. And then you're right. Then it is the man and the woman. And
but
it
then
all gets worse.
Like you said, it's not necessary that women are like that. So in a position where a man thinks this way and he has earned his right for a proper woman and he marries a woman or dates a woman or whatever, do you believe that it's well within his right to still have options?
Well,
don't be shy.
I'm not going to be shy.
Truly, like, I'm curious. I mean, everybody has.
I think, okay, so biologically, you have to, when I look at all subjects, you have to analyze them societally, you have to analyze them morally, you have to analyze them biologically, right? So if a man is married, should he sleep with other women? Well, morally, no. Biologically, men don't get pregnant. And men have been programmed to get as many women pregnant as possible.
Why as many women? Why not his wife?
Well, because women, unfortunately, are slow and they take a long time to grow babies. If you'd speed up, maybe we wouldn't have this problem.
But I think that's a personal choice of yours that you want that many children. So many men just want 3.
Of course. But I'm talking biologically. When I say biologically, I'm talking about us as animals, as organisms.
Yeah.
As animals, as organisms, men to procreate, for humans to exist, considering so many men died at war or hunting lions, men died at a much higher rate than women. There were more women than men. My job as a man is to get as many women pregnant as possible, biologically. Morally, that may be wrong, but biologically, it is my incentive to do that. The female incentive is actually different because when a woman is pregnant, she needs a man to stick by her or she's going to die. She needs protection, provision. The female incentive, biologically, is to be loyal, to get one man, to know who the dad is so that he won't leave and to stick by him and for him to take care of me. Whereas the male has a different biological incentive. Get her pregnant, get her pregnant, get her pregnant, get her pregnant. That is why if a woman cheats on a man, it's so much worse than if a man cheats on a woman. Because if a woman cheats on a man, paternity in and of itself is at risk. A man can sit there. If a woman cheats on a man, there's an emotional connection required because she trusts this man at some level to protect or provide for her or take care of her. She respects him at some level, like he's strong. There's something there. Whereas a man could cheat with a woman, he doesn't care.
Okay, so you're saying it from a biological perspective, instinctual perspective. The way I see this argument is I don't cheat for respect for my husband.
Yep.
And I would expect no matter what the biology says, no matter what the instinct says,
understand,
my husband will say, I think I have something going on here that's more important. I don't want to hurt her. Irrespective of how he feels or how he functions as a man, within himself, he's like, but is it worth hurting her? Because her feelings will get hurt whether my biology pushes me to do this or not.
Of course.
Do I want to hurt her feelings? Do I want to do this to her? Not really. Let me try not to do it. It must be more tempting for him than it is for me. But you always talk about controlling your mind, discipline, working hard.
100%.
Why is the exception when it comes to this?
I'm not saying there is an exception.
And men can't control that, but you have to control every other difficult thing in your life.
Completely understand. So morally, I said no. Biologically, I'm explaining why men are always going to be more tempted to cheat than women. That's what I'm trying to explain. Okay. A woman isn't even tempted to cheat unless she's broken. The only kind of woman who's tempted to cheat is a woman who's been slept with too many men anyway and her mind is broken. Women, by and large, their natural inclination is to be loyal.
Correct.
And a man, his natural inclination is not to be loyal.
Correct.
And I'm only saying this before I answer your question so we understand that when we talk about loyalty and monogamy, we are talking about women saying, you should want to do what I naturally want to do. And a man doesn't naturally want to do it. It's like a woman, it's like a woman saying to a man, you should want to put on makeup. And we're like, well, no, I could, but I don't really want to.
Right.
Society might tell me I should, but I don't want to. You want to do this. So women and men are fighting a different battle here because women want to be loyal anyway. So we have the moral aspect, we have the biological aspect, and then we have the societal aspect. And this is the point I got to at the end. Societally, we were supposed to do exactly as you described. But women broke that contract. Women broke the societal contract when they decided to not listen to men anymore. What man in his right mind would get married in the West?
I feel like the sanctity of marriage is not respected by men or women nowadays. I totally agree with that. Yeah.
Of course it's not. It's destroyed. So in the West, it doesn't even make logical sense for a man to get married. Why would he? I mean, you have to be an idiot. You have to be a simp or emotionally, like, I'm at the point now where I see a man in the West, and I'm not going to talk about the Arab world because it's different. There's a lot more tradition here. It's many years behind. But if I see a man in America getting married, I look at him like he's a simp. I'm like, you're an idiot. You're a dummy. For what? What are you marrying her for? Like, I mean, okay, if she's your high school sweetheart, cool. But no, she's not. She's a stripper. You met her in a club in Miami. So what are you doing? Why are you marrying her? This is all women's fault. Women did this. We were perfectly prepared with the societal setup until women said they didn't want to listen to us. They wanted to be sexually liberated. They wanted to run around and sleep with whoever they wanted. They didn't want to listen to their fathers. They didn't want to listen to their husbands. And they want to be out there doing whatever. And then they want to flip and reverse it because they don't want responsibility. The average woman on the street, if you ask her what she wants to do, she says, I want to go to school and I want to go to college and I want to have fun and I want to explore and I want to travel the world. And I don't want to listen to a man and I want to go all around the world. I want to go backpacking and I want to go to Dubai and I want to go on a boat. And then when that's all done, maybe when I'm 35, then I want to meet a nice man. Then I want to settle down. When men hear this, we're saying, okay, so you want to run around and sleep with everybody. You want to be a slut. And then you want some dude to pick up and pay the bill at the end. No, I don't want to do that. Any man who's optimized for competence refuses to do that. Now, if I, right now, in a hypothetical, because I don't talk about my personal life very much because I have enough enemies. If I went out there and met a virgin, 23-year-old religious woman who's never been with a man, who's going to obey everything I say and trust me to guide and lead her, would I marry her? Yeah, of course. It's not about being anti-marriage. What I am is anti the choice of wives that exist in the world today. If I'm going to go to Miami and meet a girl and be like, oh, she's my girlfriend now, and people say, so when you getting married, you've been together a while, I'm going to say fucking never, because I don't know what she was doing before I met her. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be that guy. And the reason I'm not going to be that guy is because I have been the guy who looks at a girl getting married thinking, bro, if you knew what I knew about her. I can't be that guy. I'm sorry, I can't. And most men optimized for competence can't. And there's not a single man out here. There's not a single man out here in the modern world of this misandrist, matriarchal world where everything about being a man is demonized. If you're remotely masculine, you're called every name under the sun, who's going to go out there, dedicate himself, work hard, be motivated, struggle to become rich and important and successful and finally make it out the matrix, the 0.001%, to then pick up some woman who'd been running around doing whatever she wants and just marry her and spoil her so that she could eventually take half his stuff. Men aren't doing that. And it's women's fault.
I see that. I mean, I'm Arab. I know what men feel here and I know what they think. And for a lot of men, when it's a woman, obviously not a girl that dated a couple of guys before she met somebody, but the one that's running around and chasing the money and chasing the boats, no man I know would want to marry a girl like that. Unfortunately, this is the reality of things. And I think in a lot of high-value women, in a sense, I hate using that word now, but high-value women, they also would not want to date the random guy that always has 5 hookers on his table. Well, I think it goes both ways.
That may be true. It may be true.
Trust me, I'm speaking for women that I know personally. If it's the kind of guy, it may not be as difficult. She may at some point, if he like calms down and shows he's changed, may say, you know what?
Can forget the past.
It's cool that he kind of like, had all these girls around him, maybe. But I think in general, it's a turnoff for a lot of women to be like, why does he have 50 hookers on his table? Like, I don't want to be seated on that table.
Yeah.
Take it from me. I have so many guy friends, a lot of guys I grew up with, and I've seen them with hookers on the table. I'd be like, when I was single, who's on the table? They'd tell me, I'm like, I'm not coming. There's no way I'm going to be sitting on a table like that. Some women feel this way.
Yep.
So I think it goes both ways.
No, I agree with you there. I think there's some women who wouldn't be happy to be on a table with a bunch of other women. That is true.
Not just women. I'm talking about not other women. Of course, I'm happy to sit with other women.
Yeah.
Paid
hookers,
women.
Paid hookers.
People that they call escorts, they could make them travel in to hang out with them. I would not sit on that table. It would never happen.
I understand it. I completely understand it. But it's this world we're now in. Women have tried very hard to make themselves playthings, most women. And then they also they complain or they want the world to change when men do nothing but play with them, is what they are.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is basically the bottom line of it. And we need to re-incentivize marriage. Mm-hmm. If you were to say, Andrew, fix society, I'd say, okay, well, I understand why marriage is a good basis for society. I understand why it's a good cornerstone. The reason I'm not subscribing to it now is because it's been perverted and destroyed. If you want to restore marriage, then you have to restore the incentives for marriage. Women have incentives for marriage. Men currently have no incentives. Masculine incentive needs to be restored. And the masculine incentive is for us to have some responsibility and accountability and power for those things. Mm-hmm. Why would I be responsible for a woman? And why am I accountable for all of her mistakes if I can't give her any kind of order or control or what to do? If I'm the captain of a boat, if the boat crashes, I'm the guy who gets in trouble. That's because the whole crew listens to me. If I'm the captain of the boat and I shout orders and the crew ignores me, then how can I be responsible for the boat crashing? So most men now are in relationships. If the woman crashes the car, he has to fix it. He's accountable. He's responsible to pay all the bills and take care of her and make sure that she's safe. If someone breaks into the home, he has to get up and risk his life against armed intruders to ensure she's alive. He has all the accountability and all the responsibility, but he can't tell her anything. So how can you not, are you the captain of a boat where everything is your fault, all of the work is yours, but you can't give a single order?
Thing is with you, you say things and everything you say is literally what any intelligent man that I have been following online, whether they're business coaches, whether they're soft guys that talk about leading their families, in all realms, there's an agreement and a consensus to what you're saying. Men are most comfortable with themselves when they're leading, and women are most comfortable when their men are leading.
Yep.
But then when you say it or twist it into words like, you need to obey me, all of a sudden it hits a nerve with women, right? I think that's the issue. I don't think you're saying anything wrong. I actually agree with almost every ideology that you have. I just think it's the way that it's said that triggers people. So this is exactly how media works. It's a headline. You say sentences with a strong headline that piss people off.
Yep.
And then they don't want to listen to what you mean by it. But every woman out there would say, I actually want a guy to make me feel like I don't need to drive the ship. I want him to drive the ship.
Yep.
I want to feel like I could count on him and lean on him.
Yep.
Granted, he gives her love and affection and emotion. He's there for her, not just pays for the bills of the house and does whatever he wants, right? So I think we're in agreement. And I'm pretty sure that when this gets out and people are triggered, they're going to have to come back to this episode to say, wait, let me see why he said that. That's the whole point of being curious, to listen to why and what does he mean by that? Because I don't think anything that you said is wrong, actually.
Well, thank you very much. And it's kind of interesting if you look at a history book. All these different cultures and different civilizations which never even met operated the same way. The man was the warrior and the protector and the provider, and the mother and the woman was a mother who was in charge of the home. And this was the synergy between the man and the woman. Whether it was the Aztecs, the Chinese, the Mongolians, it doesn't matter where, the whole planet, men and women operated the same way.
Right.
And this is not an idea that could have been spread because this is cultures that never even met. The Aztecs never met the Chinese. These are very far away.
Yeah.
Why did things operate this way? Because it's the natural order of things. But now we have enough technology in many ways, not
to
just
show you options as well.
Well, now we can mess with the natural order of anything. So now what we're doing is we're messing with the natural order of everything all of the time. And we're trying to psyop everybody at home into believing that destroying the natural order is going to make things better. But of course we don't know because it's untested, it's untried. What's actually funny about everything, I've always found this quite interesting, is that as we disrupt the natural order between men and women, it's actually hilarious how it's still men that have to enforce all the female ideals and all the female power anyway. It's still men who have to end up enforcing it. It's just men who have been cucked by the system to some degree. I got in an argument with somebody when the Taliban retook Afghanistan. And the Taliban, I was on Piers Morgan, and he sat me down and he said, what do you think about the Taliban preventing women from going to school? And I said, well, I don't live in Afghanistan. I'm not Afghanistani. I think the Taliban have a very difficult job to try and be the government of a war-torn country like Afghanistan. I'm sure that their decisions are not always perfect, but it's their government and they're a sovereign nation, and we believe in sovereign nations, don't we? So they made their own decision. And he said, well, don't you think that's disgusting? Don't you think that the girls should be allowed to go to school and we should do something about it? And I sat and said, why don't the women do something about it? Why do men have to go die? I thought, no, this is girl empowerment now. Girls going to school, girl power. Girls need education, girls. So if it's all girl power, why do I, as a Western man with nothing to do with Afghanistan, have to strap on a backpack and I have to go die? Turns out there is no girl power without men prepared to die for it. There's never been girl power without a man behind it. There's no such thing as girl empowerment. There's no such thing as a girl boss. There's no such thing as any of these things without a man at some point who's prepared to defend the girl. So it turns out, as we disrupt the natural order, and we're living in this matriarchal insanity of the West, and all this girl power garbage, behind it all is still a man at some point enforcing it, which just shows how false it all is. I think a girl boss is a woman who gives her man status, which is what we've talked about because she's not a whore and she hasn't been all over the place. A woman who gives her man status, inspires her man to take care of her, gives him the things that he can't find out in the world without her, has a happy family with him and a happy home. That's a girl boss to me. A girl boss is not someone running around saying, I hate men, I don't need men.
100%.
And all those women who say, I don't need men are liars, because you do need men. Because the second you get in trouble, you're going to call a man. Whether he's a police officer, a mechanic, or a fireman, he's a man. He just doesn't have sex with you, but he's still a dude.
100%.
So there is no girl power. It's all made up.
Yeah.
It's all made up.
You don't hear men going around saying men power. You know, it's just like, okay.
Yeah. Well,
I think it's like ridiculous, right? Course. The only reason we do this is just, I feel like when you have the insecurity of where you are in your life and you just want to make some noise. And I think this is a very much of a first world problem. A lot of people just screaming this at the top of their lungs just because there's no other real problems to deal with. And at the end of the day, I mean, where are the feminists when the transgenders wanted to go into the bathrooms of little girls, right?
Interesting, that, isn't it?
And then who's the one that got them out?
Well,
Men.
Men, that's right. And who are they afraid of to molest women or molest children?
And
Men.
and women's sports as well.
So who are these NGOs? Who are these charities? Who are these people who are trying to inspire and encourage feminism? If they don't care about women, what are they trying to do? They're trying to destroy society by and large, which goes back to the point I was making earlier about female voting. If you're a feminist, you don't listen to your husband's vote. You vote for yourself, and you vote different to your husband because you're independent and you're a feminist, and it doesn't matter what he thinks. Even though he's the one who has to die if we go to war, even though he's the one who goes to work all day and probably works more hours than you, even though he pays more taxes, even though he knows more about the brutal realities of violence and consequence. No, don't listen to your man. You made your own decisions, and your decision comes from Whoopi Goldberg because you saw her on the news, and the news said that Trump's bad, so let's vote against Trump. That's what's happened. These feminists don't give a shit about women. They are deliberately trying to destroy society. And if you want to find out who these people are, look up who started the feminist movement. I'm not going to say it on the podcast. I'll let everybody do their own research. But then you're going to learn what's really going on.
I need to look at that up.
Look it up. And you'll see that most of these issues, nearly every issue in the world, is a Trojan horse. Because it's so easy to wrap up a Trojan horse in such a nice issue. Feminism's perfect, right? We believe in women's rights. Andrew, do you believe in women's rights? Well, yeah. Okay, so now we're going to let your kid talk to a drag queen. Well, no, I don't believe in that part. They do it all the time. They do it with climate. Climate change. Do you believe in climate change? Well, I don't want the trees to die. Do you want all the fish dead? It's like, well, no. Okay, we're putting up your taxes. So, well, how the fuck is me paying more money going to help the fish? Fish don't need money. He ain't got a house. He ain't got rent. I got rent. Why the fuck am I paying the fish's rent? So they take a nice sounding idea and they inject the in the middle, so you can't reject it. You can't say, I want all the fish dead. I can't sit and say, no, I don't want women to have rights.
But that's the thing. I mean, I'm a woman and I know what rights I have and how much power I have. I know this and I protect it and I'll protect it for everybody. But I won't go and demand things that are unreasonable and that would only vilify our people coexisting with me. You're raising men, you're raising boys, you're marrying husbands.
That's right.
What are you doing? Demonizing them. What are you doing? This is the thing I don't agree with. It's not so much about the empowerment of women and giving them power. It's much more about, why does your power have to take away from men's power?
Because a person is smart. A woman is smart. But people, women, are stupid. And this is the bottom line of it all. And all of these movements are Trojan horses. Any movement that's not a Trojan horse doesn't gain traction. The climate change scam is deliberately designed to get everybody paying more taxes, afraid to drive a car, and locked in their house. If you say, I don't want to be locked in my house and I don't want to pay more taxes, all of a sudden you want the whales dead. This is what they do. Same with feminism. If you don't want women advocating for open borders, calling for wars they don't have to fight in, and dragging drag queens into children's schools, you don't believe women should have rights. So when you say, no, I don't like feminism because of all this it's delivering, they say, you think women should be raped on the street? No, clearly not. They Trojan horse all of these concepts on purpose. And they do it so it's very difficult to argue against them.
So this is an example, okay? You find a lot of people protecting, I don't know, a movement, the minority or whatever it is, because they don't want society to judge them and they want to seem like they're agreeable and they don't want to hurt anybody's feelings with the softness that we have in society, right? So for example, gay men, a lot of gay men tend to be very loud and obnoxious about their sexual life, very detailed when they're sitting on a dinner table talking about what has been done to them because they, for whatever reason, maybe felt suppressed for so long and all of a sudden they're a bit freer and now they want to talk about it on a dinner table in detail, graphically. I don't subscribe to that. I get very uncomfortable when that happens, but then you'll have 5 other girls giggling and laughing and high-fiving, thinking that it's cute. And I'm just like, I won't sit on a table with women that are talking about, I don't know, what they did last night, what toy they used. I would never
100%.
sit on a table with a woman that's saying that. Do I really need to laugh it off because he's gay just to make him feel like it's okay? And I'm not homophobic. I need to laugh it off because I just need to prove that I'm not homophobic. I have loads of gay friends, A lot of them very well respected. They're gay. They don't need to talk like that. They have nothing to prove. And I think this happens time and time again. It's happening with the transgenders in schools. It's happening with, LGBT, all of the whole shebang that's happening. And it's all about making people feel like, I'm not racist, I'm not homophobic, I'm not this, I'm not that. So I'm going to be agreeable to everything that's happening.
Well, this is such an interesting point you just made, because it ties back into something we mentioned earlier. And I said that when men make points, they make them obnoxiously. And I said the reason I make an obnoxious point is because I'm not afraid to fight the 20 people who disagree with me. So by and large, men are less agreeable because we have the capability to defend our ideas. Women don't. Women are by and large more agreeable because you cannot defend your idea. So this is just a biological trick of life. When a man met an opposing tribe, we got killed, or we killed them. That's how it went. So we didn't have to absorb that tribe's ideas. We never even had that option. We had to either fight, we had to fight to the death and either win or lose. Our ideas are ours, their ideas are theirs. Women have never had that predicament, because if your man died, you then became the property of another tribe, and you now have another language and another culture, and you need to change your mind and agree with that one so you can get pregnant and survive. So women have learned and evolved over time to be more agreeable. Also, with the fact that women cannot defend an idea. There's a very simple experiment you should look up. They get 10 people in a waiting room for an experiment, but the experiment's actually the waiting room. They think they're waiting for the experiment. And they say, before we go into the experiment, I'm going to hold up this triangle. Can everyone tell me what color it is? And the triangle is blue. And there's 10 people in the room. One of them is the subject. He goes last, and the other 9 are actors. And the first 9 people say green, 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 green. And when it gets to the last person,
he says green.
He says green.
He doesn't believe his own eyes anymore.
That's right, because he's afraid of upsetting the 9 other people in the room. Now, all of the women say green. Small men say green. Big men say blue. Why? Because the big man can beat the other 9 men. So physically, even though it's about a color and a triangle and your eyes, your physical capability directly reflects how you absorb and combat other people's opinions. And then women are afraid to say, by and large, I don't want to hear that, shut up, because they don't want a man to yell at them because it's intimidating. So they laugh and they giggle. And then the other girl laughs and giggles because the triangle's green and everybody goes along with it, which ties back into my point earlier about women being empowered deliberately so they can be manipulated, deliberately so they will not go against the grain, because women agree with societal norms more than men. So if you tell women, we need to let the drag queens talk to the children or you're homophobic, this woman agrees, this woman agrees, the news agrees, TV agrees, why wouldn't you agree with that? Most women will go, well, okay, I guess, because they're afraid. That is why they want women to have the vote. This is why they want women in charge of society. This is why they want to live in a matriarchy, because the people who are behind the matriarchy, who are men, understand that having a bunch of women in charge of everything make it easy to psyop them and control everybody.
Now you see the biggest powerhouses in the world controlled. Every head of state is controlled men. What would happen if they're women?
Well,
it's another situation.
Well, people say this. Like I've heard what feminists say, all men go to war all the time. If women were in charge of everything, women wouldn't go to war, which is probably the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I've never even seen, I live with 5 or 6 guys. All of us live together and we have a great time and we laugh. 5 women living together in a house, it's not going to be as harmonious as my house. That's a fact. Women argue just fine. Women argue all of the time. The actual real interesting thing about that is I remember when Kamala was running against Trump, and I was talking to a feminist, and she said that people don't want Kamala because she's a woman. And I said, yeah, true. And she said, why? You don't think a woman's smart enough? And I said, well, she's not. Kamala's an idiot. But primarily, actually, the fact that you've said people don't want her because she's a woman, because people are misogynistic, proves that she shouldn't be president. Because do you think that the male presidents of other nations are going to respect her? Do you think MBS is going to respect her? Do you think Putin is going to respect her? Do you think Xi is going to respect her? You saying that people aren't voting for her because she's a woman and men don't respect women is actually proof why she shouldn't be in charge in the first place, because no other masculine leader is going to respect her, especially her because she's a dummy. At least get a smart chick. You need Thatcher. Thatcher was more man than most men.
I think the time will come. This is how it should be. I think women because we always say there's the exception, and there's a reason why there's mostly men in these positions. It's because they want those positions,
of course,
and women don't want them.
Of course.
So it's not because we're not giving it to them. Most women do not want to be in that game of politics, of high power jobs. They want to raise families. They want to have a balanced life. And you cannot have a balanced life if you're in that situation. So
it's stressful.
It's stressful. And it's fine to say, I really don't want it. Like, it's fine. I mean, I'm happy to just have my business. I'm happy to do this. And I'm enjoying life and building and growing. But that is too demanding for me as a woman with everything I want to do in my life. And that's okay. And I think most of these feminist women that are fighting for these seats are people that don't want the seats in the first place.
They just want to try and prove a point.
They want to prove a point.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I want to ask a question to you because I want to hear what you say about it. Because I've talked about this female leader thing quite a lot. And I said I would never like to live in a country with a female leader. And the reason I said that is because I believe men are braver than women. By and large, men are braver. And if you're going to be the leader of a country, you need to stand up against shadow cabals, which are truly trying to influence things and influence the government. And you have to be very brave to stand up against them. And if you're not brave, you're going to end up doing as they want. They tried to kill Trump twice. They tried to shoot him twice. He didn't bend. He didn't break. He didn't quit. And he didn't do what they wanted. What would a woman have done if they shot at her?
So I think Trump is an exception.
Yeah, Trump's Trump. Of course.
Trump's Trump. Okay. I think if it was Biden, it would have been the same thing. I don't agree in the sense that I don't want a woman to lead. I'd be happy, but I would not pick a woman because she's a woman, because I'm a woman to lead.
Smart.
It will have to be for good reason.
Yep.
I don't care about your gender.
Yep.
If you're not qualified, I'm not voting for you, regardless of whether I'm a woman or not. So that's on one thing. On the other end of things, I think that you will have people speaking and building and creating the whole system with you. Even if she's sitting as a woman president, and we know this with the men presidents, they're sitting in that chair, but most of the time, hundreds of people are making decisions with you. So I don't care if that's a woman in the seat. I don't think that I'm in jeopardy or not safe because a woman is sitting there, because surely she has a team making decisions with her.
I agree.
That doesn't hurt. It's just a matter of pick wisely, not based on the gender, but based on who's qualified. And I think most people, the masses, are so biased that they pick based on religion, based on race, based on color, based on gender, and not based on qualifications.
Identity politics, and I completely agree with you. However, I agree with you. Everything you said is true. But I would argue that bravery is part of the qualification. And I would also argue if a woman stood up and got shot like Trump did, 99.9999% of women would have then, even if they won afterwards, when they had the meeting with the person who shot at them, did whatever that person wanted, which means they wouldn't have been a true leader. You need someone who's prepared to risk their life. Men, by and large, are prepared to die for an idea bigger than themselves more than women do.
So
I can name right now a bunch of examples of men prepared to die for an idea. And I've never tried to do this, and I'm going to try. Let's name a time women have been prepared to die for an idea, because that is the prerequisite of being a leader. I'm ready to die for this country, and for the good of this country, I will give up my life. That is a masculine decision. Women don't make decisions like that. Women go, well, I want the country to do well, but I'm not going to die. I mean, I'm only the leader. I don't want to get shot. Let's calm down. Sure, I'll sign that secret contract. Women are very self-preservationist. As they should be, because we described earlier with the tribes, women need to survive. Men want women to survive. Women want women to survive. Women are very selfish and very self-preservationist because it was good for humanity. But that does not make them a good leader. So the reason I would say bravery is so important is because if you're the leader of America like Trump, you're prepared to die for America. Men are prepared to go die in wars for their country. We're prepared to stay on the Titanic for honor so we can die on a boat and freeze to death so we're not known as a coward. We'll die for the idea of honor and dignity. You cannot think of a single idea. You cannot think of a single idea that a woman will sign to die for. No matter what it is, she'll go, yeah, no. And that's my point about why I don't want a woman to lead a country. Because I want a leader who's ready to die for the place. I'm ready to die for my ideas. I'm sacrificing. I've got the best life ever. Why am I sitting here saying all this shit? I have the best life ever. I can go get a yacht, get a bunch of hoes. We're in Dubai. And I can go and just party all day. I don't need to be sitting here on podcasts making people think. I don't need to be pissing off global governments. I don't need to be catching criminal cases. I don't need to be getting thrown in Romanian dungeons. Why am I doing this? Because I believe the ideas that I'm trying to purport, the ideas I'm trying to push, are more important than my individual life and liberty. I believe that. Women don't think that way. Some, not all, men think that way, but only exclusively men. Women will never die for anything. Ever. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. We need you alive. I was about to make a joke about cleaning.
To cook for us.
Yeah, we need you alive. It's good for the human race. But we have to be very realistic about these things. But of course, they don't want us to be realists. The Matrix wants to call us those buzzwords so that we're afraid to see reality. They want me believing, that when I walk down the street, a woman can fight just as well as me. Just as well as I can. And we're not different at all. And if I say that, that's ridiculous. They'll say, what about this girl? And they'll name some powerlifting 6'8" woman from some Viking. And I'm going to say, well, exceptions don't disprove the rule.
Exactly.
And they're going to say, oh yeah, but you can't. It's clown world.
Yeah.
And they're trying to keep this clown world active on purpose. And they're primarily doing it via feminism, climate change, and a lot of it, and I'm not trying to be misogynistic, a lot of it is female empowerment.
So you got the usual suspects.
Seattle's mayor seems to protect Antifa over his own police force, and it's finally backfiring. As at May Day USA's second event, journalist Jonathan Cho was attacked by Antifa. And even ran at Katie Davis Court as well. To which the police complained about her.
Make a choice now.
Well,
we keep coming out here and putting officers in this situation. We need to stop.
Although they eventually did make a few arrests.
Somebody's getting grounded. Yep.
It really seems like the police were reluctant to actually arrest anybody. As being in a deep blue city like Seattle, I don't necessarily blame them, as the city's mayor made this much worse himself, because what was initially a Christian prayer rally got labeled as fascist family values, and now...
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, man. How do they keep doing this?
The feds actually had to step in, as on May 24th, May Day USA held a Christian concert for Hands Off Our Kids.
That's nice.
Until massive amounts of protesters lined up to protest against the Christians, even throwing water balloons filled with likely not water. So eventually Seattle PD had to move in, making several arrests.
These militants. Get them out of here. Get them out of here. That's right. Oh, man. Yep, thank God.
Being arrested and put in the wagon. These are...
But apparently the mayor didn't like that, as his official statement labeled it a extreme right-wing rally, saying...
What is that? So does that mean you get to go over there and hit them with sticks? Like, I mean, that's fine. You want to say it's a right-wing rally, but you still can't go over there and hit them with sticks. Today's far-right rally is held here promoting beliefs that are inherently opposed to our city's values. Really? Well, what about the belief that you don't hit people with sticks that you disagree with? I think that's a pretty big value.
Seattle is proud of its reputation, but the far-right rally held here is opposed to our city's values. And he's grateful for those who make their voices heard without resorting to violence in the face of extreme right-wing national effort.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's nobody is against counter-protesting or protesting something like this. I think that's fine. But the issue is that they intentionally blur the lines, and there are people that are violent, and they just get away with it. That's the issue. If people knew they would get fucked if they got in trouble for being violent, they would never do it. They do it because they think they can get away with it.
Almost like the mayor purposely ignored what actually happened and just wrote what he wanted to be true, as apparently it doesn't matter if journalists like Cho or Davis Court provide you 4K evidence of violence, they're just gonna hunker down with their fiery but mostly peaceful narrative. As Cho's show points out, the media tried to do it again, where the Daily Mail reported it as Christian prayer rally attacked by mob, while the Seattle Times said 23 arrests at fascist family values protest. Oddly omitting,
of course,
who was attacking who and the religious aspect of the story.
Isn't it crazy how people just totally fucking misrepresent things in this massive way, and nobody even seems to give a shit about it? And people just eat it up. Like, they eat it up. Like, it's so totally fucking dishonest. It's unbelievable. Yeah, that's why the word fascist means nothing. How is Antifa the most fascist group out there? Well, because that's the best way to do it. Like, why do you think that there's all the time these male feminists that turn out to be the biggest manipulators and abusers of women? Well, you're going to fish where the fish are.
A Christian concert saying leave the kids alone, with plenty of kids in attendance, getting mobbed by a group ironically carrying signs saying no hate in our neighborhood and choose love, stand with us, or love thy neighbor.
Choose love or we're gonna hit you with a rock.
And stop far-right violence.
Right.
It's almost like they label anything they don't like as far-right or fascist just so they can justify attacking it.
That's exactly
As it got
what it
so
is.
bad, Seattle even had to deploy
100%.
their poetry police. I imagine it's just an acronym, but I equally believe Seattle PD would pilot some slam poetry peace officers, as they saw the worst sign I've ever seen, saying, "I heart boy," and then another word for cat. There's really no
I love boy pussy? Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ, guys. We really out here.
Where in public you should be waving that sign,
Yeah.
but this concert
you
has to be the
doing?
worst. But what makes this even worse is even after all the arrests, since the mayor seemed to side with the protesters, when Mayday USA called for the mayor to resign 3 days later, the same group protested them again.
Hundreds of Christians and their allies went scorched earth on Mayor Bruce Harrell outside Seattle City Hall.
It's time for the mayor to resign!
Pastor Russell Johnson led
See,
the
this
charge.
is one of the things that I think if you really want to make a big change and you want to make this stuff stop, you have to show these people that they are a minority. A lot of these people operate off of consensus thought. And so you can make and demoralize a huge amount of them by just making them realize that they're not the majority and their opinions aren't the popular opinion to have. I think that a lot of people really downplay and don't really give enough credibility to the power of consensus and how much that influences people's behavior. If people think this is the opinion that everybody has, they will be much more likely to have that opinion. So, like, the best way to deal with this is to confront it and show these people that they are small and radical minorities.
Demanding an apology or a resignation from Harrell after he labeled their peaceful concert at Cal Anderson Park over the weekend an extreme right-wing rally.
That's right.
This time feeling bold enough to square up with the police.
What do all of them have in common? Every single one. It's a bunch of fucking white people that are trying to carry around a cross and find a cop to nail them up to it. You are not protesting civil rights. You're not Rosa Parks. You're just a retard in a park. Please stop. This is exhausting. This is crazy. Some fat middle-aged man is trying to get in a fight. Are you being serious, man? What are you doing? Yep.
Now, I don't want to be mean to someone that may be terribly ill, but realistically, Blue Hat should never feel emboldened to fight that much larger police officer, unless the police officer's boss both publicly endorsed and encouraged it. As we saw earlier, they attacked Jonathan Cho, then went after Katie Davis Court, and then went after other attendees not recording, and even this mother with her kid, which I don't even think I can show on here.
Jesus.
So the Seattle police shut down entire sections of the city, and actually had to escort the religious group out of the area. But then the police officer...
Oh my god. Bro, this place is a fucking zoo. What the hell happened? Oh my god.
Guild put out this ominous warning, stating over 700 coppers have fled the city due to lack of action against Antifa criminals who did...
Yeah, see, this is the reason why, is that, like, eventually these people are going to get what they want. I wish there was a way that we could just have it to where people like this, it would be great if there was a way that you could, on your taxes, just say that you don't support the police and it lowers your taxes, but then you can't get 911 calls. And then there's like a database of everybody who's there online. And so people can just go over there. Yeah, I wonder what would happen. I think that their defund the police mindset would go away instantaneously. Pretty much overnight.
Public safety, and now they do not have the staffing to handle these demonstrations that turn into mass arrests, as 1/4 of their remaining officers are eligible to retire, which may lead to even further turnover. And again,
yeah, if you're a police officer, why would you want to be a police officer in a city where the government actively tries to make you look bad, they handicap you constantly, you are a punching bag for a bunch of mentally ill college students, and you're not able to do your job? Like, why would you want to do that as a cop? I certainly fucking wouldn't. That would be awful.
Like this is all going as planned. The mayor publicly supports the protesters while ignoring the pleas of their police, which gives the activists exactly what they wanted by dismantling law enforcement from within. I just don't think the mayor expected the feds to step in, as Deputy Director Dan Bongino stated they will...
Oh boy. See, this is what we need to actually have happen. Is you need to have actual accountability for this kind of stuff where the government gets involved and then these people get shut down for doing it.
Look into the attacks in Seattle, as freedom of religion isn't a suggestion.
Yeah.
With the mayor responding, free speech protections are fundamental. We will not shy away from standing up for Seattle residents and values under pressure from the Trump administration. Why does it always...
Free speech is when you hit somebody. And it's when you take a stick and you hit them with a stick. That's free speech,
Seems like
guys.
The mayor is just the PR department for Antifa, because I imagine he thinks he's earning favor from these activists, completely oblivious to the fact that at some point he's going to disagree with the mob, and they'll quickly forget all the protection that he once gave them. But I don't feel sorry for Seattle. I'll just say sayonara. Yes, I know that's a Japanese word, but whatever, weebs. I don't need your approval to alliterate. But if you appreciate my concise, light-order commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, subscribe to Decoy Voice.
I had no idea it was such a fucking circus over there. I really didn't. I had no idea. That is so fucking funny. Because I thought all of this stuff kind of ended, but I think that really what happens is that a lot of the people that go out and do this, I don't think that they have like anything else to do. So they just go out and they do these protests and they pop off and they do this stupid stuff. Remember Chaz? Yeah, I think that was in Seattle, wasn't it? There's the video. Give the video a like. Welcome, Blue America. Yeah, I guess so. It's really, really bad. And I do hope that now, like, now that it's been like kind of, observed more, that you'll see more people pushing back against it and shitting on it, right? And like being, like okay with the government coming in and shutting these people down, right? There's the video. Give it a like. I totally agree with this. And absolutely, Seattle has a huge drug problem. I wonder why. Yeah, there's a lot of homeless people. They take advantage of these kinds of things, especially damaged property, to take over the places. Yeah, I think that probably happens sometimes for sure. Like, I think it's very, very common. Streamer protesting protesters? Yeah, it's about right. And so many people leave Washington. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to live there, right? I mean, like, I'm gonna be honest, like, I certainly wouldn't. I mean, it's a nice place, but like to have to deal with people that are like roaming around and like so aggressive and violent, I mean, I just don't really think that's gonna happen. I mean, fuck that. And yeah, that's it. You helped me more know. Yeah, exactly. Share a link again. Yeah, I'll link it again for you guys. Yeah, it sucks here. That does suck. I didn't even realize it was that bad. Plus the cold. Yeah, I mean, no doubt.
We're back in the studio. Hardware News is up now, and this one is a special episode because we're rolling in a bunch of the extra coverage from Computex, which was the last week or so, to talk about in this video, where they didn't make their own standalone videos. So that includes some clips that we shot on site, and some where we just went and collected a bunch of information from the manufacturers, some product footage, and we'll put together the report here. Now, in news this week, NVIDIA's AI discussion took 98% of its keynote. Yes, we calculated it. It was pretty easy, actually. There wasn't a lot to calculate against. And we also tear down a Sparkle GPU in this video. We've condensed that into just a hardware news thing. InWin has a case that can be activated via wand. And there's new supply concerns with hard drives, NVMe drives, and just storage in general facing the AI uprising is really not the right word. Popularity. That sounds less threatening and times E. But we also shot a ton of interviews and discussions at Computex, lots of engineering content. So if you missed some of that, we have more coming up, and we'll be publishing that over the next couple of weeks or so. Keep an eye out for that. But let's get back into the news. Before that, this video is brought to you by the Thermaltake TR100 Portable Mini ITX case. The TR100 case has a mesh ventilated front panel, heavily perforated side and top panels, and claims to support up to 280mm liquid coolers and large GPUs up to 360mm long and 70mm thick. It even has an optional suitcase with cutouts for the system, a mouse, keyboard, and monitor for transport. The Thermaltake TR100 Mini ITX case targets portable, smaller form factor PC building while maintaining compatibility for relatively large components. Learn more at the link in the description below. Quick Computex recap first. First of all, I love going to Taiwan. It is my favorite place to go, and for Computex, super fun. So we had more engineering discussions than we've ever done at the show. We had several at the different booths, and then we also have some interviews coming up. So really excited to share all that because I learned a lot talking to some of the people who work at the companies in engineering or CTO type roles, things like that. There's one interesting one where Thermalright, for as far as I'm aware, the first time ever, had their CEO go on camera with a Western media outlet, so that was us, and we talked about some of their strategy. And it was the shortest, simplest interview. The guy gives like 5-word answers. Sometimes you get a couple sentences, but they're all very straightforward and very plain in a good way. I mean, it immediately communicates what he's trying to communicate. But that's in the Thermalright video. And then we also had Jameson from Lian, the CEO of Lian, on. We had the Fantech CTO on Tenzin talking about fan design. Noctua's Jacob Dellinger came back to talk about the thermosiphon, and then we also have him coming up twice for 2 separate technical discussions. And a lot of other people from the industry joined to talk about technicals. So that was cool. It certainly is one hell of a commentary on NVIDIA. I mean, I went to several booths after we published the NVIDIA video, and multiple companies were like, hey, just so you know, if you want to talk to our engineers on camera, there's no strings attached. You can just do it. And I was kind of like, wow, that's exactly how it should be, but somehow very refreshing. And so we did that. Anyway, love the show. We have a post on Patreon about how we pack for it and the gear we use. If you're curious about any of that, just kind of like, hey, here's the stuff we use. And we also have a special video coming up featuring Paul from Paul's Hardware, Wendell from Level 1 Techs, and Labby from Unico's Hardware, which is a local Taiwan publication, media publication. And we worked with all 3 of them to go through different tech malls, secondhand computer stores, recycling places where they strip the components and figure out how to distribute them to be melted down, and to new computer stores basically all around Taiwan from north to south. And that'll be a fun video coming up. It's kind of neat. Also, I got to ask everyone about how the 5060s were selling, and the answer was extremely poorly. So anyway, fun show, lots of stuff on the channel already. If you missed it, you can go crawl back through it all. but we have a little bit more coming up. We're getting back to a more normal publishing cadence now, where we're coming back down from the multiple day to at most one a day video, and then it'll kind of back down from that too as soon as we get clear of all the content. And the travel team now, we've really got stuff dialed in. So it's Vitaly on the A cam, Mike doing most of the editing and B cam, and then me with them. And it's pretty fun because we have time off these days during the trip where we can go explore and do stuff on at least one of the weekends. And the trip itself has gotten way more manageable. We send some stuff back home to get managed here, and it's really working well. I love covering the show, and as always, a lot of fun to see all the new stuff. It seemed like cooling in cases were huge this year. We had nonstop coverage of cooling in cases. There was some silicon, but it was really just the news from AMD for the most part, a little bit from NVIDIA. Intel, I guess, had the VIA Max on the dual GPU B60. That was pretty cool if you haven't seen that. Anyway, that's it for the recap. Really quick. I also brought back the IDGAF code if you want to use IDGAF on store.gamersnexus.net for 10% off the store to help support us and what we're doing and our reporting at the show. But anyway, let's get into the news. Up first, NVIDIA's keynote. It was 98% AI and 2% not AI. We actually, yes, we did that math, and the 2% was the 5060, basically. As usual, the keynote was delivered by CEO Jensen Huang. Most of the time was spent on AI and subsequent fields. We're going to go through all that today. And as a side note, Jensen Huang is unbelievably famous and well-known in Taiwan to the extent that I was making small talk with some bakers in Taiwan, like a bakery, where everyone there is a little bit older and they don't really know a whole lot about technology from what they were telling me, but they all knew Jensen Huang's name and were asking what we thought of the keynote. And one of the bakers said, 听说过他喜欢乖乖的媒体, which is like, I've heard that he likes obedient media. And I was like, oh, have I got stories for you? Anyway, let's get it. So AI, here's what Jensen said.
And then, of course, I promise I'll talk about AI.
And Juan, of course, also provided a few clips that we can't promise not to revisit.
Who doesn't want that? I want that. Can you imagine one of those little ones or a few of them running around the house, chasing your dogs, driving them crazy? No matter the modality, every single model that we know of in the world, every application that we know of should run on this. In fact, even Crysis works on here. Okay, so anybody who's a GeForce gamer, there are no GeForce gamer in the room. Whether you buy completely from us, that's fantastic. Nothing gives me more joy than when you buy everything from NVIDIA. I just want you guys to know that. But it gives me tremendous joy if you just buy something from NVIDIA.
Now, for the NVIDIA GeForce side of the keynote first, because the easiest to cover, Jensen Huang entered the stage holding an Asus RTX 5060, as well as a 5060-powered MSI laptop. Huang described how the 5060 is able to achieve such masterful performance, claiming,
right now what you're seeing is every single pixel is ray traced. How is that possible that we're able to simulate photon and deliver this kind of frame rate at this resolution? Well, the reason for that is artificial intelligence. We are only rendering 1 out of 10 pixels. So every pixel that you see, only 1 out of 10 is actually computed. The other 9, AI guessed. Does that make any sense? And it's perfect. It's completely perfect. It guessed it perfectly. Of course, the technology is called DLSS, neural rendering.
And after 2 entire minutes talking about GeForce, Jensen Huang realized
GeForce brought AI to the world. Now AI came back and revolutionized GeForce.
And moved on, stating,
you know, when you're CEO, you have many children.
And like children, he has favorites. And GeForce isn't one of them.
And GeForce brought us here. And now all of our keynotes is 90% not GeForce. But it's not because we don't love GeForce. GeForce RTX 50 series just had its most successful launch ever.
We appreciate the feigned self-awareness, but just so we're all clear on the math here, 2 minutes out of a 100-minute keynote approximately is actually closer to 98% not GeForce, not 90% not GeForce. Doesn't sound like a big difference, but when you've only got 10 percentage points left to play with, it kind of is. Now, as far as calling the RTX 50 series, NVIDIA's most successful launch ever, maybe by whatever their metrics are, maybe by sales, but we would definitely have to disagree based on how it's gone the last several months. Now, NVIDIA also announced its RTX Pro 6000 servers and GPUs. The GPUs were already known, but each RTX Pro 6000 Blackwell Server Edition GPU will have 4 petaflops of claimed AI performance, 96 gigabytes of GDDR7, 1.6 terabyte per second memory bandwidth, and each RTX Pro server connects 8 of these GPUs, and each RTX Pro server rack connects 4 of the servers, amounting to 32 GPUs per server rack by our count. One entire RTX Pro server rack consists of 32 RTX Pro 6000 GPUs, 120 petaflops of claimed AI FP4 performance, 3 terabytes of GPU memory spread across all the GPUs, 51 terabytes per second memory bandwidth, and 256 encoders and decoders. Jensen Huang announced,
"Our RTX Pro server is in volume production across all of our partners in the industry. This is likely the largest go-to-market of any system we have ever taken to market."
As it relates to robotics, the company announced the Jensen Thor.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Oh no, wait, sorry, that's Jetson. Jetson Thor. This is a robotics processor that just started production. Next, Jensen shared that Groot N1.5 is now open source, and finally announced Groot Dreams, which is a way to use AI, they say, to amplify the amount of data that was collected during human demonstration to train an AI model. Jensen Huang quickly moved on to discussing numerous AI-related endeavors. We'll run through a bullet list of what we felt were the most relevant announcements. NVIDIA redefined its company, again, calling itself, quote, an AI infrastructure company, end quote, that builds so-called AI factories. Jensen announced the GB300 Grace Blackwell superchip, an upgrade to the previous GB200 that uses the same architecture. He then explained how the GB300 NVL72 is assembled using 72 Blackwell GPUs. Huang announced the DGX Spark and DGX Station, two so-called personal AI computers. These are currently in production with partner models coming as well. Huang showcased the RTX Pro server and server rack, now in full production. And to wrap things up, NVIDIA announced what it calls Constellation, which is NVIDIA's newest office, and it's built in Shilin, Taiwan. In a news report by Digitimes, the next story, Seagate is cautioning against storage demand and needs for AI data centers and servers in the industry, talking about difficult to sustain manufacturing for AI processing and use cases. Seagate said at a Computex keynote that the data storage demands are outstripping supply, with supply at an estimated 1 to 2 zettabytes annual production, while the company anticipates a tripling in need for storage over the next 3 years. Seagate also underscored concerns of carbon footprint, which we'll expand on as being especially concerning since hard drives are, in particular, getting cycled out for larger capacity drives in the same physical space with some regularity. According to Seagate, 200 million drives are shredded each year. Seagate and other companies have begun attempting to securely destroy data in a way that allows them to reclaim rare earth metals in a recycling process more effectively, but we're not sure this will significantly offset the waste production. Digitimes cites a Goldman Sachs research report that projects a 165% increase in data center power demand within the next 5 years, as measured against 2023's needs. And now we'll get back into some of the consumer stuff, starting with something that's more fun. So jumping over to Inwin next, the company was lacking in firm details on consumer cases at Computex. It had a lot of them. It just wasn't ready yet to talk about price, release dates. It's still kind of in the early phases of them. So we didn't have enough to work with to make a full video report without any of those details finalized, but we still had some interesting stuff. And one of them is a case that is driven by a wand. So we'll jump over to that. So Inwin's latest creation is the Chronomancy, which is this case. This is, I guess you think of it as the signature series in the past, but this one is actually for the anniversary. It's the 40th anniversary for Inwin. So first of all, down here, gigantic gears and like a stepper motor as far as we understand it. So you can see we're hooked up here to power. And on the other side, there's a cog that'll turn in step with the gears to open and close it. And they've built this specific wand that uses IR and then basically gesture input to do opening, music, things like that. And we don't have a price. There's supposed to be something like maybe 40, 50 pieces that they're gonna make. If you've seen Inwin stuff in the past, in this series, it's all showpieces, like flourishes of design, and creativity. We've shown them at their offices before. So mostly it's just kind of cool. This still has a computer in it. So they've got this tower here where fan, SSD, and then we've got a block down here. And then the system itself is up top with a vertical GPU. And it looks like we've got standard ATX board up top, PCIe slots in the very top of the case, a rear fan to pull air up and out, which is really the only way it can go through. There's a speaker on this side, which we'll show in footage so we don't open it again. And then the paneling is stainless steel for this front plate, acrylic with laser engraving, and then a large aluminum base with 5 pillars to it, which Inwin has also chosen for making a statement. So one interesting thing with this is the process for manufacturing the acrylic plate here, where first it's a flat sheet, they laser engrave it, and then they bend it into the shape. And just like the other Signature Series cases we've seen in the past, or the non-anniversary ones, the manufacturing process for this, I think, is part of the showcase because this seems very difficult to make. So anyway, that's the Chronomancy. Excellent name, if nothing else. And we'll check out some of the more normal stuff. All right, so first one I want to show is the Cube Pro. The layout for this, so it's like a double-decker setup where power supply in the back, it can support emergency failover. The top deck is the motherboard. The fan layout is 2 80 mil fans in the rear. There's 2 120s in the front, at least possible, and then 1 120 in the bottom rear down here. There's also this handle. This is not a rack mount chassis, but it would be kind of like, I guess like a home, you could make a super nice NAS with this or something. And then this, so you got 2 hot swap, 2.5 inch in the front with a back plane for SATA power and data. And then the 5 1/4 up here. So Inwin was saying that these can also be swapped for these drive cage modules, giving another 4 drive mounts to the front of the case. The covalent was interesting, so they're taking feedback on this right now. This case isn't ready. This is a more standard case I'm used to covering. So the only feedback we had was this glass side where this looks good. Unfortunately, it makes it so that these fans can't take air in from anywhere. The next best option would be the rear side panel perforating the lower down side of it to try and pull some air through the shroud, because otherwise it has to pull through the very bottom of the case that's so far away that you're gonna need some really high pressure fans to do that. The case itself though has a little bit of the fractal torrent look going for it on the front. So this is plastic. They're probably gonna stick with plastic. Part of the reasoning being, I mean, just material cost in general. The top, they're thinking aluminum, but otherwise it is just a high airflow design, mesh front with the slats for some design element. We've seen that work really well with fractal in the past for the torrent. Side mounts, they've got 2 140s in there currently. It can do 3 120s alternatively. The rear is a 140, and then the top currently has a 360 rad in it, and then very large an SSI EEB board support here with the cable management channels in the corner there. All right, so getting into stuff that we know pretty well. So this is called the Shift. This is a test bench. It is one of the most intricate test benches I've seen. So we use typically open bench tables or the old high-speed PC ones. But there's some small features like this. So this is just a lever to allow you to reposition and actuate the fan position on the radiator mounts, which as someone who's used a lot of test benches, that's actually pretty nice. So it can mount radiators on all sides. That's what these sort of looks like a handle's for. Currently it's set up with some 360s and 120s. There's been talk of potentially supporting 140s as well. But then the other thing that the case does is rotate. So I will have Andy help with that. And it just ends up standing up like that. And otherwise we'll move over to some of the standard cases. So this is the D-Lite. Again, don't have a price. They're thinking of doing 4 fans for this. It's got aluminum accents on the sides, and the front is really the only area to focus for us. So it's got this kind of like ridged front panel. Parts of this remind me of the DGX, but mostly just the color and the mesh. And then this case is it's the View, but it's spelled with a W at the front. Now this, just to get the message out there, this is an intentional decision, so it's not a typo. The reason it's the View instead of the View is because this sort of looks like a W. But it's 3 panes of glass. This is a mirrored finish on the front. And then the back is a mesh pane with 2 tinted glass panes to it. This one's the Tactics. Mike on the team said this looks like the thing from Star Wars. We'll put it on the screen, and now we're demonetized. And then these are the Prism cases. So I did kind of like what they're doing with this. Now, it downsides, less access to air through the side, because you could technically pull some air through here, but they've perforated the top, which is good. I mean, this is nice to give access for the top fan, and then it just allows a nicer look where you're exposing more of that fan, and especially for people who are spending tons of money on fans now, maybe this is something that's wanted. That is it for this one. We'll jump over to the next stories. Up next, Be Quiet. It always sounds rude saying that company's name. It's actually, I'm so acutely aware of that whenever I have to reference Be Quiet while talking to someone, especially at a trade show, I always make sure to follow it with the German manufacturer. So Be Quiet's booth had a little bit to cover, not a whole lot. They had an experimental base for the light base 600 and 900, which is basically just like this structure that you stand the case up on top of. They also had some liquid coolers. So we previously reviewed the light base series. We liked it. It's a good case. The whole point of the case is that it can present a PC as sort of an old school style desktop, but the case can also be really easily inverted with its feet mounting solution. The box at the bottom that Be Quiet showed at Computex is a mock-up. The company is looking for consumer feedback on whether such a thing would even be desirable, so you can leave your comments below. They actually are going to read them. And basically it stands the case up and routes the cable through the lower channel that it creates. Now, to us, this seems like it's trying to make the case do more than it really needs to do. It's already a good case. It definitely makes it a lot larger, but it's more of a personal preference rather than a technical one, so feel free to let Be Quiet know what you think. The next section was more our speed. Be Quiet also had updated liquid coolers, the Pure Loop 3 without LEDs, with the cheapest model at $95, and the Pure Loop LX with LEDs, closer to $130 and above. The Be Quiet Pure Loop 3 LX is an RGB illuminated closed loop liquid cooler that's sold as 240mm and 360mm. The LX uses a removable pump cap plate that retains a thin plastic film with a design on it, using masking to illuminate different covers. Be Quiet said that the goal was to make something cheaper than a display. The company told us that it may release files and templates in the future to allow users to create their own mask and cut it. We're not sure how big a market is for a screen like this. I guess you could let us know, but we'd bet most of our audience is performance focused first, and unfortunately we didn't get much in the way of performance details here. The non-LX version of the Pure Loop 3 drops LEDs and goes cheaper at $95 to the 240 model. The cooler is otherwise the same as the LX from what we were told, just without LEDs and with a lower price. They both move the pump into the block and out of the tubes, which is no longer a worry as ASTEC's patent protection has expired. Arctic is up next. We actually met with Arctic's CEO to talk about tariffs in a video that's coming up separately, and they also had some new stuff at the booth. The main thing that they were showing off was a case. Arctic hasn't made a serious push in cases in a very long time. I think it's somewhere around 10 plus or minus years at this point. But they had a case to show, and they're calling it the Extender, which is one hell of a name. It sounds like something you'd see in a late night TV ad. The Arctic Extender is a gigantic rectangular box. The Extender goes for glass front and side panels, like many cases today, and is otherwise fairly plain. The case has support for two 420mm radiators, according to Arctic, and uses a glass front and side. The bottom is fully enclosed in steel, including the actual bottom of the case, with the power supply sitting on bumpers internally to try and get it some distance from the floor to get it some access to air, although it'll be coming from elsewhere within the chassis and not from outside. The case can fit two fans in the rear, plus side and top mounts. There's no intake in the bottom or the front, and the case also has an illuminated power supply shroud plate. We'll reserve further judgment and opinion on this for if we review it. Up next is MSI. This one was a field report that we filmed, so we'll drop it in here. This is a $600 computer case from MSI. And to answer the first question of, should you buy it? No, absolutely not. But it's an interesting case nonetheless, so we'll look at it. This is the motherboard tray. This actually comes out completely, and it brings with it the back of the case where the power supply mounts in here. All the cable management's done in here. So this is basically the chassis of the case. And then it can be used as a test bench separately. It has the 4 feet to go with it. So they're kind of playing around with that. The whole thing can rotate with a couple screws 90 degrees. and it can go the whole circle. So you could end up with 4 different orientations of this, and there should be clearance on all sides for the GPU, which is why they're center mounting it. Then on each side of this, there's 2 360 mounts where they currently have screens. They call these Vision 12 lights for some reason, or Vision Light 12s or something. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. The names are fluid. But you can fit 360s there. The board goes in the center, of course, and then otherwise for the rest of this, they're doing 3 160s in the bottom, but these are not included, unfortunately. That was majorly disappointing, I'll be honest, when they told me it wasn't included, because at like $600, those should be in there, because they're kind of specialized fans. So anyway, the pricing is probably before tariffs. We're not 100% sure. The feet and top of the case, this is aluminum. So that's an expensive piece, both of these. And then up on top of the aluminum, on the top of the case, you'll see a gold colored sort of grill that's punched in there. This is obviously not an airflow focused chassis. So unfortunately, even though it's got these huge fans on the bottom, I mean, they'll brute force some amount of cooling into it, but it is still, there's only intake is at the very bottom, which is pretty distant from these fans. And the whole side, it's all this decorative paneling. So it's purely a showpiece case. For the boards, this board itself is not new, but what is the lack of protruding legs here. So they're calling this pin-in paste, or I guess it's an existing technology, an existing manufacturing technology. So pin and paste is different from SMT. Normally we filmed like SMT lines, which is surface mount technology. And for SMT lines, they have pick and place machines. They pump down a ton of small components, send the board through the line, and send it over like solder, molten solder, basically to flow it all. So this is a different process. I'm not familiar with it or how it works, but basically it's just getting rid of any of the protruding parts, except for things like screws, and then they've still got caps and MLCCs and stuff like that, controllers, things like that are still sticking out, but not as much as the other boards. The other small thing, I guess, related to this, MSI said, is they're moving all the fan connectors away from the RAM slots, and I'm going to give them credit. This is a really small attention to detail thing, but the reason was when they put them here, sometimes people push the release and then jam it into their finger. So, I mean, I would make fun of that mercilessly and say, wow, how do you know when you've run out of ideas for how to market your motherboard? But I'm not going to make fun of it and say that because I have done that. I have definitely been stabbed several times by releasing those slots, so credit to them for that. The actually interesting thing about this board is that it's an M-Power board, so they're bringing back this branding. It's been a long time. This is a B-series M-Power board. This is a B850, and they're going with a 12+2+1 layout using 60 amp power stages. It doesn't have an active fan or anything, doesn't really need it. Massive heat sinks here. It's not finned the way you'd want to see diced like that for like the highest performing heatsink, but they do have a good amount of surface area punched through across the other way, which you can kind of see here. And then otherwise it fits 4 M.2 devices. So this micro ATX board does 2 Gen 5, 2 Gen 4. They shove a couple of them in here. There's one that goes there. And then on the back side, there's another one that can socket right there. This does not have a price yet. They say it's supposed to be price competitive. Apparently it's supposed to compete with the Asus Apex boards. And one of the things that the Apex boards do that this is also doing is 2 DIMM slots. So that gives you 1 DPC, 1 DIMM per channel, and that helps significantly with memory overclocking for people who are memory enthusiasts. And part of the reason is just eliminating the complexity of the extra slots. You get everything closer. All the trace routes are shorter, and they can just run the 2 for maximum memory tuning potential. Top PC is still working on an overclock for that. He's one of the world's leading memory overclockers. He works for MSI, so he's still working on that. But that's kind of what they're doing. They're targeting the Apex, basically. This is MSI's fuck you to Asus and the Apex series. They have not given us the price yet. That is the biggest key here, because MSI says because this is B850, it should be more price competitive than the X870 boards without sacrificing too much, they say. And they also have another case that I wasn't too fond of, so we'll skip that one. But this one is the Maestro case. It's the Maestro 900L. As for the other case that I didn't particularly care for, that is called the 130RPZ. And finally, we ran around the show floor at the end of the show to collect some additional footage. So while Vitaly and I were working with a couple of the other companies on the final interviews and discussions we did, Mike ran around to collect footage of an FSP fan, a Zalman cooler, and a colorful case. The brand. The case was not colorful. It was actually very plain. We didn't get a lot of information on these items, so as quickly as possible, FSP had this fan with a display on it. The rep at the booth didn't know many technical details, unfortunately, so all we really know is that it has a digital display with RPM and temperature. Zalman had a modernized throwback to its old spiral copper coolers with its new ZET3, 4, and 5 coolers. These circular coolers will be less effective than more modern shapes, but try to integrate a certain look with okay cooling, in theory. We'd have to test them to know if they're any good. Colorful had its Neptune PC on site. The strange semi-open case applies the company's Neptune GPU styling to a case, presenting the GPU vertically and on a riser, with RAM protruding from the chassis shell that covers the motherboard. And finally, this one is a field report from Sparkle at Computex, where we did a teardown of some of their GPUs. One was a B60, which is the new Pro Series. They all use G21 silicon, but it was the Pro Series card. And then the other one was their new, not yet out, Luna Rock OC B580. Okay, so we've got 3 cards here in front of me plus a PCB. This is the passively cooled Arc Pro card. This is a new B580 that Sparkle's working on. They're bringing the EVGA names back. It's the Rock Luna OC Ultra. And they're also working on some new software, OC software, which is also good to see. So let's start with the water-cooled card. This looks to be a Bits Power branded block. So Sparkle said it was considering trying to make a block for B580, but as you would expect, cost becomes a concern. You're gonna have like a $250, $300 card, and then you're gonna put $100+ of water cooling on it. That was quick, okay. So it dropped off there. The PCBs, so Intel provides a reference design for the board and for the VRM. The cooler designs are what the partners are changing. Now, the thing that's jumping out at me is this supposed to be a B60?
Yeah, this is B60.
Okay,
Yeah.
This is supposed to be a B60. So we've got no memory modules. This is an engineering board, I guess. So you can actually see the ball grid array where the solder balls would attach to the GPU. This is actually pretty cool to see. You don't normally get to see this side of it. It's even the L-shaped. That's got to be for Luna, right? Did you? Yeah. Oh, that's great marketing. Lots of people will see it.
White water block.
Yes.
Perhaps.
Perfect. So that's what it should look like when it's completed. So like I said, G21 silicon, memory should be dual-sided, which this one is. They did, however, put the VRM on it. So this must be basically what Intel delivers, I would assume. But looking at the block here, so nickel-plated copper cold plate. It looks like the micro fins are screwed in separately back here. There's thermal pads where the MOSFET line is, where the inductors are, and of course where the memory is on at least one side. The back has thermal pads for the backside memory, which is good. That's what we need to see. For the rest of the block, it's pretty standard. See the micro fins through it. There's the gasket down there underneath. I'm not going to take all that out, but it is what you would expect a water block. Let's do at least one more. Let's do this card. This is the Sparkle B580 Rock Luna OC Ultra, which I'm gonna keep saying. All right, 4 screws here, secure the heatsink to the GPU itself. These are going through into the fin stack. Okay, looks like that's all of them. Last one. All right. So full white PCB across the whole thing. They've got a bodge wire here, same as the Max on one had. Do you know what that wire was for?
Oh, this is because engineering sample.
Yeah.
Yeah, for debug.
Oh, debug.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, so apparently debug wire. You can see the Captain tape routed one side to the other. That's kind of cool. So yeah, reference Intel VRM, thermal pad on the MOSFETs, of course pads on the memory. Got an RGB hookup over here. so that can feed into the system and synchronize with the motherboard or the rest of the computer. They have an MCU on it. There is some kind of engineering marker up here that I don't understand. And this one does, in fact, have a GPU on it. So let's just go ahead and finish this teardown completely. And we'll take a look at the backside, too. I'm going to leave the fans connected on this one. So some attention to detail there on the white washer. That's kind of nice, small touch. That looks like a probe point. Okay, cool. Should be free. So, backside, no memory on the back of this. This is a B580. And then, as we saw earlier, it's two 8-pins. This does remind me, though, I'll comment on the engineering sample Pro Series card here. I was telling Sparkle just some constructive feedback for their engineering sample. They could probably save like several pennies worth of solder in the future on these two. And then especially on this where we've bridged it. But again, this is an engineering sample, which Maxon's also was. So, cool. I mean, that's pretty much the whole board. That's it for hardware news this week. Ton of fun, as always, going to the show. That, I think, recaps everything that we had collected and not published, other than the separate pieces that we still have going up, most of those being interviews, engineering discussions, things like that. And again, thanks for watching all of it. It's been a really fun time covering it. We're going to get into some of the reviews and technical content, in addition to all the other technical content we just did, but with testing coming up over the next few weeks as soon as we clear all the discussions. And we've got a couple of those planned and in the pipeline already, including a pre-built review of one that is better than we expected. So check back for that. Subscribe for more. Go to store.gamersaccess.net and use code IDGAF to get 10% off and help us out directly. And we'll see you all next time.
Well, DeepSeek strikes again. DeepSeek R10528 is here. I think at first everybody thought this was a minor update to the original DeepSeek R1 model, but it seems like it's nothing of the sort. DeepSeek R1 jumped from its older January 2025 model to today's model released May 28, 2025. The jump from the older model to the new model is pretty huge. It basically jumps to the front of the pack. On Live Code Bench, DeepSeek, this new version of it, is on par with O3 High. On the AI ME 2024 and 2025, it's slightly behind the O3, but ahead of Gemini 2.5 Pro. And on the other benchmarks that they've posted here, it's also near the top, beating out Gemini 2.5 Pro in a number of cases. This is kind of a big deal. We were all expecting R2, the next kind of a big model to drop. And I think most of us kind of suspected that the results would be something like this. It would jump to the front of the pack, maybe not number one, but definitely somewhere in the very top, competing head-to-head with the best OpenAI, Gemini, and Anthropic models. We're also still waiting for the new version of Grok to come out, so we'll see where that falls. But the big point to understand here that this isn't R2. We still believe that R2 is coming. But if what we see with these benchmarks holds up in real life, that means that this open source model is now comparable to Gemini 2.5 Pro, and we might see something even bigger and open source dropping in the future. Now, the question is, how did they do this? So this is Sam. I'm going to say Page. I apologize if that's an incorrect pronunciation, but he runs EQ Bench. EQ Bench is an emotional intelligence benchmarks for LLMs, and he found something very interesting. So this is the first time that I'm aware of this project, so keep that in mind. But it sounds like he's got a slop profile for each model. So kind of like, what kind of AI slop are these models putting out? And he uses bioinformatics tools to infer their lineage trees, which is, I got to give it to him, kind of brilliant. Again, I mean, first time I'm looking at this, so take this with a grain of salt. But I mean, if this works, then this is terrific. Because here's the slop profile for DeepSeek R1, this brand new model that got released yesterday. And as you can see here, it kind of analyzes the various outputs in creative writing to find the top creative words, top bigrams, top trigrams, etc. Basically, all these models, they kind of have their tendencies to use certain expressions, certain words, right? You've probably heard delve used a lot by the GPT models. You've heard, tapestries. They love to say tapestries. So similar to how corporate executives love to use the word paradigm, ChatGPT loves to use delve and tapestries. And so here you can kind of see, so underlined, highlighted yellow there is DeepSeek R1, the original model. So as you can see here, it's kind of branching off of the O3. So it's similar to the GPTs, right? So OpenAI's models. Notice Quasar Alpha is on there. That's interesting because it sounds like tools like this could be used to predict who, has the models that are, codenamed something if they appear in LLM Arena and they're getting tested, but we don't know the actual name or who made them. This seems like a pretty easy way to try to figure out who's behind the model. But yeah, basically notice that the original DeepSeek, it kind of in the cluster of OpenAI technology. What about the new just released DeepSeek R1 0528? It's over here kind of branching off of, the Gemini technology, Google Gemma, Gemini 2.5 Flash, and it seems very, very similar to Gemini 2.5 Pro Experimental. I'll leave links to Sam's stuff here, so if everybody wants to check it out, it's on GitHub. He's got a website, and I gotta say, this is pretty cool. It's some AI forensics stuff here. That's a neat idea, I gotta say. But what's the point of all this? Well, as Sam says here, if you're wondering why the new DeepSeek R1 sounds a bit different, I think they probably switched from training on synthetic OpenAI to synthetic Gemini outputs. So there's this kind of open secret in the AI industry, and that is that all of these companies are sort of taking the outputs of others' existing models and using those outputs to train their models on that. And that's why sometimes you'll ask, for example, a non-OpenAI model, what architecture it's running on. It'll say I'm on OpenAI's GPT architecture, or perhaps it'll refuse to do something and it'll say, this goes against OpenAI's policies. And nobody really talks about this, but it just sounds like a fairly common practice, right? They call it knowledge distillation, right? Distilling or training on the synthetic data from other models, etc. Now, if that's the case, this is kind of a big deal. As you know, both China and the US are racing to advance their AI efforts. This isn't just my opinion. Here's the US Department of Energy saying AI is the next Manhattan Project, and the United States will win. So they're basically comparing the development of AI to the development of the nuclear bomb. And if you followed the meeting of the Saudi leaders, right? So Elon Musk, Sam Altman, Jensen Huang was there, many other people. They're looking to partner up with allies in the AI development space to get enough energy to power the training and running of these AI models. So this is a statement made by Balaji a few months ago, I believe. The idea is that we're going to expect to see a complete blitz of Chinese open source AI models, from computer vision to robotics to image generation and DeepSeek, large language models as well. Why would that be the case? Well, potentially their goal could be to take the profit out of AI software, since they make money on AI-enabled hardware, right? So they can build the physical stuff better than we can here in the US. The US is really good at the software, has been leading in software, has been leading in AI. But the US tech companies, of course, need money, need funding, need resources to keep buying NVIDIA chips, etc., to continue growing and developing AI. Now, if some open source model, whether that's DeepSeek or somebody else, can basically, every time the US tech firms, right, get to the front of the line, create the best closed source models, if somebody can just, retrain their model and get to the front of the pack, providing the open source AI for free or very, very cheaply, and releasing the weight so that people can use it for their own specific use cases, to fine-tune it for their own applications, etc., that really takes the wind out of the sails of a lot of these companies. It takes away the funding, their ability to make money. And so if the open source models just keep pace with the best of the best models, with the best closed source models, that basically, erases any profit margins for these big companies. They can't charge 3 times the price for the same performance. And the cost difference could be a lot more than that. So for example, here are the API costs for these new models. So DeepSeek R1 0528, that's the DeepSeek Reasoner. So here they have multiple prices for depending on when you're using it. There's a discount price, a standard price, also if you're using it cash or not, hit or miss. I mean, let's call it 13 cents to 55 cents input and between 50 cents to $2.20 output per million tokens. For OpenAI, for the O3, we have input between $2.50 and $10, output $40 per 1 million tokens. For the Gemini 2.5 Pro preview, so let's call that from $1.25 to $2.50, and the output price is $10 to $15. So the DeepSeek R1 pricing is going to be very hard to beat, especially if it's keeping up and quickly keeping up with the leaders of the pack. The channel here on YouTube, AI Explained, has a great sort of mini documentary on DeepSeek, specifically the founder of DeepSeek. And here's the quote from the founder, Liang. He's saying, in the face of disruptive technologies, moats created by closed source are temporary. Even OpenAI's closed source approach can't prevent others from catching up. So we anchor our value in our team, an organization and culture capable of innovation. That's our moat. We will not change to closed source. So as you can imagine, there's a lot of stuff going on here. We have the race between China and US. And again, that's not just a narrative. The US officials, you saw the tweet from the Department of Energy. There was speeches that were done at the UAE at that conference. This is happening. There's this bill that's likely going to be passed. There might be some changes to it that are still happening, but it's going to change the rules for how you write off various R&D expenses, specifically for domestic software development. So hopefully when and if this passes, somebody does a deep dive, somebody that knows a lot about this stuff that can actually explain what's happening. To me, this seems like this is a pretty big sort of incentive for US tech companies to invest more into hiring engineers to develop AI and software, etc. This is kind of a way to subsidize AI development without ever using the word AI, as you can see here. Nathan Lands on X.com did a great kind of covering of what's happening in China at the same time. So here, while U.S. Energy production is kind of flatlined, China is surging on ahead. Now, of course, keep in mind, not everybody is on that sort of U.S. versus China competition mindset, right? So we certainly have a lot of cooperation. We have a lot of students from China and researchers and people that come over here to get educated, and some of them stay and work for US labs. Some of them go back. And certainly, as Dr. Jim Fan here from NVIDIA says, you know, they are almost, you can think of DeepSeek as almost keeping the original mission of OpenAI alive, right? That truly open frontier research. So I think it's really important here to separate kind of like the researchers and the people working on this in the AI labs from kind of the governments of the two countries. They are not one and the same. And of course, there's a lot of cooperation between the researchers, right? The people that are putting out the papers, they share their secrets with everyone else. The community of researchers can use that. Everybody's made better because of it. But you're also seeing kind of a more and more overlap between the government and these AI labs on both sides. So please keep that in mind. I'm not necessarily pushing one narrative or another, not saying something is either good or bad. Certainly, this is really good for the open source community as a whole. I'm just saying there's kind of a lot of moving pieces here. There's a lot of very powerful players. Everybody kind of has their own incentives. Also, we have a lot of the people in the Silicon Valley, kind of the tech leaders, normally pretty peace-loving people, maybe speaking out a little bit more against the dangers of China. Is it because they're worried for AI safety, or is it because they're worried about competing with China and competing with open source? Maybe they feel if they can scare the government a little bit into action, then maybe the government will, for example, not allow export of certain chips to China, etc., making competition easier. So the point is there's a lot of moving pieces. Don't necessarily buy into some simple narrative or another. But I think the big point here is that the wheels are turning ever faster. And there's more and more competition and more interest in the space, and the stakes are rapidly ramping up. If you've been watching this channel from the beginning, I've kind of always said that it's highly unlikely that a few labs in the Bay Area are going to just be allowed to develop superintelligence without the rest of the world noticing and just kind of going, yeah, go for it. We're not too worried about it. for a lot of companies and even for nations. A lot of people that are in control of those companies and nations probably see AI as an existential kind of win or lose condition. Whether that's true or not, people are betting a lot on this. So stay tuned. We're just getting started. If you made this far, thank you so much for watching. My name is Wes Roth, and I'll see you next time.
NVIDIA is about to completely screw over gamers. GPUs may not even be needed soon, and the first benchmarks on AMD's upcoming GPU. Welcome everyone to Gamer Meld. Okay, it's news time, and first up for today, NVIDIA is about to screw every gamer everywhere. We know that their AI division makes the vast majority of their revenue. I mean, it's not even close. As you can see here, their AI, data center segment literally makes over 10 times what their gaming segment does. It's not even comparable. And their stock has skyrocketed over the last couple of years because of that. So I somewhat understand their focus on it. The issue is that while pricing has been getting better, we still can't get GPUs at MSRP. This right here is the 5080, as you can see, which means there's clearly still an issue with stock. And this is why today's story is so infuriating. It says NVIDIA is rumored to cut GeForce RTX 50 series production in order to increase production of AI GPUs such as GB300. You can actually see it right down here. This originally comes from the Board Channels forum, and according to the translation, it says the production lines of NVIDIA's GB20X, meaning GB202, their RTX 5000 series, are already at full capacity. It's understood that the new NV GB300, obviously made for AI, I actually believe it's like their rack. It's like a new rack that they're offering. Either way, it has started preparations for production since May and is expected to enter mass production by the end of 2025. It says naturally this will occupy wafer production capacity, which may affect the RTX 50 series production lines. It goes on to say that these are reports revealing that the overall supply of NV RTX 50 series GPUs has suddenly become tighter. The supply has been reduced, and the total GPU shipments for the RTX 50 series in the Chinese market in June have decreased compared to May. And this isn't a little decrease. They say that it's estimated to be reduced by around 20 to 30%. It says the exact reason for this is completely unknown, but obviously they very much reference it to the fact that NVIDIA is likely moving production for their upcoming NV GB300. And it's just unbelievable. I mean, it's really been like 7 years since we honestly had good stock of GPUs. Before the Ethereum craze, then the supply chain issues, it's just been one thing after another. And NVIDIA is still willing to move production away from gaming. Basically, this of course means prices will likely go up from here, which is why I'm wearing my mythical suggested retail price t-shirt. MSRP, of course, is nothing but a unicorn at this point, so at least you can get this shirt out of it. Check it out at meldstore.com or click the link in the description below. And next up for today, if GPU prices are getting you down, don't worry too much, because AMD's upcoming desktop APUs are definitely coming, and they're looking more and more interesting. This time, they were leaked by Gigabyte, where you can see that the new Ryzen 9000G series is listed under their memory support list. And the interesting part is that the new APUs actually replace the regular 9000 series CPUs here, which could mean that they offer identical memory memory support. And that definitely would be interesting considering how important memory speed is to APUs. As far as specs, don't forget that rumors have pointed to these being built on Gorgon points, which we have a leaked slide of, and that shows us that we're looking at up to 12 cores and 24 threads, which obviously is a pretty huge boost over the current best 8700G, which is only 8 cores and 16 threads. Now, I don't want to give you a false impression here. These are full Zen 4 cores, while these 12 core 24 threads are little Zen 5 cores and big Zen 5 cores. Still, it is a new generation and it is ultimately more cores and certainly should do better overall. Obviously, it also has a slightly higher boost clock, though don't forget that this is more targeting notebooks and things like that, so hopefully when it actually comes to desktop, it'll get even higher. But the really exciting part is actually in the number of graphics CUs. As you can see with the 8700G, it only gets up to 12 CUs, while the next generation offers up to 16 CUs. Basically, this is yet again more and more AMD's APUs kind of encroaching on the mid to more of the lower end GPUs. But given the fact that we're having so many issues with GPU stock, this really is a good thing, and it certainly could replace, especially given it also comes with upscaling and stuff like that, it could definitely replace some of those lower end GPUs. And lastly for today, the first third-party benchmarks on AMD's upcoming GPU, the 9060 XT, is here. As you can see right down here, both of these originally come from Geekbench, and we have an OpenCL score and Vulkan score. More specifically, the OpenCL score gets 109,315 points, and then the Vulkan gets 124,251 points. And I will say when it comes to Geekbench benchmarks for the GPU, it's really not that great for comparing, say, AMD versus NVIDIA. It really just doesn't tell you much there. What it is decent for is at least comparing similar architectures, i.e. current gen 9060 XT versus last gen 7600 XT. And here you can definitely see that AMD's new GPU completely crushes it. In fact, when comparing OpenCL, the 9060 XT beats the 7600 XT by over 31%, and in Vulkan, it beats it by a whopping 25%. Of course, when we look at the 5060 Ti, it loses at both of these, but like I said, it's really not great at comparing in that way. I mean, even the 5060 non-Ti beats the 9060 XT in OpenCL, yet we know that's not the case in games. At the end of the day, the 9060 XT is looking like a fantastic GPU, given it sells for MSRP. Oh, and I'll have affiliate links to it for when it releases down in the description below. They don't cost you anything more, and it helps the channel out. So while that does it for today, are you pumped for the 9060 XT, or are you more excited for the 9000G series APUs? Let me know down in the comments below. And if you liked the video, please subscribe and give it a thumbs up. And as always, have a great day.
Do you know that you are not entirely human? Yes. There is proof that the blood flowing through your veins might contain genes from a different species. Of all the research trying to discover the true source of humanity, this is the wildest. Also, it seems the most concrete. Many years ago, a researcher discovered evidence of an ancient mother civilization, MU, and it looks like this is where we truly came from. What is this Mu civilization? What proof did historians find to brand it a mother civilization? Is it possible that we came from this extraterrestrial lineage? We will find out together in this new episode of Secret Origins. Welcome. In the 19th century, hot whispers about a strange idea began to make rounds. This idea challenged everything that historians believed about human civilization. Because this time, it was not about Atlantis or ancient Egypt, nor was it about Mesopotamia. It was about a continent that came before these civilizations, a lost world called Mu. And it all started with a man called Augustus Le Plongeon, a 19th century archaeologist who spent his career studying Mayan ruins. He was known for arguing about how the Yucatan civilization was older than Egypt, but no one expected this archaeologist to dig even deeper. Out of the blue, Le Plongeon claimed that a continent called Mu once existed, and ancient Egypt stemmed from it. He insisted that during his study of Mayan texts, the strange language spoke of a great civilization that preceded all known history. To make it worse, according to Le Plongeon, this great civilization was swallowed up by the sea. Le Plongeon believed that the Mayan civilization was not self-made, but rather descended from the refugees of Mu who fled after their homeland was swallowed up. However, his ideology was too radical to pursue. He could not say where this civilization once existed or what could have happened to them. And if they did exist, where was the proof of their existence? Because Le Plongeon lacked substantial proof of his belief, the whispers of Mu were soon swept under the carpet. This was until it intrigued one man, James Churchward. Suddenly, the rejected idea rose to the surface again. Why? Churchward didn't just think that Mu existed, he had proof. In 1926, a British writer published the Holy Grail of Ancient Civilizations. His name was James Churchward, and his three-part book series was titled The Lost Continent Mu, The Children of Mu, and The Sacred Symbols of Mu. In these books, Churchward told a tale that mesmerized all who heard it. With his testimony, the doubts that Mu existed were halted, page after page. According to Churchward, 50 years before he published his book, he was a soldier in India. During his service time, he befriended a high-ranking temple priest who showed him the unspeakable. That fateful day, Churchward said he was having a friendly chat with his priest friend when the conversation turned serious. The temple priest had something to show the officer, and it was unlike anything Churchward had ever seen. The priest brought out stone tablets that looked old. On these tablets, there were written messages in a language that was too complex for Churchward to decipher. According to Churchward, the tablets were sunburnt, and although they looked like stone on the outside, they were built with clay. The language in the tablets was called the Naga Maya language. This was a long-lost language understood by only 2 other people in India at the time. But Churchward was interested in interpreting the message on these tablets, so he made a deal with the priest. Teach me the dead language, and I will restore and store the tablets for you. At the time, James Churchward was also known for properly storing ancient artifacts. This seemed like a good bargain to his friend, the priest. And once this deal was settled, Churchward began a difficult journey to unravel what was written on the stone tablets. When he did understand them, he wrote in his book that the tablets originated from the place where man first appeared, Mu. But that was not all. The world was not ready for the detailed description that would emerge from Churchward's understanding of the Naga Maya language on the tablets. The story on the tablets kicks off with the creation of planet Earth Mu and the superior human civilization that lived within. The people of Mu were called the Nakal, and of course, Churchward had a vivid description of their existence. According to the writer, Mu was a continent that flourished between 50,000 and 12,000 years ago as a real world. In his words, Mu was dominated by a black race and was superior in many respects to our own. As if to further shock his audience, Churchward noted that Mu had over 64 million inhabitants, 7 major cities, and colonies on other continents. He explained how the 64 million people of the lost continent were divided into 10 tribes, but they followed a single government and had a single religion. But let's move forward to the big question. Where was Mu located? In the Pacific Ocean. You heard that right. Churchward revealed that the land of Mu was located in the Pacific Ocean, and it stretched east-west from the Marianas to Easter Island, and north to south from Hawaii to Mangaia. Not only did it spread across such vast land, but it was deduced by historians to be bigger than South America. Mu was that large, a continent. But it also begs the question, what was within this lost continent? Aside from the Nakal inhabitants within, this continent brimmed with natural life. Churchward recalled that the continent was a beautiful one with vast rivers, massive hills, and gorgeous plains. What started as sunburnt tablets with a strange language soon became the reference for an ancient civilization that birthed humans. But as you may already know, the testimony of one man, no matter how sincere, could not stand solely as evidence of a matter so controversial. So the questions kept coming in. If Churchward was right to back Augustus Le Plongeon in his claims of Mu being a mother civilization to humanity, what in the world happened to over 60 million inhabitants of a highly advanced civilization? Where did they all go? Churchward's response was staggering. They disappeared, he said. In his words, 12,000 years ago, Mu was completely obliterated in almost a single night. Wait, what? We were just as shocked. Churchward claimed that Mu faced a sudden series of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Amid the disarray, the broken land fell into that great abyss of fire, and so it sank and was covered by over 50 million square miles of water. In one night, the great mother civilization that birthed ancient Egypt and other known civilizations had crumbled. But the more Churchward explained, the more implausible his cause sounded. If he did read about Mu from the tablets handed over by the Indian priest, where did the tablets go? Could they have been hidden away? Or did Churchward invent the whole story? Before you believe the latter, hold on. When everyone least expected it, more testimonies about Mu began to surface. One such remarkable testimonial was from the infamous mineralogist and archaeologist William Niven. Born in 1850, Niven lived to discover hidden minerals and stuck-away tablets. In 1921, Niven discovered the first of over 100 tablets while digging in San Miguel Amantla. On these tablets were texts in languages too complex to understand. But to the shock of many, one man could interpret them: James Churchward. Churchward claimed that the language resembled the one he initially learned from his priest friend in India. This led many to wonder, what if the Niven tablets were also written by descendants of the Mu civilization? Churchward confirmed that the text was similar to the Naga Maya language, but the ancient stones were not the only proof that Churchward had. When it comes to proof of Mu's existence, this is only the tip of the iceberg. Do you know that there are questionable structures underneath the Pacific Ocean? Imagine taking a trip to the Pacific Island, and witnessing structures too defined to be attributed to nature. This was Churchward's next proof. The area deduced to be occupied by the Mu civilization had monuments that showed evidence of their existence. It made sense too. If Mu was real and as advanced as Churchward believed, then its people would have left behind traces of their knowledge. And they did leave traces bold enough to let us question all we believed about the true creation of mankind. The first outstanding evidence of the mother civilization is the Moai statues of Easter Island. The Moai are gigantic stone statues of human figures built by the Rapa Nui people of Easter Island. But these are no ordinary statues. One look at them and you could tell that the people who built them did so with meticulous precision and quality materials. Built between 1250 and 1500 AD, these have an absurd figure. Oversized heads that make up 3 times the whole statue, and they have no legs. The tallest of the Moai is called Paro, and it is about 10 meters high and weighs approximately 82 tons. Can you believe that? When the Rapa Nui people were asked about the inspiration for building such monuments, they revealed that the Moai were created to honor their ancestors. But this was such a long time ago. So who were their ancestors, and where did they come from? This leads us right back to Mu. Since the geographical location of Easter Island also correlates with the location defined by Churchward, all hands are pointing to one big question. What if the Rapa Nui people were descendants of the lost continent called Mu? Think about it. How else could a civilization from that time think of building such towering statues without being taught how to do so by an older one? Let's not forget the primary material used to erect these magnificent statues, volcanic tuff. This is a relatively soft, workable rock formed from compressed volcanic ash. It is said that this tuff was brought from an extinct volcanic crater on the island known as Rano Raraku. And on that site the statues were built. However, historians noted a fresh concern. As diligent as the Rapa Nui people were in building such a timeless monument with the resources available then, it was humanly impossible to move the Moai to where their remains currently reside. How did the Nui people do it? The tale from the natives would leave you shocked. The statues walked to their location, they said. When the oldest natives of Easter Island were asked about the mode of transportation of the Moai, this was their response. According to their oral tradition, the Moai did walk. But by now we all know that this is not a feasible explanation. Researchers Terry Hunt and Carl Lipo suggest that the statues were moved upright in a rocking motion using ropes. This is the closest alignment with the accounts of the islanders. Some scholars think otherwise and propose a different thought for transportation. What if the Rapa Nui used a system of logs to roll the statues to their destination? This method would have demanded lots of timber resources, but at least it was logical. The last suspected mode of transportation of these statues is the least believed, but it seems to be the one that Churchward loved the most: spiritual power. Some beliefs say that the Moai contain spiritual forces that equip the statues to move themselves to their respective destinations. Churchward supported this trail of thought as he established from his tablet findings that although he thought mankind came from Mu, the mother civilization was no ordinary civilization. But if they were not ordinary humans like us, who were they? Before we dissect that hot topic, you need to see further proof that will make you give the Mu civilization some extra points on your board. Aside from the legendary Moai of Easter Island, the pyramid phenomenon is a mystery that might hold clues to the mother civilization. How do you explain structures so great being built across different parts of the world in similar patterns? Many say that the pyramids were built by the Egyptians, but is that true? How come pyramids built thousands of years apart by different civilizations all follow the same principles? Take a look at the Great Pyramid of Giza. Located in Egypt, the structure is so meticulously built that scholars say it is aligned with extreme mathematical precision. Now, look at the pyramids of Teotihuacan in Mexico. They share similar designs despite being built thousands of years later. But this is the least cause for surprise. Have you seen the Shanxi pyramids, China? These are older than the Egyptian pyramids, yet they follow a similar geometric blueprint. This begs the question, were they truly built by different civilizations with no connection to each other? If yes, how would distant civilizations build the same structures, using the same principles, if they were completely isolated? What if the mother civilization, Mu, was the dot that connected them all? Multiple theories are rising to buttress the point. One suggests that the builders of the Mu continent carried this knowledge with them as they spread across the world. As they moved, they preserved their lost civilization's secrets in stone. Stone tablets like the ones discovered by James Churchward. What if Churchward was not the only one who found those tablets? Although he was audible about his findings, others may not have been. A more interesting theory suggests that these pyramids were not just tombs or temples, but energy hubs built using a form of advanced technology too complex for us to comprehend.